6. November 7, 1908, better known as Butch Cassidy, was an American train and bank robber and the leader of a gang of criminal.
Hey guys, and welcome to another Urban Reads and Stories video. Today's video is all about those terrifying urban legends we have all heard of and hate to happen to us. This is 5 terrifying urban legends. For years, kids living in and around Staten Island raised goosebumps by relating the tale of Cropsey, a boogeyman who lived in the woods and made a nocturnal habit of disemboweling children. Parents no doubt eased their kids' fears by telling them no such monster existed. But he did. In 1987, Andre Rand was put on trial and convicted for a child abduction. Rand, it turned out, may have been connected to a rash of child disappearances in the 1970s. He had once worked at Willowbrook, a defunct mental institution. While he denies involvement in other cases, it's clear Rand's activities had a heavy influence in the word-of-mouth stories that followed. Vintage video games have long trade stories about a coin-operated arcade game circa early 1980s Portland that had strange effects on its players. The game, titled Polybius, was alleged to have prompted feelings of disorientation, amnesia, game addiction, and even suicide. The machine's cabinet was said to be painted entirely black, and it was rumored that stern-looking men would sometimes visit arcades to collect information from the machine before disappearing. Was it a CIA experiment spun off from MK Ultra, the psychoactive drug study conducted on unsuspecting subjects? While the entire story doesn't hold up to scrutiny, individual pieces are actually based in fact. Brian Dunning, host of Skeptiad podcast, did some investigative work and found that a 12-year-old named Brian Morrow had become sickened during a 28-hour marathon video game contest in Portland in 1981. Just a few days later, Portland area arcades were raided by federal agents, who seized cabinets that were being used for gambling. Coupled with the existence of a real arcade game called Polyplay, these memories seem to amalgamate into the Polybius legend. You stagger into the bathroom at 3 a.m. to relieve yourself. Groggy you with sleep, you lift the lid and position yourself over the toilet. You hear splashing. Turning on the light, you see a rat looking back at you from the bowl. You're never the same again. Urban legends about animals in sewers have been a staple of scary stories, particularly the one about baby alligators being flushed down toilets and then growing to adult size in waste channels. Most often told in New York. But finding a rodent in your toilet, inches from very vulnerable areas of your body, is particular kind of domestic terror, and one that happens to be possible. Drain plumbing for toilets is typically 3 inches in diameter or more, plenty of space for a rat to climb up. The animals are attracted to sewage lines due to undigested food in feces and can travel through pipes before emerging through an opening and into your bathroom. And yes, rats can be somewhat testy when they complete their journey. One aquatic rodent bit the rump of a female victim in Petersburg, Virginia in 1999. In Seattle, the issue is common enough that public officials have given advice on what to do in case you encounter one: close the lid and flush. If you lived in or around Virginia in the 1970s, you were probably exposed to the story of the Bunny Man. In the tale, an escaped mental patient takes to gutting bunnies and hanging them from a bridge underpass. Later, the maniac is said to have graduated to gutting and hanging teens in a similar manner. Locals were cautioned to never be caught near the underpass, which is now known to most people as Bunny Man Bridge, on Halloween night. This story likely spawned from the very real presence of a roving madman in the area. In October 1970, a couple reported seeing a man dressed in a wild suit and wearing bunny ears who began yelling at them that they were on private land. To punctuate his point, he threw a hatchet at their windscreen, apparently shattering it. There was a second sighting of Bunny Man 2 weeks later, when a security guard spotted a hatchet-wielding man chipping away at a porch railing. Police tried, unsuccessfully, to locate then man. While he didn't disembowel anyone, the thought of an adult wielding both a hatchet and a pair of rabbit ears somehow manages to be just as disturbing. Imagine finding yourself outside and alone in the dark on a residential street. You hear footsteps approaching. Suddenly, a man with a misshapen face appears. You run, terrified beyond words. You spread the story of the man with no face throughout Pennsylvania. Charlie, No Face was actually a man named Ray Robinson, and he was no figment of anyone's imagination. Born in 1910, Robinson was disfigured as the result of an electrical accident at the age of 8. He touched active wires, which effectively maimed him. Knowing his appearance could be disconcerting, Robinson took to taking strolls after dark. He often walked a path along Route 351 in Beaver County. While his inevitably led to spreading stories about a boogeyman haunting the town. He died in '85.
Growing up in the 1950s in a quiet, middle-class suburbs of Dallas on one of the cul-de-sac streets in an area called Lake Highlands, most days and nights seemed pretty much all the same, dull and boring. There wasn't much to do back in those days. The highlights of my young existence seemed to be watching TV and playing outside with a soccer ball, also waiting for my next birthday or Christmas each year. Maybe eavesdropping on my mother and her friends whenever they was around or on the phone as they gossiped about people in the local area. I had quite the knowledge on people in my area. Another highlight that broke the monotony was when my no-good father would occasionally steal me away to one of his many favorite watering holes, the Goose Inn, which was named after a famous goose that always attacked people. I felt like a princess when my dad would sit me on top of the bar and let me sip Shirley Temples as he drank the afternoon away with his buddies. Goose Lake had originally been developed in the 1920s as a reservoir after the city had suffered a major drought. Following its completion, every Dallasite frequented the popular lake for weekend picnics, swimming, skating and having all-round great family fun. High schoolers commonly went there on date night or after the local football games to watch the submarines races, a term they used for parking their cars in the more remote wooded areas where they would engage in heavy petting. And those who dared would go all the way. One early evening, after my dad had drowned too many bourbon and cokes, he decided to show me a hidden, private graveyard situated off one of the side streets of the lake. When we had gotten as close as the narrow, winding road would take us, we parked my dad's truck, opened the ancient, looking rusty gate and went in. The old cemetery was overgrown with dark and scary, looking vines. In front of the stood a tall, white marble statue of a beautiful, young woman, and engraved at the bottom were the words, Lady of the Lake. It was obvious that vandals had painted red tears to resemble blood streaming down from her eyes, and I was terrified. I grabbed my father's hand as he proceeded to tell me the sad story of the poor girl who was buried beneath the frightening, yet magnificent statue. The early 1930s, and no one was exactly sure of the details, although many think she had been held under the water by a make-suitor or her fiancé. When her body was discovered, she was found dressed in a pale evening gown in a shallow part of the lake by its muddy shore. Over the years, from time to time, teenagers attending the submarine races or other motorists in the area had reported spotting a luminous young girl standing in front of the headlights of their cars. She said to flag them down to ask for a ride to her nearby home on Gaston Avenue. Upon arrival at the address to drop off their stunning passenger, they all reported the same story. The beautiful young woman had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a wet spot on the back seat.
Other good old age story of the Slender Man. We have all heard of the Slender Man, a supernatural thin creature, sometimes with tentacles proceeding from his back and sometimes not. That part of the story has never collaborated. What we do know about Slender Man, however, is that this creature commonly stalks, abducts and even traumatizes people, particularly children. No one knows why he appears or for what reason. Before Slender Man does appear, there are noticeable signs that he is approaching. For one, any electrical device that produces sound will produce a static sound with any lights on that device starting to flash. Secondly, if you do not carry any device such as a mobile phone, MP3 player or even a Walkman, the only other way to tell that he is coming is to pay attention to street lights that are around you. These lights will start to flicker as if the area has just been visited by a ghost. However, if you do not have any street lights or electrical items on you, then there is another way you could tell if he is approaching. For one, the air around you will develop in a thick fog, so thick you cannot see your hand. Second, the air will also become ice cold as if someone had sucked all the heat from the air. Now I have told you about the Slender Man. Let me tell you about the story of when I ran into the Slender Man and how I managed to get away from him. I can't recall what I did to get away, but I will try my best to remember. So when this happened, I just turned sweet 16. My parents promised me a birthday party for a couple of days after. I guess it was a bit unconventional, but that didn't matter to me. After all, I was getting my party. In my room, I looked to my calendar and started marking the days off with a cross. 6 days to go, I thought to myself. I couldn't wait. All my friends will be there, and also, my parents told me that I had one big present left to unwrap. I was so excited, to say the least. My parents even let me plan my own party, which was awesome in my eyes. I look around for a good venue. It had to be big as most of my school would be attending. After a little searching around, I found a perfect venue. The venue I chose had stairs that lead downstairs into a ballroom. Perfect for when I made an entrance, I thought to myself. Now with the venue sorted, I left the decorations to my parents. They loved that sort of thing. Now with the venue and the decorations sorted, there was only one thing left to do, and that was my favorite thing, looking for a new dress to wear at the party. I arranged to go to town with my friends the next day. This day seemed to have gone so fast with having to sort everything out with the part. I put on my PJs and gave my friends a ring through Skype. We talked on Skype for what seemed like hours, talking about the type of dress that we were going to buy. I woke up the next day very excited, being able to buy a new dress for my birthday party. I hopped into the shower, got myself dressed and went downstairs to have my breakfast. I would say I would have about 2 hours before my friend come to collect me before going to the mall. In the meantime, I went back upstairs to my room and just browsed online at what type of shops I had at our mall. I must have lost track of time because before I know it, I heard the sound of a horn just outside my house. Getting up and having a look at who it could be, it was, of course, my friends waiting for me in the driveway. I packed up what I needed, my mobile phone and my iPod, and put them into my bag and headed downstairs. I told my mother that I was going to the mall. I turned to my dad as he said good luck and planted a few $100s into my hand. That was something I was not expecting to happen, but I thought to myself, maybe now I can be a complete outfit and maybe some new makeup. I kissed my dad on the cheek, told him to thank you, and went outside to my friends. Getting in the car with my phone in hand, I noticed something very strange with my phone. The screen started to flicker, but what made things even more strange was, I started to hear static through my iPod. This was very strange to me indeed, as I was not even using the radio on the iPod but some tracks I had put on myself. I decided that there was a malfunction of some kind with both devices, a little strange but could happen. I reset both devices, which returned to normal afterwards. While driving to the mall, I talked excitedly with my friends on how great this party would be. They did tell me that it was sad that there will be no booze, but what the heck, we don't need it to have a good time. Now at the mall parking up, I noticed again that my phone and iPod was acting up again. Seeing as they are both Apple products, I just decided to take this into the Apple store and get them checked out. They should still be within warranty and shouldn't cost me anything. When we entered the mall, I asked my friends if we could quickly pop over to the Apple store as I was having a few problems with my phone. Thankfully, they all agreed and we made our way there. Taking out my phone and iPod, it seemed whatever was happening to my devices had stopped. Great, I thought to myself, how typical. Now this will be hard to find any problems with the phone. I handed the representative my phone, iPod and told them the problem I was having with both of them. Even the representative said that it was strange but would have a look. They plug the devices into a computer and scanned them for any problems. However, again nothing popped up. They did apologize to me for not finding anything wrong but did say to come back if I had any more problem, which was great. The customer service was excellent from the store. Walking around the mall while window shopping, I thought I was starting to see things. Something that I was a horrid sight. It seemed to be in every direction I looked. After a few minutes I had to ask my friends if they could see what I was seeing, but they looked around and couldn't see anything. I was starting to think I was going crazy and seeing this person. However, this was no ordinary person I could see. Very tall and very thin. That wasn't a problem, but what made the problem worse was the man had no face. I pinched myself thinking I was still asleep, but no, that hurt and I didn't wake up. I told my friends about it, which did make them cautious, but just asked me in return, "Did you mother or father bake you some special brownies?" In which I returned and told them heck no, I would never touch that stuff. The figure did seem to disappear after a few hours of us walking around the mall. I had been so worried about seeing this person that I forgot all about my dress. My friends stopped in front of a store and asked, "How about this place?" I looked into the store and to my surprise, they had some really beautiful dresses. With time against us now, I decided to get my dress from here along with my shoes to match. I now had 3 hours before the store was to close, but I just took my time choosing several dresses I like. I must admit I had fun trying them on and pretending I was on a catwalk. I had also forgotten about the tall thin man following me. After about an hour and a half, I chose the perfect dress, slim pink so it would show all of my curves, a shiny tiara and pink high heel shoes. Perfect for a party princess, I thought to myself. My other friends who were also with me, also brought new dresses, but their dresses weren't as good as mine. I just think that they saw me as the host and thought I should be the best looking girl there as it was my birthday. I loved my friends that way. Heading out of the store, I noticed that my Apple devices started to act up again. However, the mall was shutting very soon and I didn't have any more time to go back to the Apple store and thought to leave it for another day. Outside the store, the scene was something like Silent Hill, the movies or the game, you choose. It was very foggy outside, also it felt like someone had sucked all the warmth out of the air. It was freezing. Lucky I didn't bring a cardigan with me. I put it on to try and get a bit warm. It helped a little, but I could still feel a sharp frost through my cardigan. We all rushed to the car, just so we can turn on the heating and head home. On the way home, I started to see him again. This time he was everywhere I looked. This can't be right, I thought to myself. No one can run faster than a car. It seemed that every few hundred yards this man was pointing as we drove past. Now at home, I went and told my parents on what I thought I see. I can't say I did see him as I wasn't sure. They just looked at me and giggled to themselves while asking me if I have been on the wacky-backy. They were relaxed parents about some stuff. I don't think they would have minded me smoking stuff like that, but anything harder then they would have grounded my ass. They did say that perhaps I was a bit overexcited and was seeing them. They are right, I thought to myself. That week did go fairly fast, but not without being very strange for me. For a start, my Apple devices still acted up, but now it wasn't just the devices. The lights in my bedroom would start to flicker. This only happened in my room and nowhere else in my room. Also my computer did the same, but not my parents or brothers. Even at night when I woke up from a deep sleep, I even thought I was what was a mist or fog in my room, but put it down to being half asleep still, as I did go back to sleep. However, I did not see any more of this man that I saw earlier in the week. This made me feel a little better, but not much, as I still can't explain all the other strange stuff happening. The day before the party, I got onto Skype with my friend and told her all about my experiences. She didn't have an explanation either. She did tell me to have a go at Googling it, thought. Thinking to myself that it couldn't hurt to Google it, I decided to go and do exactly that. I Googled everything that happened to me and I got thousands of hits. However, going through Google, I did notice one subject that kept occurring. I clicked on one of the websites and scanned through it. I then noticed that whatever happened to me was also happening to other people. They even saw that strange figure that I saw myself. The website dubbed him as Slender Man. However, the website said that this creature was an urban legend and shouldn't exist, but looking through several websites, he has been around for thousands of years and haunted the dreams of millions of children and teens, never adults. With the party the next day, I decided to put it to the back of my mind. I wanted this party to be a night to be remembered. After all, it's only once a girl turns sweet 16. I woke up the next day ecstatic. I just couldn't wait for the party. However, I was still having strange things happening to me, which brought my memories back to those websites I visited the night before. No way on earth could urban legends could be true, I thought to myself, but what on earth could this be that is happening to me? Again I put it to the back of my head and started to get ready for the party. It was now time for the party. I head out on my own as my parents told me to. I think they didn't want me to see the last present they brought me. While walking over to the party, things got a lot worse. The mist or fog returned. It turned colder than the North Pole. My phone started to act up again, and then there he was, right in front of me, that figure I had seen at the mall. I stood there for a second, frozen in fear. Then quickly as he came, he left. I snapped out of this daze and hurried my rush to the party. The fog and cold remained. My sixth sense clicked in and forced me to look behind. Again there he was. This time, however, it seems he is coming for me, but not walking, no. Instead, he seemed to disappear then reappear even closer to me, like he was teleporting himself closer to me. I started to jog to get to the party fast to where I knew it would be safer for me, but then the creature began to teleport even closer to me. He was now chasing me. I picked up my pace and ran faster. No matter how fast I ran, he just got closer and closer to me. I started to feel myself panic. I knew I need to get to safety. I kept this in my mind as I ran and ran. At one point I could swear I could feel the breath on my neck. I can see the last corner in sight where I knew that by turning right, the venue is right there, and so would my safety be. I looked back to see if I was still being chased. I couldn't see him behind me, but I just kept running. I didn't want him to catch up to me at any cost. I looked back to where I was running to and my heart about dropped. I could have had a heart attack because right now this creature wasn't behind me but now in front of me. I was now petrified. Luckily I knew a back entrance into the venue, but I also didn't want him to know where I was going. I decided that at the last moment, I would change direction and confuse him. This was however dangerous, as I didn't want him to catch me. I got near and near to him, my heart pounding more and more and harder than it ever has. I see it. The other entrance. I look back towards him. He is now doing something strange with his hands, but I didn't care. I needed to do what I needed to keep safe. I was about 300 meters away from him when I suddenly changed direction. He also started to teleport towards me, but it was no use. I got inside just in the nick of time. I thought it was over, but I was so wrong. He decided to carry on coming after me. He even teleported inside the building. I picked myself up and ran to the room where my party was. Very lucky, I managed to run inside to where all my friends and family were. As soon as I got in, I collapsed onto the floor to where my friends and family ran up to me, asking what's the matter. All I could tell them was that I was being chased by a man. Who else would believe me about a faceless, tall, thin man in a black suit? My parents went outside to see if they could see anything of the man but couldn't. They came back inside and called the police to canvass the area to look for him and arrest him. I don't really know how they are going to arrest someone who can teleport.
Item, SCP-033. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-033 should be inscribed on any single sheet of irregularly shaped and handcrafted paper, papyrus, canvas or vellum when not involved in active observation or study. The dimensions of the paper-like product should have no parallel borders, no right angles, and no sides length should be equal to any other, 033 safe dimensions. When contained in this manner, the paper-like product should be secured in a locked non-combination storage vault at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device. Logs for checkout or check-in of SCP-033 should be filled out at the minimum safe distance of 30 meters to avoid possible contamination of the paper product or electronic device the log is kept in. When removed for study, SCP-033 can be copied to a white chalkboard with 033 safe dimensions by Class D staff. Upon transfer to the white chalkboard, the paper-like product that had contained SCP-033 should be incinerated. Observation and study should take place in a secured conference room at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device for the maximum 2,560-second viewing window. All observations or notes should be made on 033 safe materials. Under no circumstances should any notes regarding SCP-033 leave the storage facility or be input into a computing or recording device. At precisely 2,000 seconds of viewing, research must stop and SCP-033 should be transferred to a new 033 safe paper-like product and returned to storage by Class D staff. The white chalkboard utilized in research must be incinerated as soon as possible after the transfer is complete, regardless of whether SCP-033 has faded naturally from its surface at 2,560 seconds. Whether 033 safe procedures halt or merely slow the deleterious effects of SCP-033 is unknown. It is theorized the irregular borders and handcrafting by mathematically unpredictable humans somehow disrupt the logic which allows SCP-033 to function. Description: SCP-033 appears as a field of complex mathematical symbols ranging from simple layman identifiable representations to those only interpretable by highly trained mathematicians. The sum of the symbols is equal to a previously unknown integer, designated theta prime by Professor Hutchinson, of intermediate value between and dot. As all modern mathematical calculations are performed lacking the knowledge or use of SCP-033, its introduction into any system organized without it begins eroding the numerical and eventually structural integrity of said system. This effect extends to SCP-033's transfer to any paper-like, defined as paper, vellum, papyrus, canvas, surface not possessing 033 safe dimensions or any computing or recording device it is input into. If inscribed on any other material, SCP-033 fades into unintelligibility in precisely 2,560 seconds. In addition, SCP-033 has shown an ability to leap from an 033 safe material to a manufactured or electronic material which it can destabilize in at least one instance. Incident Report 033-D, requiring the institution of a 30-meter safe distance for electronic devices and paper-like products without 033 safe dimensions. There is currently no 033 safe specification for electronic storage. Of the operational research projects involving SCP-033 are dedicated to finding such a method for electronic storage. Operational research projects are dedicated to the application of SCP-033 as a neutralizing factor for potentially hostile, machine logic-based SCP objects. Clarifying commentary from Professor Hutchinson follows for non-specialist staff in Document 033-A. Effects may be reviewed in Document 033-Q. Document 033-A. Debriefing of Professor Hutchinson after first observation. Transcript edited for clarity. Professor Hutchinson, every school child knows that 2 plus 2 is 4. The solid mathematical certainty of numerical order and value is the basis for all logic-based systems. We know that after 2 comes 3 and after 3 comes 4. What this formula proves is that we missed a number somewhere. Imagine if all our technology was based on the belief that after 4 came 6. We simply didn't know or conceive of 5. That is, in essence, what this formula proves: we missed a number. Professor Hutchinson, I can't tell you why the handcrafted vellum works best. I can only surmise that it displaces mathematical predictability in 2 ways. 1. The irregularity of the crafting process due to human error serves to eliminate any traces of regularity that would be found in a machine-created product. 2. The irregular borders seem to confuse it somehow, as if it gets locked up looking for a pattern to identify and use as an escape hatch. I'll tell you this, though, I don't think it should be left on anything longer than a few days. It will find a pattern eventually. Professor Hutchinson, I don't think it destroys anything. I think it tries integrating itself into our system and our system can't hold it. It's like trying to cram another book into a full bookshelf. If you get a hammer, you can get it in there, but the whole shelf bursts eventually. If it gets out into the internet, we will potentially experience a full IT infrastructure collapse within hours. Document 033-Q, Test Results. Trial 033 Delta 5. SCP-033 inscribed onto a single sheet of standard 8.5 by 11-inch manufactured white copy paper, hereafter X1. A second sheet of identical paper, hereafter X2, placed 30 centimeters away. 80 seconds. Symbols consistent with the content of SCP-033 begin appearing on X2. X1 unchanged. 160 seconds. Full content of SCP-033's formulae appear on the surface of X2. X1 unchanged. 320 seconds. X1, X2 both appear wet. Symbols still visible. 640 seconds. X1 is now roughly 1 part, apparently, water and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11-inch flat plane. Symbols become unintelligible. X2 still appears wet, symbols visible. 1280 seconds, X1 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. X2 now roughly 1 part liquid and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11-inch flat plane. Symbols unintelligible. 2560 seconds, X2 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated.
I was a young 17-year-old teen at the time that this disaster happened. I had just got a new car from my parents for my birthday. I was excited at the idea of taking my girlfriend, now wife, out and about, without the spying eyes of our family, who tried to keep us from having fun. One night me and my girlfriend decided to go up Lover's Lane, just so we could have a make-out session. Whenever we got alone time in either our parents' house, our parents would walk in on us and spoil our fun. We all want that alone time with our loved, so we can have some fun or even to show how much we love each other. Me and the girlfriend wanted everything to be perfect for our little outing up Lover's Lane. We both planned on what we were going to take with us. I was going to get the drinks and a blanket just in case we decided to sit on the floor. The girlfriend made some sandwiches for us to eat. However, me being the male, I wasn't interested in drinks and sandwiches, just a make-out session. When the time came, I drove around to my girlfriend's house to pick her up. Upon seeing her, I thought to myself that I am a very lucky man indeed. She looked so good in her red skater dress and her blonde hair tied back. As usual, and like all parents, her dad came over to my driver's side car and warned me about getting his little girl pregnant or breaking her heart. I was hugely relieved when her mom came out and told the father to leave me alone. "Have fun," the mother shouted as my girlfriend got into the car. It's 8 p.m. We set off for Lover's Lane. We set off at this time as we did not want anyone spying on us making out. The drive up to Lover's Lane will take about an hour to get there. We spent that hour talking about things we did and saw at school that day. We had such a laugh making fun of other kids' misfortune. The hour had passed. The sun is now setting. It will be dark in 30 minutes, I told her. She looked over at me and gave me this cheeky smile. I cannot wait to hold and kiss her, I thought to myself. We arrived at our destination. The sun had nearly died down. She grabs the lunch from the back seat. "Hope you're hungry," she says as she starts pulling out food. I just gave her a smile and took a sandwich from her while I poured us some soda. I didn't really mind as I was hungry and didn't mind waiting for that kiss. Now that we have finished eating our lunch, I put on the radio and look over to my girlfriend and over to the back seat. She seemed to have took my hint well and smiled as she starts to move towards the back seat. I then climb between the two front seats and make my way to the back seat to join her. Just as we started to make out, an important report comes in halfway through a song. We both stopped kissing and had to listen. In an ominous voice, the broadcaster stated that a convicted murderer had escaped from jail and was seen around our area. The killer is deemed very dangerous and people who spot him should report his whereabouts to the police and not to approach him. After hearing this newscast, my girlfriend is now scared. She begs me to take her home. Wanting to look brave and not a fool in front of her, I make a bold move and look the doors off the car. I continue to try and kiss her, but right now she doesn't want any of it and continues to beg me to take her home. We climb back into the front seat, now wishing I never put on the radio. I was gutted. I start the car and start to pull out. Faster, she tells me. I decided to floor it and sped out of the area. While on the way to her house, I try to calm her down. I tell her there is no way he could be anywhere near us. I pull up into her drive. I gave her a hug and a kiss and tell her not to worry and I will see her at school tomorrow. As she closes my door after getting out, she starts to scream uncontrollably. Now wondering why, I get out and go over to her. That is where I see it. Chills ran down my spine as I cannot believe what I am seeing. The parents run out of the house, their hands grab their mouth as they grasp in horror. Right there on the door handle was a bloodied hook still attached. So girls and boys, when you and your girlfriend decide to go out for a make-out session, make sure you park up in a well-lit area and at least make sure a friend knows where you are. It could have been a lot worse for us that night. I am glad my girlfriend insisted we went home.
human clown. If you ask me if I ever believed in urban stories, then I would have told you no, they are just stories being told around a campfire to scare the kids so they would not wander off during the night or to keep the children under control when they misbehave. You know, we have all done it when the kids wind us up. With my story, this is something I thought would never happen to me. I mean, come on, who would believe such a thing as a human clown hiding in a child's bedroom buying their time until they can come and get you for whatever reason? It just sounds like a plot from a horror story. Well, so I thought. So to tell my story I must go back to when I was a teenager. During the week I would hang out with my friends and window shop at the mall, while at weekends I would go to the beach with my family. I delighted in the barbecue, the delicious taste of smoked barbecue burgers and the taste of hot dogs with the trimmings. I enjoyed the games more. I loved a game of volleyball against my siblings. Who doesn't want to beat their brothers at a game? One weekend on the summer holidays we met up with one of my mother's oldest friend. After overhearing her talk to my mother about needing a babysitter, I had an idea. I knew I needed money for the rest of summer and perhaps after in the school term. I confidently went up to my mother's friend and asked if she would mind me helping her out with me babysitting for her. I was delighted when she did agree. So 2 days later I found myself having to dress sensibly and walking around to my mother's house to start my new job. When my mother friend opened the door, she must be going for a night out, I told myself as she was well dressed on a long tight black dress with her hair waverly tied back. "Come in," she said to me as I gazed upon the marble surrounding the front door. My mouth dropped as I set foot into the foyer. It was like setting foot into a grand hotel, and so modern as well. "Come with me," she said. We went a spiral staircase and reached the second floor. "This is the twins' room," as she gazed at me while opening the door. I looked inside. The room seems to be double the size of mine. I was in awe but jealous too. She took me to a second room. This time without a glance she opened the door and told me, "This is the youngest room." I looked inside but the room didn't seem to be as big as the other, but still a decent size. Mine, who needs a room as big as the other when there is only one person sleeping there, I thought. After the tour upstairs she took me downstairs and showed me around. The usual rooms could be found just a little larger: living, kitchen and entertaining room. Last of all we went outside to the back where there was a beautiful pool with several fun slides and a waterfall made from a rockery. I couldn't believe a place like this could ever exist. After the tour, when went into the room, "Can I get you a drink?" she asked as I sat down. "A Coke would be great, thank you," I told her. After she came back with my Coke, she sat down and told me there is rules that I must put in place. First of all, emergency numbers can be found on the fridge, including mine and my husband's. So looking at her, I listening to her demands, they were the usual things such as don't let the kids swim after they had a bite to eat, make the kids clean up after themselves, the children have to be in bed by 7 p.m. at the latest, and they are only allowed one friend over, only if they are good and behave themselves, but how I spend my time with them is up to me, whether I want to play games with them or let them play computer games in their room. "Is there anything you would like to ask me?" she said. "Yes," I replied, thinking back to the pool. "Would it be okay if I could bring over a friend who could help me maybe?" She took a short pause to think about it and replied, "Yes you can, but I must advise that you only bring over one friend. I would also like to have no boys in my house." So after listening to her, I happily agreed. Half an hour later, while she continued to get her stuff together, she left with her husband in a silver Bentley. After she had left, I got straight on to the phone to my oldest and dearest friend. "Grab your swimsuit and come over," I told her. An hour later I was startled by a knock on the door as I was watching a horror movie. I cautiously got up and checked the CCTV system. I was very relieved as I saw it was my oldest friend. I borrowed a bathing suit from the woman as she was in my size, and I thought you wouldn't mind either. We both sat around the pool talking about the usual, boys, clothes. We then got the kids and had some fun splashing around in the pool and playing games. While in the house I looked at the clock. 1800 hours it read. Boy, how time flies, I thought to myself. I then called the kids in along with my friend. I proceeded to make them dinner. The kids was so well behaved. They cleaned themselves up and set the table without even asking or me telling them to. After they ate dinner, I let them watch some cartoon for the next half hour. 7 came around so fast as I looked back at the clock again. I gave my friend a look and she knew what I was going to do. Right, all of you, it is bedtime, I told them. They all got up and proceeded to the stairs and went up to their rooms. The twins was easy to get off to bed as they was the oldest, however the little girl was harder as I had to read her a story as she would not go to sleep without one. While reading her favorite storybook, I could not help but notice a human-sized doll. It sent chills down my spine as it looked like a clown, and I hated clowns. I could not stand the sight of them. The little girl kept tugging me as I gazed at the clown to continue with the story. I could not get away from its gaze as its eyes seemed to follow me. I could not take any more of this clown and decided to put a blanket over its head. I did feel a little better but was still wary as I know it was still there. After I read the book, I gave the little girl a kiss on the forehead and went back downstairs to my friend. Seeing my friend on the settee, she was watching her favorite show, X on the Beach. How on earth could someone watch that rubbish, I thought to myself. I decided to keep her happy and watch the show with her. The show was halfway in as I heard a band. Me and my friend looked at each other. Don't worry, it's probs one of the kids, she told me. I decided to go upstairs and check on the kids as they had to be in bed right now and not out doing whatever they wanted. I reached the twins' room and expected them to be out of bed playing around, but to my surprise they were both asleep. I then went to the little girl's room to check on her, but yet again it seems the girl was asleep until I saw the clown doll was actually on the floor next to the girl's bedroom. I must admit, it did give me shivers, but I just thought to myself that the girl wanted him in bed with her and not wanting to be in trouble got back into bed. Not wanting to scold her, I decided we all sleep with teddies and dolls, and so would have been natural for someone of her age. I then went back downstairs to join my friend who was now watching Love Island. Great, I thought to myself, as that is another program I hated with a passion. I went to the kitchen and got 2 bowls out of the bottom cupboard and filled them with chocolate ice cream. 10 minutes while eating our ice cream, we heard the bang again. So once more I went up the stairs and checked up on the children. The twins was still asleep and nothing disarray in their room. Again I then proceeded to the little girl's room and again nothing amiss, but I did notice that the clown was now sitting in the chair behind her bed. Not taking it anymore, I decided to call the kid's mother. I dialed the number with anticipation as I didn't know what she would say. The phone rang 4 times before she picked up. Hello, I said, there is a clown in your daughter's room that I cannot look at anymore. Do you mind if I move it into a spare room until tomorrow or when you get back, I asked. What she told me next had shivers traveling down my spine. I could not believe what she had just told me. I hung up the phone and ran back down to my best friend. She saw the look on my face as I had went white as a ghost. Whatever is the matter, she asked me. I explained to her that I had rang up the mother and asked her if I could move the clown out of the little girl's bedroom as it was scaring me. I also explained that the mother told me that they don't have a clown and that I must get the kids ASAP and go round to the next door neighbors and call the police imminently. I could see all the blood drain from her face. You grab the twins and I will get the little girl, I told her as we both ran upstairs. The friend continued to collect the twins while I stood outside the little girl's room with my heart now in my throat. Although I was only standing there for a few seconds, I did feel like hours had gone past. Thought ran through my mind. What if he grabbed me or the little girl, I thought. What if I had to fight him? Putting the thoughts to the back of my mind, I cautiously proceeded into her room. I continuously watched the clown as I woke up the little girl and told her to come with me. I met up with my friend at the bottom of the stairs. She still had the ghostly look on her face. I could tell she was panicking but trying to hide it for the sake of the children. I grabbed the keys of the side table and quickly but with a struggle unlocked the front door. As quick as we could we ran towards the neighbor's house, all while checking behind us, making sure this imposter was not following us. It seemed like a lifetime to get round to the neighbors. They only lived a few yards next door too. Out of breath I banged on the door waiting for them to open. A sweet old lady opened the door, seeing the pale on our faces and the kids in our arms. "What on earth is wrong?" she asked as we stood there breathless. "I am babysitting next door and there is a man dressed in a clown outfit in the little girl's room," I told her, trying to catch a breath. She looked at me, my friend and the kids and rushed all into her house. It was the kind of house you would expect for someone of her age. Photos of all her kids and grandkids, antique furniture everywhere. She struggled to the phone and called up the police. I was hoping for a quick response as I did not this perpetrator to show up at the house and hurt this little old lady. The police showed up pretty fast and in numbers. There must have been the whole station that showed up. 5 cars pulled up to the house and surrounded the house while 2 others came to this house. We met up with him outside the house. We started to tell him the whole story while he calmed us down. A few moments later the police inside the house came out with a clown in handcuffs. The policeman in front of me told me that we are all safe now and if we wanted to, we could wait in the car. The old lady however stated that we could wait with her while the parents was on their way home. An hour passed and the parents show up with police still in their garden. One of the officers pointed her in our direction while her husband talked to the cop. She came over to the house and gave all the kids a huge hug. The way she hugged them seemed that she had not seen them in some time. She thanked me for calling her in time and saving her children. Another hour later and a nice policeman drove me and my friend back to my house. Back at my house I decided to tell my parents what had happened at the house. They was in shock as was I. They could not believe what had happened. They both took hold of me and hugged me so hard I could not breathe. "Easy," I told them as I gasped for air from their grips. The next day while eating breakfast, we watched the morning news channel to see if there was anything about this clown. It seemed that there was. The clown was an escaped convict from a mental institute in the next town. He had broken out and wanted to continue with his life of crime, murdering people. I was really happy that day that I contacted the kid's mother. If I had not, then things could be very different right now. This all brings a lesson: if you see something that you are not sure about, even at someone else's house, then don't be afraid to confront them about it. It could one day save your life. there are creatures of myth out there that you would want to stay away from. These creatures comes from the thing of nightmares and will truly haunt your dreams, having you wake up in a cold sweat. So with that in mind, here is the top 5 urban mythical creatures that will haunt your dreams. 5. The Chupacabra. Chupacabra, translated as goatsucker, is a reptile-like creature, said to have leathery or scaly greenish skin and sharp spines or quills running down its back. It is said to be approximately 3 to 4 feet high and stands and hops in a fashion similar to that of a kangaroo. The first reported attack occurred in March 1995 in Puerto Rico. 8 sheep were discovered dead, each with 3 puncture wounds in 3 chest area and completely drained of blood. So a vampire-type creature, that can sneak up behind you, without you knowing, and suck all your blood out. Definitely not something I would like to see in my dreams. 4. The Banshee. There are many varying descriptions of the Banshee. Sometimes she has long streaming hair and wears a gray cloak over a green dress, and her eyes are red from continual weeping. She may even be dressed in white with red hair and a ghastly complexion. Sometimes the Banshee assumes the form of some sweet-singing virgin of the family who died young, and has been given the mission by invisible powers to become the harbinger of coming doom to her mortal kindred. The Uabrian Banshee is thought to be named Abel and the ruler of 25 other Banshees who would always be at her attendance. It is possible that this possible story is the source of the idea that the wailing or numerous banshees signifies the death of a great person. When several banshees appear at once, it indicates the death of a great or holy person. The tale sometimes recounted that the woman, though called a fairy, was a ghost, often of a specified murdered woman, or a mother who died in childbirth. So hearing the wailing of the nearby banshee that no one else can hear is not my idea of a great night or day. 3. The Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman is traditionally depicted as a man upon his horse missing his head. Depending on the legend, the horseman is either carrying his head, or missing his head altogether, and searching for it. The legend of the Headless Horseman begins in Sleepy Hollow, New York, during the American Revolutionary War. Tradition folklore holds that the horseman was a Hessian artilleryman who was killed during the Battle of White Plains, Indiana 1776. He was decapitated by an American cannonball, and the shattered remains of his head were left on the battlefield while his comrades hastily carried his body away. In myth, the horseman is known to ride along the streets looking out for any person that may be around. There he would chop off the head of his victim, where he would then put the severed head upon his own shoulders and disappear into the night, all while looking for his next victim. I don't know about you, but I am keen on keeping my head on my shoulders. Mind having a ghostly man keeping it on his. 2. The Wendigo. The Wendigo is a mythical cannibal monster or evil spirit native to the northern forests of the Atlantic coast and Great Lakes region of both the United States and Canada. The Wendigo may appear as a monster with some characteristics of a human, or as a spirit who has possessed a human being and may then become monstrous. It is historically associated with cannibalism, murder, insatiable greed, and the cultural taboos against such behaviors. In some traditions, humans who become overpowered by greed could turn into Wendigos. The myth thus served as a method of encouraging cooperation and moderation. Humans can also turn into Wendigos by being in contact with them for too long. The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones. With its bones pushing out against its skin, its complexion the ash gray of death, and its eyes pushed back deep into their sockets. The Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton recently disinterred from the grave. Yikes, definitely not a creature you would want to stalk you when alone in the forests. 1. The Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's a legendary creature in certain North American indigenous peoples' history and culture. It is considered a supernatural being of power and strength. It is especially important, and frequently depicted, in the art, songs and oral histories of many Pacific Northwest coast cultures, but is also found in various forms among some peoples of the American Southwest, East Coast of the United States, Great Lakes, and Great Plains. The Thunderbird controls the upper world while the underworld is controlled by the underwater panther or great horned serpent. The Thunderbird throws lightning at the underwater creatures and creates thunder by flapping its wings. Thus in tradition are commonly depicted as having an X-shape appearance. Well, seeing the Thunderbird and the underwater creatures in a battle would be glorious, but being anywhere near the battle is not a place I would want to be. Think, all that lightning being thrown around is sure you will be struck and dead. Item, SCP-025. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-025 is only to be opened during testing, as is the room in which SCP-025 is stored. Entry codes are to be given only to authorized research and security personnel. No other containment protocols required. Description: SCP-025 is a wooden wardrobe measuring 0.97 meters by 0.62 meters by 1.95 meters, full of clothing dating from a number of time periods. Articles contained within the chest, collectively named SCP-025-1, match with styles of decades from the 1920s to the present. The apparel from each time frame varies with regard to style. For example, a polyester striped shirt and pair of charcoal suit pants both correspond with general styles of the 1970s. The only unifying aspect of every article contained in SCP-025 is that each one is in poor condition, moths have eaten at much of the collection, and tears and runs are not uncommon. When any item from SCP-025 is put on, the wearer is observed either to die or suffer an injury within 24 hours. The cause of death or injury in these instances is invariably linked to the aforementioned flaws in the clothing, but only ever appears to be an unrelated incident. Wearing a glove with a fingertip cut off may result in the loss of the fingertip through a simple kitchen accident like chopping onions. Similarly, a subject wearing a poncho with a sleeve missing will somehow cause the loss of the uncovered arm, be it an attack by a wild animal or a vehicular accident that necessitates the amputation of the limb. If placed in a sealed, unfurnished enclosure while wearing an item from the chest, the wearer will either seemingly spontaneously contract a flesh-eating disease that begins in the areas not covered by the clothing, or suffer the failure of an organ located beneath an imperfection in the article. Diseases arising from such incidents may or may not be contagious. No study has been successfully undertaken due to the speed at which the strains observed run their course. Recommended that, if possible, samples of the disease be taken to lab for possible weaponization. Following is an abridged testing log of SCP-025. More thorough testing will accompany the declassification of the document in its entirety. Test log SCP-025, Section 1. Subject, D-778, a 42-year-old white male. Article, 1940s era white tuxedo. Imperfections, torn seam in left shoulder. Test results, subject was allowed free roam of the halls, under agent data expunged supervision. For approximately 45 minutes, nothing eventful occurred, however, at data expunged. Security tapes and eyewitnesses indicate that D-778 appeared to make an attempt at attacking agent data expunged. He in turn overcame the subject with a knife, causing an inch-deep gash in D-778's left shoulder precisely at the point where the tuxedo's seam was ripped. Test halted, subject later terminated. Subject, D-690. A 26-year-old white male. Article, 2004 Boston Red Sox baseball cap. Imperfections, missing size adjuster in back of cap, logo in front partially removed. Test results, placed in a sealed room with the subject was a table on which were a loaded Jericho Baby Eagle 9mm handgun, a grill lighter, and a hatchet. D-690 chose to wear the cap backward for the test. Potential effects of this decision on the outcome of the test are unknown. Subject expressed reluctance to touch any of the objects on the table for several hours. Food and water were provided as necessary. After 4 hours of general inactivity, subject picked up the handgun and examined it, while holding it at roughly eye level. The weapon discharged into D-690's forehead, where the size adjustment band would have been. The round exited the subject near the part of the hat with the missing part of the logo. Subjects, D-736, a 22-year-old white male, D-771, a 23-year-old white male. Article, burgundy striped sweater vest. Dating from 1973. Imperfections, article seemed to have been partially eaten by moths, several large holes in the front of the sweater. Test results, D-736 was asked by researching staff to wear the sweater vest, which he did under duress. D-771 was given a loaded handgun out of sight of the other test participant and instructed to, on a given signal, fire all 6 shots in the direction of D-736. After doing so, it was noted that every shot fired passed through one of the holes in the sweater vest, leaving the clothing intact and killing D-736. Firearm retrieved, surviving subject transported back to quarters. Subject, Dr. Data expunged, unplanned experiment. An unidentified individual left an article from SCP-025 on Dr. Data expunged desk that looked similar to an item of his own clothing. Any information about this incident and/or the perpetrator of same should be reported immediately to senior staff. Article: Lightweight scarf, dyed a number of colors. Imperfections: heavily pulled seam caused scarf to be considerably shorter and tighter in the middle. Test results: according to his itinerary, Dr. Data expunged, wearing the item from SCP-025, was en route to the enclosure of SCP Data expunged on Data expunged for routine testing. However, he diverged from his intended path and began in a direction towards an entirely separate wing of the facility. Subject then entered the enclosure of SCP-173 without gathering accompaniment or following safety procedures, and, upon hearing the door closing, blinked. Cause of death listed as strangulation resulting from a crushed windpipe. Subject, D-802, a 30-year-old Hispanic female. Article: 1980s Flashdance, style white shirt. Imperfections: right shoulder removed, left sleeve completely cut off, entire bottom hem shredded. Test results: Data expunged. All present were presumed infected, then quarantined and Data expunged. All further tests involving 1980s-era fashion have been postponed indefinitely due to the expenditures and safety hazards presented by the aforementioned experiment. Full cleanup estimated to take an additional Data expunged weeks.
Item: SCP-030, the Homunculus. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-030 is to be held at Site-17 within a modified humanoid containment cell. Minor adaptations to accommodate its statures, such as an appropriately scaled workspace and chair, are to be included. Lighting within the cell may be altered upon request of SCP-030 to a maximum of 2000 lumens via a simple dimmer switch. Should the need to render SCP-030 inert arise, staff may extinguish the lighting from the exterior switch and draw blackout curtains as necessary. Standard night vision equipment is available for observation of SCP-030 in its inert state. SCP-030 may request materials for personal research every 90 days. All previously requested materials are to be collected and destroyed prior to the delivery of new materials. All materials are to be evaluated and screened by both research and security staff. SCP-030 is to be denied access to any modern scientific journals or texts, and fiction is to be restricted to works produced no later than 1623 CE to preserve the integrity of its innate knowledge. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in writing are to place a formal request, document number 030-RS/B, with the supervising researcher on duty. All correspondence is to be retained. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in person are to submit a formal request to Site Management, documents 030-RP/A, 17030/A, at least 30 days prior to their preferred consultation date. All consultations are to be recorded and retained. Senior research staff may request SCP-030 to be temporarily removed from its containment for a maximum of 1 hour to provide observational insight into non-restricted materials or events within Site-17. Under no circumstances is SCP-030 to leave the confines of Site-17. Requests must be presented in person to site management and security staff at least 30 days prior to their preferred observational release date. All observational release events are to be recorded and retained. SCP-030 has been equipped with a tracking device, Inventory Control Code number 030-17-1, so its location within Site-17 may be determined precisely at any time. Description: SCP-030 appears as a hairless, genderless, gray-toned human 71 cm, 28 inches, in height and weighing 12.70 kilograms, 2 British stones in antiquated measure. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises or pupils and resemble small-cut sapphires. SCP-030 possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent not currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It is able to converse, read and write in Ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish and Portuguese as well as two additional languages that have not yet been identified despite SCP-030's insistence that they should be common knowledge. SCP-030 has also demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics, and horticulture roughly equivalent to that of a 17th century CE academic. In addition, SCP-030 has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in the historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of SCP-030's utility and consultation. SCP-030 remains active while a 15-lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters, 5 feet. In the absence of light, SCP-030 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, SCP-030 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of a light slumber no matter how long the period of inactivity has been. SCP-030 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human would require sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. The biopsy analysis of SCP-030 remains inconclusive. While clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure, traces of mandrake, mandragora and arum, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in each sample taken. SCP-030 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from SCP-030 do not regenerate, and sampling is currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although SCP-030 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain, and will simply remold any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation. Notably, SCP-030 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. SCP-030 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. SCP-030 refers to itself as Ariel and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how SCP-030 was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I have been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." SCP-030 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator is presented. Given its composition and location of origin, a link to the alchemists of Iligata is suspected. SCP-030 was discovered 6/12/data expunged during a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district pending construction of a car park. It was buried approximately 2.7 meters, 9 feet, below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid was shattered during the excavation, exposing SCP-030 to daylight. Upon being struck by the sun's rays, SCP-030 roused from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating, "Good afternoon" to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnesties and released. Addendum 1. Hide Document 030-C, Security Logs for SCP-030. 9/14/ Tracking System installed for SCP-030. 12/21/ SCP-030 reports the malfunction of its own tracking system. Repairs completed within 6 hours. SCP-030 offers to assist but is refused for security purposes. 3/13/ SCP-030 completes an 18-week seminar on Unknown Language Alpha, Zephyr, 5. Staff researchers considered fluent. Lexicography transmitted to 05.7/2/ While in consultation, the researcher inadvertently makes several remarks regarding photovoltaic technology. The consultation ended before the researcher can substantively elaborate. 8/12/ SCP-030 requests a supply of magnesium and indicates it intends to ignite samples to study the light produced. Request denied by researchers. 11/14/ Incident 0301, using only what appears to be standard potting soil, ginger, Zinniber officinal, a 72-gram sample of rutilated quartz, and a 23 cm length of coiled copper wire, SCP-030 produces an object, device capable of emitting notable levels of directed ultraviolet light through unknown means. The device is confiscated. Effects not currently replicable without direct intervention from SCP-030. Researchers currently in consultation to determine if this line of SCP-030's research will be permitted to continue. It is speculated SCP-030 may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of the photoelectric effect after receiving only minimal information regarding its existence. All research by SCP-030 suspended and materials removed pending review.
Item, SCP-038, the Everything Tree. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-038 is to be watered twice per day via overhead mister. Should the mister break for any reason, attendants should water SCP-038 by hand until it has been fixed. Lighting is provided by computer-controlled lighting arrays. Attendants watering SCP-038 by hand and maintenance personnel fixing mister or lighting should wear hazmat suits to prevent accidental cloning. Description: SCP-038 was found on an abandoned farm in Data Expunged, New York, in 1928. It was at first thought to be a common apple tree. However, Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that SCP-028 was growing things other than apples and, in fact, other than fruit. SCP-038 has the ability to clone any object that touches its bark. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach maturity within a matter of minutes. A weight limit of 90.9 kilograms, 200 ib, per object has been previously recorded. Objects that SCP-038 has thus far cloned include apples, oranges, watermelons, eggplants, candy bars, snack foods, televisions, toasters, laptops, keys, chairs, DVDs, CDs, cats, dogs, and people. Human and animal cloning through SCP-038 is not recommended, as they appear to age quickly. The majority of these clones live, on average, 2 weeks. After a thorough examination of the deceased clones, it has been determined that they had begun to ferment before death. Object is currently held on Site-23 and there are currently no plans to move it. SCP-038 Partial Testing Log, Select Experiments Only. Date, Data expunged. Intent, Confirmation of mass limit, and investigation into consequences of exceeding the limit. Test results, 400 pounds steel ingot made contact with the outer bark of SCP-038. Chamber vacated as a precaution. Cloned ingot grew at a typical speed, but growth halted abruptly short of completion. Examination at the end of the aborted facsimile revealed a rough texture superficially resembling miniature-scale tree bark. Item detached from SCP-038 as typical and was subsequently found to weigh 90.91 kilograms, or almost precisely 200 pounds. Date, Data expunged. Intent, Investigation into duplication of non-biological animate matter. Test results, SCP-0173, deemed a suitable test subject because of its lack of verifiable life process, introduced into containment chamber by Class D personnel. Contact made with outer bark of SCP-038, and SCP-173, returned immediately to containment. SCP-173 facsimile began development at a typical speed, beginning at the point of contact. As consistent with previous results, growth halted at the 200-pound threshold, in this case, termination development after replication of the head, right arm, and partial upper torso. Class D test subject was ordered to break eye contact with the clone. When the test subject eventually blinked, no movement was observed in cloned material. Extinguishing and re-establishment of containment chamber light supply revealed no apparent reaction from cloned material. Experiment concluded. During the storage of a cloned portion of SCP-173, it was observed that the partial facsimile was in fact making violent gestures, at a dramatically slower rate. The movement was shown to continue regardless of the state of observation.
Item, SCP-010. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. This objects comprising SCP-010 are to be kept in numbered locked boxes in a high-security facility. They are not to be worn except by test subjects. SCP-010 are only to be removed from storage for testing. Description: SCP-010 consists of 6 apparently identical cast iron collars with numbered metal tags and 1 remote control. The control is SCP-010-1. The colors are SCP-0102 through 0107. The collars contain intricate electric components and are powered by small 5 mm diameter, 2 mm thick 100V batteries. These batteries are rechargeable. The remote is a heavy black box resembling an old-style hand-held radio transmitter, receiver with a primitive blue-white cathode ray screen and a series of more than 100 unlabeled buttons, as well as a frequency tuner. Through trial and error, the frequencies of all 6 currently found colors have been discovered. A label in Russian is stamped into the metal along with a logo consisting of workers building a pyramid. No official Russian corporation or government agency uses this logo or matches the words stamped into the metal. Placing the collar around the neck of a person and securing it allows one to control their every movement with the remote. It is also capable of producing an adrenal response and activating or deactivating the sympathetic nervous system. The most abnormal feature of the collars is the effect they have on the body morphology. They allow the user of the remote to reconfigure the shape of the victim to an extent that is apparently only limited by the knowledge of the programming language of the remote. Addendum 0101 History SCP-010 was discovered in the basement of a lone man in the Midwestern United States after a local disappearance was connected to him. When police raided the man's house they found SCP-010 as well as several dead bodies. One of the bodies was identified to be the man. The others were several other missing persons. Cause of death seemed to be mass suicide, however, there was signs of significant struggle. Addendum 0102, Disassemble Experiment.
Test 1, SCP-01022 taken apart piecewise, the parts labeled and several photographs taken, then reassembled. Result: after reassembly, SCP-01022 continues to function. Test 2, SCP-01028 constructed identically to SCP-01022 but with closest approximations available to the unreplicable components. Results: SCP-01028 fails to function. Test 3, unreplicable components from SCP-01022 placed into proper locations on SCP-01028. Results: SCP-01022 ceases functioning with removal of components. SCP-01028 begins functioning. Test 4, components returned to SCP-01022. Replicable components in SCP-01022 replaced with replicas. Results: SCP-01022 begins functioning with return of components. Changing replicable components for replicas does not significantly reduce functionality. Replacement of a damaged transmitter decreased time from transmission to effective SCP-01022 response to commands entered in the remote by 12%. Addendum 01023. SCP-010 has been demonstrated to work more effectively in creating unskilled labor than any other task. Attempts at replicating SCP-010 through 01027 using modern-day components, the device does not function. Results are that SCP-010 through 01027 cannot be mass-produced. The chupacabra, Spanish for goat sucker, is a legendary creature in the folklore parts of the Americas, with its first purported sightings reported in Puerto Rico. The name comes from the animal's reported habit of attacking and drinking the blood of livestock including goats, hence the name goat sucker. Physical descriptions of the creature vary. It is purportedly a heavy creature, the size of a small bear, with a row of spines reaching from the neck to the base of the tail. Eyewitness sightings have been claimed in Puerto Rico, and have since been reported as far north as Maine, and as far south as Chile, and even been spotted outside the Americas in countries like Russia and the Philippines, but many of the reports have been disregarded as uncorroborated or lacking evidence. Sightings in northern Mexico and the southern United States have been verified as canines, afflicted by mange. According to biologists and wildlife management officials, the chupacabra is an urban legend. The first reported attack eventually attributed to the creatures occurred on March 1995 in Puerto Rico. 8 sheep were discovered dead, each with 3 puncture wounds in the chest area and reportedly completely drained of blood. A few months later, in August, an eyewitness, Madeleine Tolentino, reported seeing the creature in the Puerto Rico town of Canavans, when as many as 150 farm animals and pets were reportedly killed. In 1975, similar killings were committed by a satanic cult. Later more killings were reported around the island and many farm reported loss of animal life. Each of the animals was reported to have had its body bled dry through a series of small circular incisions. Puerto Rico comedian and entrepreneur Silverio Perez are credited with coining the term chupacabras soon after the first incidents were reported in the press. Shortly after the first reported incidents in Puerto Rico, other animal deaths were reported in other countries such as Dominican Republic, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, Brazil, United States, and Mexico. In October and December 2018, there came many reports of chupacabras suspects in Manipur, India. Many domestic animals and poultry were killed in a suspicious manner as chupacabra does. Many people said that they had seen the species chupacabras with their eyes. However, forensic experts opined that there was no any aspect of chupacabra but street dogs were responsible for the mass killing of domestic animals and poultry after studying the remnant of a corpse. A 5-year investigation by Benjamin Radford, documented in his 2011 book, Tracking the Chupacabra, concluded that the description is given by the original eyewitness in Puerto Rico, Madeleine Tolentino, was based on the creature still in the 1995 science fiction horror film Species. The alien creature still is nearly identical to Tolentino's chupacabra eyewitness account, and she had seen the movie before her report. It was a creature that looked like the chupacabra, with spines on its back and all. The resemblance to the chupacabra was really impressive, Tolentino reported. Radford revealed that Tolentino believed that the creature and events she saw in Species were happening in reality in Puerto Rico at the time, and therefore conclude that the most important chupacabra description cannot be trusted. This, Radford believes, seriously undermines the credibility of the chupacabra as a real animal. In October 2010, University of Michigan biologist Barry O'Connor concluded that all the chupacabra reports in the United States were simply coyotes infected with the parasite Sarcops scabies, whose symptoms would explain most of the features of the chupacabra. They would be left with little fur, thickened skin, and rank odor. O'Connor theorized that the attacks on goats occurred because these animals are greatly weakened, they're going to have a hard time hunting. So they may be forced into attacking livestock because it's easier than running down a rabbit or deer. The most common description of the chupacabra is that of a reptile-like creature, said to have a leathery or scaly greenish-gray skin and sharp spines or quills running down its back. It is said to be approximately 3 to 4 feet high and stands and hops in a fashion similar to that of a kangaroo. Another common description of the chupacabra is of a strange breed of a wild dog. This form is mostly hairless and has pronounced spinal ridge, unusually pronounced eye sockets, fangs, and claws. Unlike conventional predators, the chupacabra is said to drain all the animal's blood and sometimes organs, usually through 3 holes in the shape of a downwards pointing triangle or through 1 or 2 holes.
Item hash, SCP-028, Knowledge. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, No special means are needed to contain at this time, as SCP-028 has not shown any change in size, position or shape during the entire period of its containment, but access must be restricted. Currently, SCP-028 is contained on site, as SCP-028 is not transportable by any known means. SCP-028 is sealed in a 6 by 6 by 3 meter, 20 by 20 by 10 foot, concrete room with a single door, with two armed personnel stationed outside. Only authorized personnel are to be allowed exposure to SCP-028, and extreme care must be taken at all times. While SCP-028 is itself harmless, the effect can be very damaging to the unprepared. See document L028-1125. Description: SCP-028 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. SCP-028 has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 2.1 meter, 7 foot, cube around what is commonly held as the center of SCP-028. All forms of scanning and testing in the area of SCP-028 have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects, or attempting to remove dirt from under SCP-028 has no effect in altering the size or shape of SCP-028's area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering SCP-028 are, within 3 to 6 seconds, struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect, with some cases, expunged. See document L028-1125. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering SCP-028, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after two exposures. SCP-028 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor to the U.S. Patent Office. Mr. reported that it just came to me, like a bolt out of the blue. News and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery of SCP-028, and the reactor designs implemented in the containment of SCP-1995. Subsequent testing of SCP-028 has yielded mixed results. Document L028-14, partial information retrieval log for 1/5/. Note: all knowledge is perfect, total, and eidetic. Every phone book entry for New York City in 1998. How to redesign the internal combustion engine to run on human blood, using only pre-existing parts. Note: full redesign takes 4 hours, and runs at higher efficiency than gasoline. Location of keys for a Buick LeSabre. The proper method of care for a mole rat colony. Origin and history of 12 SCP objects. Note: the main, expunged. Family history of the Blackthorn family, located in London, England. Geological structure of the Earth beneath Greenland, including several unknown caves and, expunged. Document L028-1125, log. E112, subject D1182 exposed to SCP-028. Subject began to cry and went into fetal position, showing signs of high distress. Unresponsive to questioning and outside stimulus for several days. lapsed into catatonia shortly after stating that this is not life. Subject passed into a coma and died shortly thereafter. COD was attributed to shock. E127, agent accidentally exposed to SCP-028. Agent showed signs of sudden surprise and bemusement. When questioned, agent requested a moment to gather my thoughts, please. After several seconds, agent laughed, shook his head, and removed his service pistol from its holster. Agent then shot and wounded Dr. and killed agents and before being restrained. Post-incident interrogation revealed agent had extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities, and several SCP objects he had not been previously exposed to, including SCP-2669. Any Foundation personnel found to have entered SCP-028's area of effect are to be detained indefinitely. Document #028-1128, Log. Experiment 189, Subject D9843 was exposed to SCP-028/03/1911-46. Examination of subject revealed abnormal respiratory actions. /03/1913-37. Questioning reveals subject had learned to recycle the carbon dioxide inside his body. /03/1917-21. Repeated attempts to teach skill to other D-class personnel failed. /03/2412-11. Subject terminated. /07/1815-03. Autopsy reveals no abnormal organ formations. /07/1818-37. Researchers' notes, Dr. seriously, how the hell did he do that?
Siren Head is a hostile cryptid and urban legend created by the artist Trevor Henderson. It is a tall mysterious humanoid creature known for its odd appearance and the various sounds that emanate out of its head, which consists of a metallic pole with sirens attached to it. Originally, Siren Head was created back in 2018, by the Canadian horror-type artist known as Trevor Henderson, who is known for making various bizarre creatures of the internet. His other creations include Cartoon Cat, the Country Road Creature, the Bridge Worms, the Man with the Upside-Down Face, the Smile Room and the Good Boy, the Lamb, the Giants and Long Horse. The first photo of Siren Head he made was the one featuring Siren Head at the graveyard, in which he wrote a story about. Henderson also mentioned that Siren Head is very similar to the famous creepypasta character today known as Slender Man, as both of the characters got edited into real-life photos with a story being written regarding them. Henderson also goes on to explain that Siren Head isn't a human, although Siren Head does have a voice and can possibly speak a language. Specifically, Siren Head does not have eyes, so it is possible that Siren Head uses other senses in order to orientate in space, like echolocation, though Siren's Head use of camouflage says otherwise. According to Henderson, people all over the world started sending their own photos to Henderson, with the intention of having Siren Head or other cryptic made by Henderson get added to the image. Siren Head is a 30-foot-tall humanoid creature with a heavily emaciated, skeletal frame covered in dried, mummified flesh the color of rust metal. Its limbs are disproportionately long and thin, with arms as long as its legs, ending in a huge, bony hands. Where its head and neck would be is a thick pole of flesh with two sirens attached to them, hence the name, and several black wires snaking around its neck and into its upper shoulders, pressed against its abdomen. These speakers are the only mental part of its body, fused to the neck by tendrils of skin and capable of swiveling around it much like the head of an owl. Some images depict siren head speakers with toothy, lipless human-like jaws and a long, retractable thin snake-like tongue, though Henderson has said that the teeth are only visible on a certain radio frequency. True to its name, siren head speakers can play various types of loud noises, typically air raid sirens, garbled music, conversations, imitations of people close to the victims, numbers station broadcasts or emergency broadcasts. When mimicking a human, a distinctive distortion in the voices is always present, due to the sounds being played through siren's head instead of vocal cords. As expected, siren head is very hostile and dangerous. Siren head is mainly located in rural areas. The victim of siren head are lost travelers, hikers, and even children. If the sounds of someone in distress are released, it can be a method of siren head trying to lure the victims into the woods. Since siren head can blend in very well within the trees, people do not even notice it. It could make its brutal attack at any time, and capture its victims, while the sound of their loved ones talking are being played from siren head sirens. The most common hunting tactic used by siren head is blending into the environment. This usually consists of heavy woodlands and rural areas. It has the ability to mimic the voices of people close to its victim, effectively luring them in. It is currently not known for sure what siren head does to the victim once caught. Theories include eating them, or simply making them disappear without a trace, adding them to the roster of voices used by it. The first sighting of siren head occurred in 1066, when a family on vacation in Arizona desert captured an image of siren head near two telephone poles. About 30 years later, on July 16, 1995, Chad and his friends were hiking in the woods of Tanyard Creek, where they found siren head to be lurking. According to Chad, his friends was found alive with a few injuries, while the friends were gone, either taken or killed by siren head. In total, there have been about none reports or siren head that were released by the victims. One example is a photo of siren head on the streets in Indiana, where citizens started disappearing. However, these many incidents are not the first depictions of siren head. Ancient cave paintings of siren head depicting him engaged in combat with ancient humans have been found all over the continent of North America, which indicates that siren head is not a new species on Earth. There has been also sightings of a creature that resembles siren head but lacks similar features, though these sightings are implied to just be the same siren head shape-shifting into different forms to adapt to new environments. A photo of siren head was posted where it appears to have a head resembling a street light lining the sidewalks. It is very possible that siren head has the ability to transform into various structures in order to better blend into surroundings and lure its victims. However, there are also theories that siren head is actually a hostile species, that there used to be a lot of creatures similar to siren head which are now deceased, and siren head is the last remaining member of his species and is always on the move to eat. Siren head is a very aggressive, remorseless and skilled predator, which makes him very dangerous. He seems to have some degree of intelligence due to using tactics such as camouflaging within forests and mimicking sounds like voices to hide from and lure his prey. Other than that, nothing much else is known about siren head's way of thinking, though unconfirmed theories suggest he is the last of his king and so might have a strong will to survive, possibly developing his camouflage skills to hide from other dangerous creatures, though again this is not confirmed. Siren head is not above fooling people with their friends' voices, and one sighting of him suggests that he also blocks out the screams of his devoured victims with his own sounds, ensuring there is no chance anyone will help them. This is most likely to ensure a successful hunt by confusing and disorienting the prey, though it might also simply be a form of cruelty. Siren head also sometimes does not consume its victims as seen in the Siren Head video game, meaning that it possibly kills for sport or other reasons. Siren Head has the ability to release sounds of new broadcasts, human conversations, sirens, and screams. It is believed that Siren Head is extremely powerful due to his size. Siren Head is able to break down trees or various heavy objects at will. Some say that Siren Head is a stronger, moving relative of trees, which is the reason why Siren Head can blend inside a forest or behind a tree. He can stay motionless for days at a time to blend in with his surroundings. Siren Head appears to be a shapeshifter, being able to transform his head into actual sirens and street lamp lights. He is also known that Siren Head may be able to disguise himself as a piece of home furnishings or pipes in the walls to kidnap a family of 4. He was seemingly able to kidnap them without breaking in, as the only sign of their disappearance was that the backyard patio door was open, seeing that Siren Head had lured them out somehow. Have you ever heard stories about haunted universities or creepy libraries and even dungeons beneath? Do you believe in the legend of Bloody Mary or the Headless Horseman? What about the strange disappearing and suicides on campus? All of the above are simply university urban legends. Some are spooky, some are weird, and most are almost entirely made up. Every university has its stock of tales and traditions, urban legends and ghost stories included.
The Halloween Massacre is one of the most famous college myths of all time. It is not certain how and when it actually started, but it has made its way into American universities. For decades now, it has created panic and fear among thousands of students, and possibly even a few professors as well. The legend goes that a popular psychic has made a prediction that on a Halloween night a masked man will enter the campus of the university that starts with the letter M or W and is located near a pond, lake, river, railroad track or cemetery. He will then kill everyone there. This story has existed for many years now, but no massacre has happened yet. However, students from all around the country still fear it.
Another grim college legend, which is repeated across many dorm rooms, is the one about the dead roommate. No one knows where it started or whether it has any basis in true events, but rumor has it that if a student roommate in college dies by accident, illness or suicide, she or he will get only straight A's until the end of the year. This, of course, is a complete fabrication. Those students might receive some consideration for the stressful circumstances, but they will most definitely not automatically get only excellent grades.
Many universities around the world have some sort of statues or monuments in front of their building. It might be a statue of the creator, benefactor, alumnus, or an abstract symbol. A popular myth is that at night those statues come to life and move around the campus. The legend varies from institution to institution, but that pattern is the same. Some colleges might even have monuments of animals or different types of fantastic creatures. The University of Cincinnati, for example, has stone lions in front of its McMicken Hall, which some students believe they heard growl at night. Some variations of the legend say that the statues only move when a virgin or cheater walks past them. Others go even further and describe paintings and other objects coming to life as well. Students from Michigan State University, for instance, claim that the portrait of Mary Mayo moves its eyes and follows you through the room.
Lots of universities in the world are believed to have secret tunnels below their campuses. Through the years, students have made up various stories concerning hidden pathways leading to dungeons, ritual rooms, and so on. The legend is again particularly popular in the U.S. Students from Michigan State University believe that there are creepy dungeons below the university. That is partially true because there are tunnels running under the campus, but they are actually steam tunnels that were built to house campus utilities. No dungeons whatsoever have been found. Another version of the same belief exists at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where some students there believe there is a secret room below the foreign language building and that it holds a supercomputer, which is owned by the government. They also claim that there are secret tunnels below the buildings on the quad, whose origins and purpose are unknown.
Arguably the most popular college urban legends are about haunted universities. Almost every university in the world which is more than 100 years old has its own ghost. While some students proudly brag about that and make up all kinds of scary stories of ghostly encounters, there are some who are genuinely afraid. Even though different colleges have different legends concerning ghosts, the main patterns are very similar. There can only be so many types of ghosts, right? Ones to watch out for include headless ghosts. Probably initially inspired by Washington Irving's Sleepy Hollow, legends about headless or bodiless ghosts are some of the most popular ones in stories of haunted universities. The most prestigious universities in the UK Cambridge and Oxford, both have similar hauntings, which include famous Brits. Students in Cambridge believe they have seen the floating head of none other than Oliver Cromwell himself. He was beheaded, and while his body was buried, his head rests at Cambridge's Sidney Sussex College. It is said that Cromwell haunts the campus grounds, supposedly searching for the rest of his body. Oxford, on the other hand, is said to be haunted by the headless spirit of King Charles I. Students have reported seeing him around the grounds of Christ Church College. Ghosts of former professors. Another famous urban legend, spread around many colleges around the world, is about ghosts of former university professors. Such a legend exists at Heidelberg University in Germany, for example. During the Nazi era, many communists of Jewish professors at the university were sent to concentration camps. Lots of them have apparently returned to their old workplace to haunt its grounds for eternity. While students haven't actually seen them, they have reported that the chalkboards in these professors' old lecture halls self-erase, or have mysterious words written on them. A similar urban legend exists in the American University of Cincinnati. According to students and staff there, the ghost of a former classics professor who died in the 1960s haunts the Bleg and Rare book room. Students claim that they constantly feel like someone is watching them and keep hearing strange noises at night. Ghosts of students who committed suicide. Possibly the most widespread versions of the ghost legends are those concerning students who committed suicide on campus grounds. I guess there is something eerie about suicidal students indeed, but most stories aren't based on actual evidence. Supposedly, in the beginning of the 20th century, a young girl took her own life by drowning in a swimming pool at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. The girl had just found out she was pregnant and in her panic committed suicide. Students believe that her spirit still roams the English building of the university. Another similar myth exists at the Emmanuel College in Cambridge. A student who hanged himself many years ago apparently walks the corridors of the building.
Jack the Ripper was an unidentified serial killer active in the largely impoverished areas in and around the Whitechapel district of London in 1888. In both the criminal case files and contemporary journalistic accounts, the killer was called the Whitechapel Murderer in Leather Apron. Attacks ascribed to Jack the Ripper typically involved female prostitutes who lived and worked in the slums of the East End London. Their throats were cut prior to abdominal mutilations. The removal of internal organs from at least 3 of the victims led to proposals that their killer had some anatomical or surgical knowledge. Rumors that the murders were connected intensified in September and October 1888, and numerous letters were received by the media outlets in Scotland Yard from individuals purporting to be the murderer. The name Jack the Ripper originated in a letter written by an individual claiming to be the murderer that was disseminated in the media. The letter is widely believed to have been a hoax and may have been written by journalists in an attempt to heighten interest in the story and increase the circulation of their newspapers. The From Hell letter received by George Lusk of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee came with half a preserved human kidney, purportedly taken from one of the victims. The public came increasingly to believe in a single serial killer known as Jack the Ripper, mainly because of both the extraordinarily brutal nature of the murders and media coverage of the crimes. Extensive newspaper coverage bestowed widespread and enduring international notoriety on the Ripper, and the legend solidified. A police investigation into a series of 11 brutal murders committed in Whitechapel and Spitalfields between 1888 and 1891 was unable to connect all the killings conclusively to the murders of 1888. 5 victims: Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly are known as the Canonical Five, and their murders between 31st August and 9th of November 1888 are often considered the most likely to be linked. The murders were never solved, and the legends surrounding these crimes became a combination of historical research, folklore and pseudo-history. In the mid-19th century, Britain experienced an influx of Irish immigrants who swelled the populations of the major cities, including the East End London. From 1882, Jewish refugees fleeing pogroms in Tsarist Russia and other areas of Eastern Europe emigrated into the same area. The parish of Whitechapel in London's East End became increasingly overcrowded, with the population increasing to approximately 80,000 inhabitants by 1888. Work and housing conditions worsened, and a significant economic underclass developed. 55% of children born in the East End died before they were 5 years old. Robbery, violence, and alcohol dependency were commonplace, and the endemic poverty drove many women to prostitution to survive on a daily basis. In October 1888, London's Metropolitan estimated that there were 62 brothers and 1,200 women working as prostitutes in Whitechapel, with approximately 8,500 people residing in the 233 common lodging houses within Whitechapel every night, with the nightly price of a single bed being £4d and the cost of sleeping upon a lean-to rope stretched across the bedrooms of these houses being £2d for adults or children. The economic problems in Whitechapel were accompanied by a steady rise in social tensions. Between 1886 and 1889, frequent demonstrations led to police intervention and public unrest, such as Bloody Sunday, anti-Semitism, crime, nativism, racism, social disturbances, and severe deprivation influenced public perceptions that Whitechapel was a notorious den of immorality. Such perceptions were strengthened in the autumn of 1888 when the series of vicious and grotesque murders attributed to Jack the Ripper received unprecedented coverage in the media. 1 week later, on September 1888, the body of Annie Chapman was discovered at approximately 6 a.m., near the steps to the doorway of the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street, Spitalfields. As in the case of Mary Ann Nichols, the throat was severed by 2 deep cuts. Her abdomen had been cut entirely open, with a section of the flesh from her stomach being placed upon her left shoulder and another section of skin and flesh plus small intestines being removed and placed above her right shoulder. Chapman's autopsy also revealed that her uterus and sections of her bladder and vagina had been removed. At the inquest into Chapman's murder, Elizabeth Long describes having seen Chapman standing outside 29 Hanbury Street at about 5:30 a.m. in the company of a dark-haired man wearing a brown deerstalker hat and dark overcoat, and of a shabby genteel appearance. According to this eyewitness, the man had asked Chapman the question, "Will you?" to which Chapman replied yes. Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were both killed in the early morning hours of Sunday, September 30, 1888. Stride's body was discovered at approximately 1 a.m. in Dudfield's Yard, off Burner Street in Whitechapel. The cause of death was a single clear-cut incision, measuring 6 inches across her neck, which had severed her left carotid artery and her trachea before terminating beneath her right jaw. The absence of any further mutilations to her body has led to uncertainty as to whether Stride's murder was committed by the Ripper, or whether he was interrupted during the attack. Several witnesses later informed police they had seen Stride in the company of a man in or close to Berner Street on the evening of 29th of September and in the early hours of 30th of September, but each gave differing descriptions. Some said that her companion was fair, others dark, some said that he was shabbily dressed, others well dressed. Edow's body was found in Mitre Square in the City of London, 3/4 of an hour after the discovery of the body of Elizabeth Stride. Her throat was severed and her abdomen ripped open by a long, deep, and jagged wound before her intestines had been placed over her right shoulder. The left kidney and the major part of the uterus had been removed, and her face had been disfigured, with her nose severed, her cheeks slashed, and cuts measuring 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 an inch respectively incised through each of her eyelids. A triangular incision the apex of which pointed towards Edow's eye had also been carved upon each of her cheeks, and a section of the auricle and lobe of her right ear was later recovered from her clothing. The police surgeon who conducted the post-mortem upon Edow's body stated his opinion these mutilations would have taken at least 5 minutes to complete. A local cigarette salesman named Joseph Lawand had passed through the square with 2 friends shortly after the murder, and he described seeing a fair-haired man of shabby appearance with a woman who may have been Edow's. Lawand's companions were unable to confirm his description. The murders of Stride and Edow's ultimately became known as the double event. A section of Edow's bloodied apron was found at the entrance to a tenement in Goulston Street, Whitechapel, at 2:55 a.m. A chalk inscription upon the wall directly above the piece of apron read, "The Jews are the real men that will not be blamed for nothing." The graffito became known as the Goulston Street graffito. The message appeared to imply that Jew or Jews, in general, were responsible for the series of murders, but it is unclear whether the graffito was commonplace in Whitechapel. Police Commissioner Charles Warren feared that the graffito might spark anti-Semitism riots and ordered the writing washed away before dawn. Pathologist Thomas Bond believed this to be a Ripper murder, though his colleague George Bagster Phillips, who had examined the bodies of 3 previous victims, disagreed. Opinions among writers are also divided between those who suspect Mackenzie's murder copied the modus operandi of Jack the Ripper to deflect suspicion from himself, and those who ascribe this murder to Jack the Ripper. The Pinchin Street torso was the decomposing headless and legless torso of an unidentified woman aged between 30 and 40 discovered beneath a railway arch in Pinchin Street, Whitechapel, on September 10, 1889. Bruising about the victim's back, hip, and arm indicated the decedent had been extensively beaten shortly before her death. The victim's abdomen was also extensively mutilated, although her genitals had not been wounded. She appeared to have been killed approximately 1 day prior to the discovery of her torso. The dismembered sections of her body are believed to have been transported to the railway arch, hidden under an old chemise. At 2:15 in on February 13, 1891, P.C. Ernest Thompson discovered a 25-year-old prostitute named Frances Coles lying beneath a railway arch at Swallows Gardens, Whitechapel. Her throat had been deeply cut but her body was not mutilated, leading some to believe Thompson had disturbed her assailant. Coles was still alive, although she died before medical help could arrive. A 53-year-old stoker, James Thomas Sadler, had earlier been seen drinking with Coles, and the two are known to have argued approximately 3 hours before her death. Sadler was arrested by the police and charged with her murder. He was briefly thought to be the Ripper but was later discharged from the court for a lack of evidence on March 3, 1891. A large number of attacks against women in the East End during this time adds uncertainty to how many victims were murdered by the same individual. 11 separate murders, stretching from April 3, 1888 to February 13, 1891, were included in a London Metropolitan Police Service investigation and were known collectively in the police docket as the Whitechapel murders. Opinions vary as to whether these murders should be linked to the same culprit, but 5 of the 11 Whitechapel murders, known as the Canonical Five, are widely believed to be the work of Jack the Ripper. Most experts point to deep slash wounds to the throat, followed by the extensive abdominal and genital area mutilation, the removal of internal organs, and progressive facial mutilations as the distinctive features of the Ripper's modus operandi. The first two cases in the Whitechapel murder file, those of Emma Elizabeth Smith and Martha Tabram, are not included in the canonical five. Smith was robbed and sexually assaulted in Osborne Street, Whitechapel, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on April 3, 1888. She had been bludgeoned about the face and received a cut to her ear. A blunt object was also inserted into her vagina, rupturing her peritoneum. She developed peritonitis and died the following day at London Hospital. Smith stated that she had been attacked by 2 or 3 men, one of whom she described as a teenager. This attack was linked to the later murders by the press, but most authors attribute Smith's murder to General East End gang violence unrelated to the Ripper case. Tabram was murdered on a staircase landing on George Yard, Whitechapel, on August 7, 1888. She had suffered 39 stab wounds to her throat, lungs, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and abdomen, with additional knife wounds inflicted to her breast and vagina. All but one of Tabram's wounds had been inflicted with a bladed instrument such as a penknife, and one possible exception, all the wounds had been inflicted by a right-handed individual. Tabram had not been raped. The savagery of this murder, the lack of an obvious motive, and the closeness of the location and date to the later canonical Ripper murders led police to link this murder to those later committed by Jack the Ripper. However, this murder differs from the later canonical murders because although Tabram had been relatedly stabbed, she had not suffered any slash wounds to her throat or abdomen. Many experts do not connect Tabram's murder with the later murders because of this difference in the wound pattern. The canonical 5 Ripper victims are Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. The body of Mary Ann Nichols was discovered at about 3:40 on Friday, August 31, 2020 in Bucks Row, Whitechapel. Nichols had last been seen alive approximately 1 hour before the discovery of her body by a Mrs. Emily Holland, with whom she had previously shared a bed at a common lodging house in Thrall Street, Spitalfields, walking in the direction of Whitechapel Road. Her throat was severed by 2 deep cuts, one of which completely severed all the tissue down to the vertebrae. Her vagina had been stabbed twice, and the lower part of her abdomen was partly ripped open by a deep, jagged wound, causing her bowels to protrude. Several other incisions inflicted to both sides of her abdomen had also been caused by the same knife. Each of these wounds had been inflicted in a downward thrusting manner. 1 week later, on September 1888, the body of Annie Chapman was discovered at approximately 6 a.m., near the steps to the doorway of the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street, Spitalfields. As in the case of Mary Ann Nichols, the throat was severed by 2 deep cuts. Her abdomen had been cut entirely open, with a section of the flesh from her stomach being placed upon her left shoulder and another section of skin and flesh plus small intestines being removed and placed above her right shoulder. Chapman's autopsy also revealed that her uterus and sections of her bladder and vagina had been removed. At the inquest into Chapman's murder, Elizabeth Long describes having seen Chapman standing outside 29 Hanbury Street at about 5:30 a.m. in the company of a dark-haired man wearing a brown deerstalker hat and dark overcoat, and of a shabby genteel appearance. According to this eyewitness, the man had asked Chapman the question, "Will you?" to which Chapman replied yes. Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were both killed in the early morning hours of Sunday, September 30, 1888. Stride's body was discovered at approximately 1 a.m. in Dugfield's Yard, off Burner Street in Whitechapel. The cause of death was a single clear-cut incision, measuring 6 inches across her neck, which had severed her left carotid artery and her trachea before terminating beneath her right jaw. The absence of any further mutilations to her body has led to uncertainty as to whether Stride's murder was committed by the Ripper, or whether he was interrupted during the attack. Several witnesses later informed police they had seen Stride in the company of a man in or close to Berner Street on the evening of 29th of September and in the early hours of 30th of September, but each gave differing descriptions. Some said that her companion was fair, others dark, some said that he was shabbily dressed, others well dressed. Et al.'s body was found in Mitre Square in the City of London, 3/4 of an hour after the discovery of the body of Elizabeth Stride. Her throat was severed and her abdomen ripped open by a long, deep, and jagged wound before her intestines had been placed over her right shoulder. The left kidney and the major part of the uterus had been removed, and her face had been disfigured, with her nose severed, her cheeks slashed, and cuts measuring 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch respectively incised through each of her eyelids. A triangular incision the apex of which pointed towards et al.'s eye had also been carved upon each of her cheeks, and a section of the auricle and lobe of her right ear was later recovered from her clothing. The police surgeon who conducted the post-mortem upon et al.'s body stated his opinion these mutilations would have taken at least 5 minutes to complete. A local cigarette salesman named Joseph Lawand had passed through the square with 2 friends shortly after the murder, and he described seeing a fair-haired man of shabby appearance with a woman who may have been et al.'s. Lawand's companions were unable to confirm his description. The murders of Stride and et al.'s ultimately became known as the double event. A section of et al.'s bloodied apron was found at the entrance to a tenement in Goulston Street, Whitechapel, at 2:55 a.m. A chalk inscription upon the wall directly above the piece of apron read, "The Jews are the real men that will not be blamed for nothing." The graffito became known as the Goulston Street graffito. The message appeared to imply that Jew or Jews, in general, were responsible for the series of murders, but it is unclear whether the graffito was commonplace in Whitechapel. Police Commissioner Charles Warren feared that the graffito might spark anti-Semitism riots and ordered the writing washed away before dawn. The extensively mutilated and disemboweled body of Mary Jane Kelly was discovered lying on the bed in the single room where she lived at 13 Miller's Court, off Dorset Street, Spitalfields, at 10:45 a.m. on Friday, November 9, 1888. Her face had been hacked beyond all recognition, with her throat severed down to the spine, and the abdomen almost emptied of its organs. Her uterus, kidneys and one breast had been placed beneath her head, and other viscera from her body placed beside her foot, about the bed and sections of her abdomen and thighs upon a bedside table. The heart was missing from the crime scene. Each of the canonical 5 murders was perpetrated at night, on or close to a weekend, either at the end of a month or a week. The mutilations became increasingly severe as the series of murders proceeded, except for that of Stride, whose attacker may have been interrupted. Nichols was not missing organs. Chapman's uterus and sections of her bladder and vagina were taken. Et al.'s had her uterus and left kidney removed and her face mutilated, and Kelly's body was extensively eviscerated, with her face gashed in all directions and the tissue of her neck being severed to the bone, although the heart was the sole body organ missing from this crime scene. Historically, the belief these 5 canonical 5 murders were committed by the same perpetrator is derived from contemporary documents which link them together to the exclusion of others. In 1894, Sir Melville Macnaghten, Assistant Chief Constable of the Metropolitan Police Service and head of the Criminal Investigation Department, wrote a report that stated the Whitechapel murderer had 5 victims and 5 victims only. Similarly, the canonical 5 victims were linked together in a letter written by Police Surgeon Thomas Bond to Robert Anderson, head of London CID, on November 10, 1888. Some researchers have posited that some of the murders were undoubtedly the work of a single killer, but an unknown larger number of killers acting independently were responsible for the other crimes. Authors Stuart P. Evans and Donald Rumbelow argue that the canonical 5 is a Ripper myth and that 3 cases Nichols, Chapman, and et al.'s can be definitely linked to the same perpetrator, but that less certainty exists as to whether Stride and Kelly were also murdered by the same individual. Conversely, others suppose that the 6 murders between Tabram and Kelly were the work of a single killer. Dr. Percy Clark, assistant to the examining pathologist George Bagster Phillips, linked only 3 murders and thought that the others were perpetrated by weak-minded individuals induced to emulate the crime. McNagton did not join the police force until the year after the murders, and his memorandum contains serious factual errors about possible suspects. Mary Jane Kelly is generally considered to be the Ripper's final victim, and it is assumed that the crimes ended because of the culprit's death, imprisonment, institutionalization, or emigration. The Whitechapel murder file details another 4 murders that occurred after the canonical 5, those of Rose Mylett, Alice Mackenzie, the Pinchin Street torso, and Frances Coles. The strangled body of 26-year-old Rose Mylett was found in Clark's Yard, High Street, Popular on December 20, 1888. There was no sign of a struggle, and the police believed that she had either accidentally hanged herself with her collar while in a drunken stupor or committed suicide. However, faint markings left by a cord on her neck suggest Mylett had been strangled. At the inquest into Mylett's death, the jury returned a verdict of murder. Alice Mackenzie was murdered shortly after midnight on 17 July 1889 in Castle Alley, Whitechapel. She had suffered 2 stab wounds to her neck, and her left carotid artery had been severed. Several minor bruises and cuts were found on her body, which also bore a 7-inch-long superficial wound extending beneath her left breast and her navel. One of the examining pathologists, Thomas Bond, believed this to be a Ripper murder, though his colleague George Bagster Phillips, who had examined the bodies of 3 previous victims, disagreed. Opinions among writers are also divided between those who suspect Mackenzie's murder copied the modus operandi of Jack the Ripper to deflect suspicion from himself, and those who ascribe this murder to Jack the Ripper. The Pinchin Street torso was the decomposing headless and legless torso of an unidentified woman aged between 30 and 40 discovered beneath a railway arch in Pinchin Street, Whitechapel, on September 10, 1889. Bruising about the victim's back, hip, and arm indicated the decedent had been extensively beaten shortly before her death. The victim's abdomen was also extensively mutilated, although her genitals had not been wounded. She appeared to have been killed approximately 1 day prior to the discovery of her torso. The dismembered sections of her body are believed to have been transported to the railway arch, hidden under an old chemise. At 2:15 on February 13, 1891, P.C. Ernest Thompson discovered a 25-year-old prostitute named Frances Coles lying beneath a railway arch at Swallows Gardens, Whitechapel. Her throat had been deeply cut but her body was not mutilated, leading some to believe Thompson had disturbed her assailant. Coles was still alive, although she died before medical help could arrive. A 53-year-old stoker, James Thomas Sadler, had earlier been seen drinking with Coles, and the two are known to have argued approximately 3 hours before her death. Sadler was arrested by the police and charged with her murder. He was briefly thought to be the Ripper but was later discharged from the court for lack of evidence on March 3, 1891. In addition to the 11 Whitechapel murders, commentators have linked other attacks to the Ripper. In the case of Fairy Faye, it is unclear whether this attack was real or fabricated as a part of Ripper lore. Fairy Faye was a nickname given to an unidentified woman whose body was allegedly found in a doorway close to Commercial Road on December 26, 1887 after a stake had been thrust through her abdomen, but there was unrecorded murders in Whitechapel at or around Christmas 1887. Fairy Faye seems to have been created through a confused press report of the murder of Emma Elizabeth Smith, who had a stick or other blunt object shoved into her vagina. Most authors agree that the victim Fairy Faye never existed. A 38-year-old widow named Annie Millwood was admitted to the Whitechapel Workhouse Infirmary with numerous stab wounds to her legs and lower torso on February 25, 1888, informing staff she had been attacked with a clasp knife by an unknown man. She was later discharged but died from apparently natural causes on 31 March. Millwood was later postulated to be the Ripper's first victim, although his attack cannot be definitively linked to the perpetrator. Another suspected pre-canonical victim was a young dressmaker named Zeta Wilson, who reportedly survived being stabbed twice in the neck with a clasp knife upon the doorstep of her home in Bow on March 28, 1888. A further suspected pre-canonical victim, Annie Farmer, resided at the same lodging house as Martha Tabram and reported an attack on November 21, 1888. She had received a superficial cut to her throat. Although a known man with blood on his mouth and hands had run out of this lodging house, shouting, "Look at what she had done." Before two eyewitnesses heard Farmer scream, her wound was possibly self-inflicted. The Whitehall mystery was a term coined for the discovery of a headless torso of a woman on October 2, 1888 in the basement of the new Metropolitan Police headquarters being built in Whitehall. An arm and shoulder belonging to the body were previously buried near where the torso was found on 17 October. The other limbs and head were never recovered and the body was never identified. The mutilations were similar to those in the Pynchon Street torso case, where the legs and head were severed but not the arms. Both the Whitehall mystery and Pynchon Street case may have been part of a series of murders known as the Thames Mysteries, committed by a single serial killer dubbed the Torso Killer. It is debatable whether Jack the Ripper and the Torso Killer were the same people or separate killers active in the same area. The modus operandi of the Torso Killer differed from that of the Ripper, and police at the time discounted any connection between the two. Only one of the four victims linked to the Torso Killer was identified, Elizabeth Jackson. She was a 24-year-old prostitute from Chelsea whose various body parts were collected from the River Thames over a 3-week period between 31 May and June 25, 1889. On December 29, 1888, the body of a 7-year-old boy named John Gill was found in a stable clock in Manningham, Bradford. Gill had been missing since 27 December. His legs had been severed, his abdomen opened, his intestines partly drawn out, and his heart and one ear removed. Similarities with the Ripper murders led to press speculation that the Ripper had killed him. The boy's employer, 23-year-old milkman William Barrett, was twice arrested for the murder but was released due to insufficient evidence. No one was ever prosecuted. Carrie Brown, nicknamed Shakespeare reportedly for her habit of quoting Shakespeare's sonnet, was strangled with clothing and then mutilated with a knife on April 24, 1891 in New York City. Her body was found with a large tear through her groin area and superficial cuts on her legs and back. No organs were removed from the scene, though an ovary was found upon the bed, either purposely removed or unintentionally dislodged. At the time, the murder was compared to those in Whitechapel, though the Metropolitan Police eventually ruled out any connection. The vast majority of the City of London police files relating to their investigation into the Whitechapel murders were destroyed in the Blitz. The surviving Metropolitan Police files allow a detailed view of investigation procedures in the Victorian era. A large team of policemen conducted house-to-house inquiries throughout Whitechapel. Forensic material was collected and examined. Suspects were identified, traced, and either examined more closely or eliminated from the inquiry. Modern police work follows the same pattern. More than 2,000 people were interviewed, upwards of 300 people were investigated, and 80 people were detained. Following the murders of Strident et al., the Commissioner of the City Police, Sir James Fraser, offered a reward of £500 for the arrest of the Ripper. The investigation was initially conducted by the Metropolitan Police Whitechapel Division Criminal Investigation Department headed by Detective Inspector Edmund Reed. After the murder of Nichols, Detective Inspector Frederick Aberline, Henry Moore, and Walter Andrews were sent from Central Office at Scotland Yard to assist. The City of London Police were involved under Detective Inspector James McWilliam after the Eddowes murder, which occurred within the City of London. The overall direction of the murder inquiries was hampered by the fact the newly appointed head of the CID Robert Anderson was on leave in Switzerland between 7 September and 6 October, during the time when Chapman, Stride, and Eddowes were killed. This prompted Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Charles Warren to appoint Chief Inspector Donald Swanson to coordinate the inquiry from Scotland Yard. Butchers, slaughters, Surgeons and physicians were suspected because of the manner of the mutilations. A surviving note from Major Henry Smith, acting commissioner of the city police, indicates that the alibis of local butchers and slaughters were investigated, with the result that they were eliminated from the inquiry. A report from Inspector Swanson to the Home Office confirms that 76 butchers and slaughters were visited and that the inquiry encompassed all their employees for the previous 6 months. Some contemporary figures, including Queen Victoria, thought the pattern of murders indicated that the culprit was a butcher or cattle drover on one of the cattle boats that plied between London and mainland Europe. Whitechapel was close to the London docks, and usually, such boats docked on Thursday or Friday and departed on Saturday or Sunday. The cattle boats were examined, but the dates of the murders did not coincide with a single boat's movements, and the transfer of a crewman between boats was also ruled out. Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. In September 1888, a group of volunteer citizens in London's East End formed the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. They patrolled the streets looking for suspicious characters, partly because of dissatisfaction with the failure of police to apprehend the perpetrator, and also because some members were concerned that the murders were affecting businesses in the area. The committee petitioned the government to raise rewards for information leading to the arrest of the killer, offered their own reward for information leading to his capture, and hired private detectives to question witnesses independently. At the end of October, Robert Anderson asked Police Surgeon Thomas Bond to give his opinion on the extent of the murderer's surgical skill and knowledge. The opinion offered by Bond on the character of the Whitechapel murderer is the earliest surviving offender profile. Bond's assessment was based on his own examination of the most extensively mutilated victim and the post-mortem notes from the 4 previous canonical murders. He wrote, "All 5 murders no doubt were committed by the same hand. In the first 4 the throats appear to have been cut from left to right. In the last case, owing to the extensive mutilation, it is impossible to say in what direction the fatal cut was made, but arterial blood was found on the wall in splashes close to where the woman's head must have been lying. All the circumstances surrounding the murders lead me to form the opinion that the women must have been lying down when murdered, and in every case, the throat was first cut." Bond was strongly opposed to the idea that the murderer possessed any kind of scientific or anatomical knowledge, or even the technical knowledge of a butcher or horse slaughter. In his opinion, the killer must have been a man of solitary habits, subject to periodical attacks of homicidal and erotic mania, with the character of the mutilations possibly indicating satyriasis. Bond also stated that religious mania may have been the original disease, but I do not think either hypothesis is likely. There is no evidence the perpetrator engaged in sexual activity with any of the victims, yet psychologists suppose that the penetration of the victims with a knife and leaving them on display in sexually degrading positions with the wounds exposed indicates that the perpetrator derived sexual pleasure from the attacks. This view is challenged by others, who dismissed such hypotheses as insupportable supposition. In addition to the contradictions and unreliability of contemporary accounts, attempts to identify the murderer are hampered by the lack of any surviving forensic evidence. DNA analysis on extant letters is inconclusive, the available material has been handled many times and is too contaminated to provide meaningful results. There have been mutually incompatible claims that DNA evidence points conclusively to 2 different suspects, and the methodology of both has also been criticized. Suspects. The concentration of the killings around weekends and public holidays and within a short distance of each other has indicated to many that the tipper was in regular employment and lived locally. Others have thought that the killer was an educated upper-class man, possibly a doctor or an aristocrat who ventured into Whitechapel from a more well-to-do area. Such theories draw on cultural perceptions such as fear of the medical profession, mistrust of modern science, or the exploitation of the poor by the rich. Suspects proposed years after the murders include virtually anyone remotely connected to the case by contemporary documents, as well as many famous names who were never considered in the police investigation, including a member of the British royal family, an artist, and a physician. Everyone alive at the time is now long dead, and modern authors are free to accuse anyone without any need for any supporting historical evidence. Suspects named in contemporary police documents include 3 in Sir Melville Macnaghten's 1894 memorandum, but the evidence against these individuals is, at best, circumstantial. There are many, varied theories about the identity and profession of Jack the Ripper, but authorities are not agreed upon any on them, and the number of named suspects reaches over 100. Despite continued interest in the case, the Ripper's identity remains unknown. The term Ripperology was coined to describe the study and analysis of the Ripper cases, and have inspired numerous works of fiction. Over the course of the Whitechapel murders, the police, newspapers, and other individuals received hundreds of letters regarding the case. Some letters were well-intentioned offers of advice as to how to catch a killer, but the vast majority were either hoaxes or generally useless. The Dear Boss letter dated 25th of September and postmarked September 27, 1888, was received that day by the Central News Agency and was forwarded to Scotland Yard on 29th of September. Initially, it was considered a hoax, but when Adals's ear appears to have been nicked by the incidentally during his attack, and the letter writer's threat to send the ears to the police was never carried out. The name Jack the Ripper was first used in this letter by the signatory and gained worldwide notoriety after its publication. Most of the letters that followed copied this letter's tone. Some sources claim that another letter dated September 17, 1888 was the first to use the name Jack the Ripper, but most experts believe that it was fake inserted into police records in the 20th century. The Saucy Jackie postcard was postmarked October 1, 1888 and was the same day by the Central News Agency. The handwriting was similar to the Dear Boss letter, and mentioned the canonical murders committed on 30th of September, which the author refers to by writing "Do believe in this time." It has been argued that the postcard was posted before the murders were publicized, making it unlikely that a crank would hold such knowledge of the crime. However, it was postmarked more than 24 hours after the killings occurred, long after the details of the murders were known and publicized by journalists, and had become general community gossip by the residents of Whitechapel. The From Hell letter was received by George Lusk, leader of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, on October 16, 1888. The handwriting and style unlike that of the Dear Boss letter and Saucy Jackie postcard. The letter came with a small box in which Lusk discovered half of a human kidney. Some contend that it belonged to Adals, while others argue that it was a macabre practical joke. The kidney was examined by Dr. Thomas Openshaw of the London Hospital, who determined that it was human and from the left side, but, contrary to the newspaper reports, he could not determine any other biological characteristics. Openshaw subsequently also received a letter signed Jack the Ripper. Scotland Yard published facsimiles of the Dear Boss letter and the postcard on 3 October, in the ultimately vain hope that a member of the public would recognize the handwriting. Charles Warren explained in a letter to Godfrey Lushington, Permanent Under-Secretary of State for the Home Department, "I think the whole thing a hoax, but we are bound to try and ascertain the writer in any case." On October 7, 1888, George R. Sims in the Sunday newspaper Referee implied scathingly that the letter was written by a journalist to hurl the circulation of a newspaper sky high. Police officials later claimed to have identified a specific journalist as the author of both the Dear Boss letter and the postcard. The journalist was identified as Tom Bullen in a letter from Chief Inspector John Littlechild to George R. Sims dated September 23, 1923. A journalist named Fred Best reportedly confessed in 1931 that he and a colleague at the Star had written the letters signed Jack the Ripper to heighten interest in the murders and keep the business alive. The Ripper murders mark an important watershed in the treatment of crime by a journalist. Jack the Ripper was not the first serial killer, but his case was the first to create a worldwide media frenzy. The Elementary Education Act 1880 made school attendance compulsory regardless of class. As such, by 1888, more working-class people in England and Wales were literate. Tax reforms in the 1850s had enabled the publication of inexpensive newspapers with a wider circulation. The mushroomed in the later Victorian era to include mass circulation newspapers costing as little as a halfpenny, along with popular magazines such as the Illustrated Police News, which made the Ripper the beneficiary of previously unparalleled publicity. Consequently, at the height of the investigation, over 1 million copies of newspapers with extensive coverage devoted to the Whitechapel murders were sold each day. However, many of the articles were sensationalistic and speculative, and false information was regularly printed as fact. In addition, several articles speculating as to the identity of the Ripper alluded to local xenophobic rumors that the perpetrator was either Jewish or foreign. In early September, 6 days after the murder of Mary Ann Nichols, the Manchester Guardian reported, "Whatever information may be in the possession of the police, they deem it necessary to keep secret. It is believed their attention is particularly directed to." A notorious character known as Leather Apron appeared in the press, but rival journalists dismissed these as a mythical outgrowth of the reporter's fancy. John Pfizer, a local Jew who made footwear from leather, was known by the name Leather Apron and was arrested, even though the investigating inspector reported that at present, there is no evidence whatsoever against him. He was soon released after the confirmation of his alibis. After the publication of the Dear Boss letter, Jack the Ripper supplanted Leather Apron as the name adopted by the press and public to describe the killer. The name Jack was already used to describe another fabled London attacker, Spring-Heeled Jack, who supposedly leaped over walls to strike his victims and escape as quickly as he came. The invention and adoption of a nickname for a particular killer became standard media practice, with examples such as the X-Men of New Orleans, the Boston Strangler, and the Beltway Sniper. Examples derived from Jack the Ripper include the French Ripper, the Dusseldorf Ripper, the Camden Ripper, the Blackout Ripper, Jack the Stripper, the Yorkshire Ripper, and the Rostov Ripper. Sensational press reports combined with the fact that no one was ever convicted of the murders have confused scholarly analysis and created a legend that casts a shadow over later serial killers. The nature of the Ripper murders and the impoverished lifestyle of the victims drew attention to the poor living conditions in the East End and galvanized public opinion against the overcrowded, unsanitary slums. In the 2 decades after the murders, the worst of the slums were cleared and demolished, but the streets and some buildings survive, and the legend of the Ripper is still promoted by various guided tours of the murder sites and other locations pertaining to the case. For many years, the 10 Bells public house in Commercial Street was the focus of tours. In the immediate aftermath of the murders and later, Jack the Ripper became the children's bogeyman. Depictions were often phantasmagoric or monstrous. In the 1920s and 1930s, he was depicted in film dressed in everyday clothes as a man with a hidden secret, preying on his unsuspecting victims. Atmosphere and evil are suggested through lighting effects and shadow play. By the 1960s, the Ripper had become the symbol of a predatory aristocracy and was more often portrayed in a top hat dressed as a gentleman. The establishment as a whole became the villain, with the Ripper acting as a manifestation of upper-class exploitation. The image of the Ripper merged with or borrowed symbols from horror stories, such as Dracula's Cloak or Victor Frankenstein's Organ Harvest. The fictional world of the Ripper can fuse with multiple genres, ranging from Sherlock Holmes to Japanese erotic horror. Jack the Ripper features hundreds of works of fiction and works which straddle the boundaries between fact and fiction, including the Ripper Letters and a Hoax Diary. The Diary of Jack the Ripper. The Ripper rears in novels, short stories, poems, comic books, games, songs, plays, operas, television programs, and films. More than 100 non-fiction works exclusively with the Jack the Ripper murders, making it one of the most written about true crime subjects. The term Ripperology was coined by Colin Wilson in the 1970s to describe the study of the case by professionals and amateurs. The periodicals Ripperana, Ripperologist, and Ripper Notes published their research. In 2015, The Jack the Ripper Museum opened in East London, to minor protests. There is no waxwork figure of Jack the Ripper at Madame Tussauds Chamber of Horrors, unlike numerous murderers of lesser fame, in accordance with their policy of modeling persons whose likeness is known. He is instead depicted as a shadow. In 2006, a BBC History magazine poll selected Jack the Ripper as the worst Briton in history.
At the time of this incident, I was working as a 911 operator, and what I heard from that call on that night still gives me shivers, 5 years later. I can remember every little detail about that night. It was about 8 in the evening, it was August, the rain was falling fairly heavy, and also sounds of thunder rocked throughout the building. I was on the evening shift when I got a call on the system. It was from a young woman in her mid-20s shouting down the phone at me in total fright. It was very hard to hear her over the phone, it sounded like her voice was going 100 miles an hour. After spending about 10 minutes trying to calm her down, she was now calm enough so I can understand everything she is saying. "What is the emergency?" I asked her, while she was still breathing heavily down the phone. "I am at 7 Sins Motel on Highway Route 66 and there is someone that is trying to break into my room," she told me. I told her to keep all the doors and windows shut. This is standard practice to delay the intruder so the police can get to her in time and we can make an arrest. I also asked the lady to go to the window and take a peek, so she could describe the intruder to me. However, what she told me next sent shivers down my spine. "He's not trying to get through the front door, he's coming in through the medicine cabinet," she told me. "How do you know that?" I asked. "I heard a banging noise in the bathroom, I went to investigate and didn't see anything. I then saw the cabinet mirror moving and decided to open the door on the cabinet. That is when I saw little chunks of plaster fall off the wall behind it and an eye appear in the hole afterward." I was dumbstruck at what I heard. I mean, people usually use the front door or a window to break into a place, but breaking down the wall in the next room, that was a first to me. The woman proceeded to tell me that, as soon as she saw the person, she ran out of the bedroom, locked the bathroom door, and shoved a chair up against the door handle to stop him from coming into the motel room. I asked her if she could get out of her room quickly and get to her car. However, she also told me that, when she did make a run for it, the next room had its curtain ripped down, and as soon as the guys saw her exit the room, he made a run for her. Lucky for her, she managed to get back into her room. I diverted about 5 police cars, each car has 2 policemen, that would have been 10 policemen in total, should be enough to handle this intruder. I could also now hear in the background while talking to this lady, the wall being smashed apart. It sounded like it wouldn't be too long before he is in the same room as her. The lady started to panic more and more as she heard more of that wall in the bathroom breaking down. Then all of a sudden it stopped, the lady too went quiet. I expect she was waiting to hear any sign of him in that bathroom. You could actually hear a pin dropped on this call. Next, my heart dropped when I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The woman started to cry down the phone. "I don't want to die," she told me. "Don't worry, you are not going to die. The police are 5 minutes from the motel. Can you make sure the bathroom door is defiantly sealed and he can't get into the same room as you?" I asked her. She went and checked on the door. It didn't budge an inch, but I could hear her moving furniture in the room. I expect she was trying as much as she could to try and barricade the bathroom door. It was a good move, as anything else that is in the intruder's way can slow him down. "I have put more furniture against the door," I heard her tell me. "Good," I replied. "At least it will give you a head start if he does break through and you have to run for it." I also checked on whereabouts the police was, about 3 minutes now from her destination. "He has an axe," she shouted down the phone. "Madam, please relax, the police are around the corner from your destination and will be there soon." I can hear in the background that this intruder was now smashing the door. I could also now hear the sirens in the background too. Again my heart skipped a beat as I heard this man come rushing into the room, smashing everything that was blocking the door to the ground. I could hear over the phone call, "Please no, please let me go, but he just told her, "I have been hunting you down for a while now, I am not letting you go, you are mine." I then heard a blood-curdling scream as she shouted, "He stabbed me." I thought this was the end of this lady. I wasn't able to help her out, however, I was joyed when I heard banging on the door. "Police, open up." Then a few seconds later, I can hear the door being smashed open and then gunfire. At that point I had to put the phone down. I was distraught. I didn't even know if the woman was still alive or not, but right now, my mental health was all over the place and I had to take the rest of the night off. Coming into work a few days later, I found out from one of the other operators that the police had made it just in time and actually shot the intruder dead, just as he was about to lunge at the woman. I am now just glad that they got to her in time before he could actually finish her off. I know she would have to spend a few nights in the hospital, but better that than a funeral home.
The Rake. The Rake is a monster that may not be as famous as his cousin, the Slender Man, but he sure is as creepy. The Rake is a humanoid creature that is completely pale, hairless and has a thirst for human flesh. According to Know Your Meme, this creature was originally created in the 4chan's board where someone opened a make your own monster thread. However, we all know that stories, even urban legends or creepypastas, have some truth to them. Is that not how most horror stories are made and then rewritten to make them sound worse? This story I am about to tell takes me back to the 80s. We had TVs and basic games consoles back then, but our parents never let us spend a whole day playing the games we collected. To overcome our boredom of living in a village of 500 people, we would have to come up with things to do to keep us entertained. I will admit now the things we did weren't always innocent, as we TP'd in egg houses, but there were things we did that didn't involve someone's house or car. For instance, we would hike up in the fields or the woods. We even camped out several times, although it would be in each other's garden. Our parents didn't approve of us camping far away from home. No big deal, as we still had fun. Anyway, back to my story. As stated, this happened in the 80s in the summer. There was a group of about 6 of us. We were bored that summer and thinking of something to do. One of our friends took notice of an old house. About 100 years old, I would say. The house was derelict and you could tell from the smashed windows, the overgrown garden and bits of wood falling off the tree. This friend then suggested perhaps we should spend the night there, all of us together, and see how long we'll last before we got scared and ran home. I must admit, it was a great idea and couldn't wait. Trouble was, however, our parents wouldn't just let us all stay there alone. We came up with a plan to overcome this. Usually in the summer when we don't have school, we would arrange sleepovers every weekend at each other's house. Perfect, we all thought. Our parents would just think that we would be at a friend's house and not in the middle of the woods. We arranged in a week for us all to meet up at this old house. That way, we could tell our parents that we are all having a sleepover at a mate's house and they would be none the wiser at our plans for that night. That week went fast. Due to none of having a job, we would have to do extra chores for our parents so we could buy snacks and drinks for when we were at the house. Our parents did get suspicious about it, but was put off when we told them it was for a game we wanted. The house we were staying at wasn't far from where we lived, about a 10-minute walk from the village into the woods. However, because our parents didn't want us out at night, we would have to walk and meet up at the house during the daytime. This wasn't very scary for us, but what could we have done? Our parents had this whole thing about people hurting others at night. I don't think it would have happened, as this was a tiny village and everyone knows everyone. Around 8 p.m. we all meet at the house. It was still light, but the sun was fading and would soon be dark. We all took our backpacks and dumped all the snacks and drinks on the floor. I admit, there was quite a selection of snacks. There was several different varieties of crisps, juice, water, soda, and we even have chocolate and sweets. One of our friends was wise enough to think this would happen and brought sandwiches instead. Amazing he did that. Couldn't eat sweets and cake all night. It is now dusk, the sun is on the horizon, and now it's starting to look and sound airy here at the house. Sounds that are around us started to make us jump, the wind blowing through cracks in the wood, crickets playing their usual tune, even owls hooting. I am just grateful that there was no fog nor mist in the area. If there was, then I don't think any of us would have survived an hour when it came pitch black. Lucky we all brought powerful flashlights with us too. An hour goes by and it is now pitch black outside. One of the boys already thought about this and brought candles which he lights and put around the room we were all in. We started talking about this old house, what we thought happened to the people who used to live here and what not. Some of us started to get quizzitive about what rooms were in this house. It was a larger home than usual, must have been about 6 bedrooms at least. After telling the others what we were planning to do, 3 of us got up and planned to survey the house. We started on the bottom floor. We know we were in the living room, but there were other rooms we wanted to explore. We head out of the living room and turned right. The next room we came across seemed to resemble an entertainment room, as there was a grand piano, a bit smashed but cornered in the room. Right across from this room seemed to be a library. We knew this as there were books upon books on the shelves, thorough now moldy. A large selection of them looked like paper and glue and didn't resemble a book. I looked out of the window, into the dark woods that surround us, until something catches my eye. A glimmer of white seemed to pass by a few hundred yards from the house. "Did you see that?" I said, looking back to my friends. They all looked at me puzzled. "See what they said?" "Never mind," I told them. "Just my brain playing tricks on me, I guess." They looked at each other and chuckled. The last room on this floor was the kitchen. Looking through, whoever lived here must have been in a hurry, as there was half-eaten food on the table and the fridge and cupboards was still full of old food. This room did stink a little, and so we decided to look upstairs instead, knowing that the people who lived here before had abandoned this place. I was quite excited to see what treasures the upstairs held. Walking back into the passageway, my face turned white. My friends saw this and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't speak, so I lifted my trembling arm and pointed at the front door. They all looked and was gobsmacked at what they saw. There, peering through the window, was a figure of a sort of humanoid creature. I couldn't say that it was human, as this creature's skin was very pale white, very thin, with long thin fingers and no ears. I couldn't even see a mouth on it. When this creature noticed that we had spotted it, the creature scurried away on all fours, now proving that there was no way was this thing human. All 3 of us ran into the living room. Our friends in the room could spot there was something wrong. However, we all were that shocked that none of all could speak. That was until one of us managed to compose themselves and told the rest that we are not alone outside and that there was something hunting us. From the look on their face, I don't think any of them believed us. That was until there was a bang of something walking or crawling on the roof of the house. We all looked up. Now scared, we looked to each other in silence. We all looked back to the roof of the house, hoping that whatever was outside would not fall through the house and attack us. The sound seemed to stop after a minute of listening to this creature on the roof. We are looking back to each other again, this time all of us, white as a ghost. We knew we had to get out and back home, but how can we do that when this creature seemed to be hunting us? One of our friends, who was braver than the rest of us, suggested that he would run back home and tell our parents. We urged him not to, as it was too dangerous with this creature roaming about. He wouldn't listen to us. I wish back then we all made him stay in that house. I hated that night and have nightmares about it right up to this day. He packed up his stuff and took an iron fire poker to carry with him as a weapon. We all walked him to the door to see him off. We all were worried sick. We didn't want anything bad to happen to him. We got ready with the door. If that creature came running, then we would be prepared to slam the door shut and keep it out. We opened the door and our mate just ran straight out into the darkness of the night. All we could see was his flashlight. Then we saw it. It started to run towards him. We all shouted for him to come back, but he must have thought he could outrun it. The last we saw of him was his light hitting the floor and the death screams of him as the creature dragged him to its lair. We were all shocked at what we saw and couldn't believe it. The screams faded as he was dragged away. We didn't know if he was dead or alive. We knew from that moment that whatever was out there, we had to wait it out until daytime. The problem with that, the day was still another 10 hours away. We all searched around the house looking for stuff we could barricade ourselves in with. If this creature was coming back, then we didn't want to make it easy for it to get into the house. We managed to find enough stuff to barricade the living room door and the windows in the living room. We even had enough wood to start a fire with. This wasn't just to keep us warm, but to stop it crawling down the chimney, as we didn't know anything about it. That night seemed to went on for what felt like days. The creature never gave up on trying to get in. It went from window to window banging trying to get in. We are all sure that at some point, it did manage to get in. The next morning, we peeked out the window to see if we could see anything of this creature. We couldn't see anything and thought it safer if we all ran for it. After taking down the barricade, we were then sure it had made it inside, as there were claw marks all over the walls and doors. All I can say is thankfully it could not make it inside the room we were in, and that in fact, it hated daylight, as we never saw it while running home. We got onto the phone with the police as soon as we got back and told them what happened. It was several days before they found our mate. It was too late, however, as they only found his mangled body, ripped apart, and what looks as if something had eaten him. The police put it down like an animal attack and never tried to listen to what we see that night. All they saw were teeth marks on his body that looked like some sort of an animal arm mauled him. I will never forget that night. Thanks to that creature, we lost a good friend. Maybe one day we will find out what killed him, but until then, I will always be weary of that house and those woods. So looking into the past, if you asked me then if I had believed in ghosts, then my answer would have been no. I mean, you think about it, there is no physical evidence in my opinion for any reason to think that ghosts may be real. Yes, you have objects caught on tape moving on their own, but then again, you can pull that stunt off with fishing wire, at least that is near invisible to the camera. And as for the so-called EVP, well, I guess that could be explained by someone who would alter the files through some sort of audio editor. This was my thoughts a few years ago, that is until one Thanksgiving when I was planning on going to my mother's for the holidays. It had been a fair few years since I had been home, and a trip to my mother's was well in order. I knew I had some time off work coming very soon and that would be the time, so with that in order, I started to plan my trip back home. I would say I had about a week off work, however with my mother living around 80 miles from me, I had to plan my trip carefully. I would also have to look along the route for motels, as my trip would take around 2 days traveling at high speeds. I did hate traveling on my own, and I would do anything to get there as fast as I could. Any of you guys who traveled alone would know how nerve-wracking it could be while on your own. I mean, things run into your head while you are on the road. Who is around you? Is there anyone that wants to chase you while you stopped refilling or whatnot? Is there anyone that will try to rob you or even sneak into your car? Luckily enough, I had 2 dash cams in my car, one facing the front of the road and also one facing the rear of the road. This will be important later in the story. At least then, if anything had happened to me, then the police would know at least the car who was involved. Now with my time off coming ever closer, I visited a few shops to get a few things ready for my trip. Things like drinks, snacks, and food. If I could help it, I would never stop at services for anything, unless absolutely necessary. I even had a jerrycan of petrol in my car, but even refueling at the side of the road is very bad for me. I suffered from really bad anxiety due to bad things that happened to me in the past, and any one of you that suffered from anxiety would know how bad it can be for you. You are always looking behind you, always thinking, is there someone out to get you? Walking down the road and seeing people in front, you wonder what they are up to. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's get on with the story. At least the time has come for me to pack up what's left in the garage and set off. I must admit, I was a nervous wreck, but I couldn't put it off any longer. It had been several years since I had been home. Driving through the city is a nightmare for where I live. Traffic is awful, always traffic, no matter which way you go. Must have taken me at least an hour to get out of the city. At least now I was on the open road, as they say. I love driving through the countryside. There are not many cars around, as other people would rather use the interstate, and besides, the views were breathtaking, and also, I could pull up at a place of my choice for a bite to eat. However, I had at least 5 hours of driving before it was time to eat. I started out at 7 a.m. to beat the traffic. That didn't happen, however. Time seems to fly by when you are driving. It was soon time to get something to eat. Lucky for me, there was a lovely park with picnic tables that I could pull into. That would be lovely to have my meal. Half a day has gone already, and I still have another day and a half to go. I spent around an hour at the park eating my lunch and taking in the views around the area. However, I couldn't stay. I had a long trip ahead of me and daylight was already leaving. I also had another 20 miles before the next motel which I planned on staying at. That would put the journey at the halfway point. Lucky for me, I pulled into the motel around midnight. I was starting to get tired and knew I couldn't carry one anymore without the risk of falling asleep at the wheel. The motel itself had a dinner which was unusual, but at least I could get a bit to eat. In the diner of the motel, I sat next to what seems to be a truck driver. This motel also catered to truck drivers. He was with what appeared to be his mate. I then overheard a conversation that they were both having. I couldn't help but listen in. The friend of the trucker was talking about a time when he was driving down the same road. He saw a young hitchhiker, and because he was a caring person, picked her up and decided to take her home. The pair had a pleasant conversation, and when he turned onto the road which she lived at, he turned to look at her. But to his surprise, she was gone with only a scarf left on his seat. Listening in on the conversation, I thought to myself that this person was either a nut job or he was high on some drugs, but oh well, each to their own. I kept an extra eye on him in case he did take any drugs. I didn't want him to have a crash and injure or kill someone while intoxicated. Now that I have had my lunch, it was time to get to bed. I would rather be up early at the crack of dawn than leave late and arrive at home late. I woke up the next day, at around 5 a.m. I wanted to freshen up and make sure I was properly awake before I set off for the rest of the 50 miles I had left to get home. The story I heard from the night before was still fresh in my head. How absurd, I thought to myself. I tried to put it to the back of my head as I didn't want to be distracted. After a shower, breakfast and just waking up, I left the motel at around 7 a.m. I thought about taking my time this time as I was ahead of schedule and had plenty of time. Maybe get to my hometown by night time, that way I could have my meal and get to bed, ready for the next day to begin and more time to spend with my mother. I would like to say that something happened to me during the daytime that would brighten this story up, but I would then be lying and I don't want to bore you guys. You didn't come here to see how I drove. So it is now dusk and the sun is rapidly dying. I was 15 miles from home and couldn't wait to get back. However, about 2 miles down the road, I saw a young female looking to catch a lift. She seemed to be having a hard time as her clothes were ratty and she looked rather dirty. Knowing that there are bad people out there and concern for her safety, against my better judgment, I decided to pull over and pick her up. She got into the back of the car. Looking back towards her, I could see she had no shoes, muddy feet, and her clothes were all torn. "Are you okay?" I asked her. But she just looked at me and smiles while nodding yes. "So is there anywhere you would like to go?" I also asked her. "Yes, I live a few miles down the road. Do you mind taking me home please?" she said. I smiled at her and told her of course. I kept an eye on her and my rearview mirror while keeping a conversation with her. She was a very pleasant person, but I had wondered what had happened to her. A few miles down the road she points out a side road that leads up to her house. I never second thought anything about it. I turned down the road and a few hundred yards down I stopped at the house. "Here we are," I said while I turned my head. However, I was gobsmacked. She was not there, and if she got out the car then I would definitely know about it. I sat there and tried to replay all of what had happened. I must have been there for an hour wondering what has happened. Looking down into the back, I saw a scarf which was left over by this young woman. A knock at the window made me jump. There at the window was a middle-aged woman. I whined down the window. "Can I help you?" she asked. I had a young woman who wanted to be dropped off here. I turned to look at the scarf which she saw in the back seat. "Oh dear, you better come in for a drink and I will explain everything," she said to me. A little nervous at her asking me in, I was curious even more and so eventually decided to go into her home. She sat me down and told me that she had a daughter around 17 years old, whom when crossing the road coming back from school, was mowed down by a driver. The driver was never found and her daughter died in hospital later that day. She told me that every year on the anniversary of her death, she would bring some soul to her mother's house as a way to get home. However, her daughter would always leave a scarf in the back seat of the car. Listening to her story, I think back to the truck driver at the diner, and he must have picked her up 1 year before. It was very hard for me to digest. However, I never doubt the existence of ghosts again. I then remember the cameras I had in the car. I decided then to have a look through the files and see if there was anything that was captured on camera. I took the front camera out of the car and hooked it up to my computer. There were a lot of files that were on the camera itself. I had to search them one by one. It was a devious task indeed. However, the files I needed was near the bottom of the folder. I managed to find the file I needed. However, my heart sank and the color drained from my face. There on the video was the image of this girl in plain sight, clear of anything. I posted this video with an explanation on forum boards to see if anyone had an explanation of what happened that night. There were several people who had their say, but nothing close to what I had experienced. I do not think I will ever find out what properly happened that night. Neither do I want to experience it again. There are rumors of many hauntings in Caldwell, Idaho's centuries-old Canyon Hill Cemetery, but the one that gets the most attention is the Midnight Jogger. As with many of the best urban legends, you have to do your part to get her attention. In this case, it involves parking between certain trees in the cemetery at night. Do it right, and the legless apparition will knock on your window to let you know she's there, then continues on her route. It's creepy as hell, though now it's only the second worst image conjured when you think of sinister joggers. The origins are unknown, though considering there's another conspiratorial legend that the entire state of Idaho doesn't actually exist. Perhaps the jogger is just a creation of a deranged and deceptive government. An elaborate marble statue of a woman in a wedding dress is bound to stand out in a cemetery as it is, but that's not what's driven the Italian bride to be a subject of local fascination. Upon closer inspection, there is an actual photo plaque on the gravesite of a woman in a casket, looking perfectly preserved even though, as an inscription notes, the photo was taken 6 years after burial after the body was exhumed. Reports of unusual activity cover everything from the smell of fresh flowers near the gravesite in the dead of winter to the ghostly figure of a woman in white roaming the cemetery, or the halls of nearby Proviso West High School, in the dead of night. In 1921, recently married Julia Bucola Petty died in childbirth and was buried in her wedding dress. Legend has it her mother immediately began experiencing nightmares that Julia was demanding her grave be reopened. The source of the distress varies depending on the storyteller, often relating to some sort of discontent with Julia's new husband, but what isn't in dispute is that 6 years later the mother got her wish and Julia's pristine condition inspired her to raise funds for the statue that's been creeping out generations ever since. Along the shores of Lake Michigan, fishermen, vacationers, and other passers-by have reported sightings of Diana, a ghostly nude female apparition floating along the shoreline and eventually disappearing into the water without a trace. Fishermen first started reporting the sightings of a woman skinny dipping in the waters of Indiana's Lake Michigan coastline in 1916, and that's because Alice Gray, the source of the Diana legend, was still very much alive at that point. The exact circumstances that caused her to live a reclusive life in a lakeside shack aren't entirely clear, but the years that followed saw her marry a man who later became a murder suspect, and then die an early death, allegedly from uremic poisoning. Her ghostly presence has been a subject of local lore ever since, so, the murders themselves are very much not an urban legend. They happened. And they remain unsolved. Sometime between the evening of June 9, 1912 and the morning that followed, 6 members of the Moore family and 2 houseguests were brutally murdered, with each victim having suffered an axe wound to the head. One suspect was tried twice and never convicted. Surprising no one, the somehow still standing house is the subject of numerous rumors, legends, and reports of paranormal activity. You can find out for yourself, because you can actually stay there, just like the ghost hunter who mysteriously stabbed himself in the chest there in 2014. The tiny town of Stahl has counted very few residents since it was founded in 1856. The most famous is rumored to be Lucifer himself, who some say appears at the town cemetery on Halloween and spring equinox. They say he uses the site where a roofless church once stood as a portal to and from hell. Some say that he's drawn to the site of frequent witch hangings. Others believe one of the graves actually contains Satan's own child. Either way, new graves continue to be dug, despite signs warning against trespassers, perhaps referring directly to the Prince of Darkness himself or the cults that are rumored to flock to the grounds. The first published article about the horrors is traced back to a 1974 article in the University Daily Kansan, though whispers about evil have persisted since 1900 or so. In 1998, the hanging tree was torn down to stop people from visiting. It hasn't lessened the need for the small town to bolster an annual police presence to deter visitors looking for a glimpse of the devil himself. Just looking at the pictures of young Mary Evelyn Ford's grave feels a bit unnerving, with a series of interlocking white crosses forming a fence around a pit of gravel and the bars appearing unnaturally bent in some places. Then you hear the alleged backstory, a mother and daughter both accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake in 1916. With the mother's charred remains being carried to a far-off location while the daughter was buried in a steel-lined coffin covered in stone and encased in crosses to prevent her escape. Some have claimed to witness tiny footprints appearing in the gravel, or even a young ghostly figure trying to escape the gravesite. Kid ghosts, as we know, are the creepiest ghosts. While stories about the gravesite go back decades and naturally increased in detail with the growth of the internet, there's not much evidence that anyone was burned at the stake for witchcraft in the area in 1916. Even back then, that was generally big news. Mary Evelyn Ford really did die a tragic young death, but the stated cause of death is peritonitis, an inflammation of the stomach lining. It's amazing what a truly unnerving gravesite can do for the imagination. We still wouldn't want to be near it at night. As far as spooky shit goes, Louisiana does not rely solely on voodoo, hoodoo, ghosts, and Woody Harrelson's accent from True Detective. Like any debonair bloodsucker male vampire worth his garlic, Jacques Saint Germain's hobby is seducing attractive young females in New Orleans, only to promptly drink their blood. By some accounts, he was born in the early 1700s. In others, he has been alive since Christ. After dying in 1783, he was spotted all over Europe before reappearing to terrorize New Orleans 1902. He's still on his blood-drinking binge in the French Quarter today, though now he just goes by Jack. Nice rebrand. Comte de Saint-Germain was certainly a real person, alchemist, and all-round high society snob who befriended a laundry list of famous 18th-century luminaries. He ran with crews including King Louis XV, Catherine the Great, and the philosopher Voltaire, who said he was a man who never dies, and who knows everything. He has been tied to several local murders, and in the 1970s a French pseudo celeb named Richard Chanfray publicly claimed to be the infamous Saint-Germain. But then, he died of a drug overdose in 1983. Or did he? Well, he probably did. Instead of providing useful light to help ships navigate, the lighthouse on Wood Island reportedly provides a space for strange moans, unexplained shadows, and other indicators of paranormal activity commonly attributed to a murder-suicide that took place there decades ago. Howard Hobbs, a local fisherman and drifter, really did murder his landlord, Fred Milliken, on the Wood Island in 1896. Hobbs had been drinking and, after shooting Milliken, left the scene and turned his rifle on himself. You can read about the events of that day in all their 19th-century newspaper glory here. From ghost experts who weigh in on such things, Hobbs is generally considered the likeliest candidate to still be haunting the lighthouse. Maryland's infamous Goatman allegedly does all the things you would expect a deranged half-goat/half-man to do: kill teenagers, eat dogs, scream like a goat, etc. But the most terrifying aspect is just how deep the lore goes. The USDA was even forced, at one point, to publicly deny accidentally creating the beast in their Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. Another tale revolves around a goat farmer who, after realizing a group of rowdy teens had killed his tribe, went totally crazy and turned into a teen-slaying goat monster. Though the lore had been around for a while, the first recorded media mentions of the Goatman occurred in 1971, courtesy of writer Karen Hosseller of the Prince George's County News. The first was a deep dive into Maryland folklore, followed by an actual news item about a family blaming the brutal decapitation of their puppy on the Goatman, which they may or may not have just heard about via the county news. 1 month later the Washington Post ran a national feature detailing the legend of the Goatman. Ultimately, the Goatman has become one of America's most persistent and well-known urban legends, with claimed sightings still occurring with regularity and cheesy fictionalizations still creeping out the old line state. The Salem witch trials were creepy enough to begin with. Go read The Crucible again if you don't believe it. But the story of Giles Corey, who was slowly pressed to death under a series of progressively heavier rocks in an effort to extract a confession, is particularly unsettling. Legend has it he uttered a curse against Salem right before his dying breath. You could understand why he'd have some ill will. For generations, his apparition has allegedly appeared in the cemetery before something terrible is about to happen, including a 1914 fire that burned down a sizable proportion of the city. There has also been a series of tragedies that have hit the Salem Sheriff's Office, starting with the 1696 heart attack that killed George Corwin 4 years after he presided over the trials. The Nain Rouge and Dogman? They've got nothing on the tale of Elias Frisk, a deranged old preacher who, according to blood-curdling lore, Pied Pipered a group of tethered children into the woods near what is now Algoma Township. He slaughtered them one by one, casting them into Cedar Creek before being caught by their parents and hanged, but not before saying he was possessed by demons. In its current form, Hell's Bridge is a creaky, narrow metal footbridge in the middle of the woods, where those brave enough to cross at night claim to hear the voices and screams of children, and are sometimes greeted by a black figure with glowing eyes as they traverse it. There is no record of an Elias Frisk in the area, though there was a prominent Frisk family beginning in the 1910s. Still, despite the lack of hard facts, anyone who's visited the bridge will attest that there's something out there, and it usually makes its presence known as you're teetering on a shaky metal bridge in the moonlight. What's not to be creeped out about? An 8-foot, musty-smelling, barefoot man with a reputation for being unnaturally aggressive is a hell of a thing to consider encountering in the woods. Some reported sightings were just that, sightings. However, reports like Kenzatso's made the hairy man more than an apparition, but something to fear. Zitzo returned from driving in the woods with dents all over his car hood and said the hairy man jumped onto the road and began pounding the hood. Nobody really knows. Sightings trace back to the 60s, had a significant increase in the 70s, and still happen from time to time. Some say it's a legend. Some say there was an old hermit living in the woods who wasn't too keen on your rascally kids wandering his land. Others say the hairy man is real and point to a mysterious skull discovered in the Vergas Trail area that is human-like, but not hominid. It was discovered by a private citizen who didn't turn it over, so no one knows if it's human, Bigfoot, animal, or hoax. The tale of 6 temples hidden under the sea in the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu was first written down by a British tourist in the late 1700s. The story went that they were covered by a great flood, leaving only a 7th, the Mahabalipuram temple, to stand on land at the shoreline. The myth endured until the very real reality of 2004's Boxing Day tsunami proved their existence was true. The earthquake and waves that devastated South Asia with the power of 23,000 Hiroshima-type atomic bombs uncovered the network of temples in the ancient port city of Mahabalipuram. Excavations on shore and at sea were already underway before the tsunami struck the shore temple, around 45 miles south of Madras. But the recession of the coastline following the natural disaster meant visitors could stare at the full extent of the network of temples. Almost every child, and perhaps every nervous but imaginative adult, will have some point worried about finding someone hidden under their bed at night. The most common telling of the campfire ghost story often places killers lying in wait to pounce on their innocent victims in the dead of night. But a sleeping murder in Memphis in 2010 proved a tragic reality, albeit with a twist. The difference was the person lying under the bed was dead. James and Ronta Sargent were the unfortunate couples who had been sleeping above the body of Sony Millbrook at the Budget Lodge Hotel. According to the Seattle Times, the mother of 5 was discovered in a bed beneath the king-size mattress after the Sargents had complained to the staff of the foul smell in their room. It's believed Miss Millbrook had been lying there undisturbed under several guests for several weeks. In 2014 a jury convicted Lockheath Moody, the father to 4 of her children, of her murder. Movie audiences recoiled in horror at the 1992 scary movie Candyman, which fictionalized the urban legend of a killer who broke into his victims' flats through their medicine cabinets. They may have been relieved to find it had been inspired by a short story, The Forbidden, in which saw people attacked in their bathrooms after saying the Candyman's name 5 times into the vanity mirror. The last part may have been fictitious, but the method of entry for the attack was shockingly factual. A Chicago crime reporter, Steve Bagheera, confirmed the short story and film plotline bore a remarkable resemblance to his 1987 report entitled They Came In Through the Bathroom Mirror. The 52-year-old victim, Ruthie Mae McCoy, had been shot dead in her apartment in the U.S. city's crime-ridden projects. It came after a distress call to the emergency services as she was being attacked by someone who had thrown the cabinet down in her bathroom. It turned out the method fictionalized in Candyman was a regular form of entry break-ins in her high-rise block, which in Mrs. McCoy's case, proved deadly. Sorry for the bad formatting. I'm on mobile and English is my first language. I'm just bad at spelling. This happened after years ago, so some of the details may be fuzzy. Let me set the scene. It's Auckland Airport, I'm waiting for my flight to Brisbane in a coffee shop when a mother and her crotch goblin sits next to me. Enter the cast: me, someone IDK, entitled Weirdo, entitled Weirdo's Weeb. I'm sitting down enjoying a nice iced coffee playing some random video game when 9 or 10, comes behind me and politely asks me what I'm doing. I explain to him what I'm playing. Asks if he could play and I say sure. I was in a training map so I wouldn't lose any points. He played for 10 minutes or so when his mom was ordering. Then comes back and loses it.
When I was a young teenager back in the day, I was obsessed with urban legends. I was so obsessed I would buy magazines each week from my local corner shop. I would then cut out the pictures, stories, and make my very own scrapbook of the legends that I thought was the best. When my mates came over, they would make so much fun of me as I used to collect these stories of urban legends. I'd even go so far as to have the posters made of the ones I loved the most. My walls was full of these posters. However, one legend that stuck out to me, the one I loved to read at least several times a day, was called Humans Can Lick Too, or The Hand Licker, depending on which part of the world you lived in. I even made up my own stories of this legend. I was so impressed with the story that I made several different stories and posted them just about everywhere I could on the internet, even Reddit. However, this story is a story on how I survived a night of horror with every detail restraining to every detail I have written in my stories. It looked as if someone had become obsessed with my stories and wanted to make it a reality for me. This story goes back to the summer of 2005. My parents would take one night a week where they would have a date night. As people with children know, it can be hard to have time to yourself with children. Also, you will know how children are. If they're not pestering you for something they want, then they will be wanting your attention for playtime, story reading. Even getting children to bed takes a few hours. My parents promised each other from the day the first child was born they will take one night a week where they will go and have fun with each other. You know, go for dinner, movie, or maybe just a dance. I am the oldest at the age of 17, so I was old enough to look after myself along with my younger siblings. They usually got a babysitter, but no longer did this as I was old enough now. Besides, the money they gave me I saved up each time, thinking of buying a car one day. One week this happened, they had planned to go out for a meal, the movies, and then for a dance. They wouldn't be back until the next morning. My older siblings were staying away at a friend's house. To be honest, I was actually looking forward to having the house to myself. As those of you with siblings will understand that you can never get any time to yourself. I had a great night planned for myself. The time for their date had arrived. Don't forget to lock all the doors and windows, my parents told me as I left through the front door. Taking the words into mind, I went through the house and started to lock all the windows and making sure the doors too were locked. Now, with all the doors and windows locked, there was, however, one window left. It would have to be in the most creepiest place. I thought to myself, oh well, better get on with it. The last window was down in the basement. I hated it. It was cold and damp, not lit very well. I grabbed a torch from the drawer, turned it on, and went very cautiously down into the basement to where the window was located. I grabbed hold of the handle of the window, but it was very stiff and would not move so easily. I pulled and pulled, but it would only move about an inch. Getting fed up of the window, I looked around the basement for anything that could help me close the window. There in the corner on the shelf I saw a small can of oil. I knew that by putting oil on the hinges, then it should loosen up if I just moved the window back and forth. I did this for what seemed like 5 minutes. In the end, the window did decide to close itself, however, it would not lock. I thought to myself that it wouldn't matter, anyone that walked past the window will think it would be locked as it was now closed. Oh, how that will come back to bite me on this night. Not thinking too much into it, I knew the basement had a deadlock bolt on the door, so I decided to lock the basement door instead, thinking that would be enough, just in case someone decided to go through the basement window. Now, with everywhere locked up, I decided that I would watch a bit of TV, have a nice dinner, and then go and browse the web for any new urban legends that I have never heard of before. Before I could do any of this, I would need to feed our dog. She was a border collie, brown and white in colour. I went to the cupboard, got out her food and gave her a generous amount in a bowl. It seemed like I was on the web for hours browsing the urban legends of how time flies by when you're having a bit of fun. It was now dark outside. Looking at the time, it read 11 p.m. Wow, that was late, I thought to myself. It was time for bed. I turned off my computer, then went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. A nice hot shower, teeth brushed, and my PJs on. I walked into my bedroom and was delighted to see the dog laying with her head just out from under my bed. She always seemed to sleep with me. I have no idea why. Maybe she liked me more than the other family members. I started to snuggle up in my bed, put my hand down near my dog so she could lick my hand. I liked it when she does this. It makes me feel safe and also assure her that I'm here and I'm fine. I kept my hand there for a few minutes before deciding that enough was enough, and it was time to close my eyes and go to sleep. Later that night I was startled awake. I don't know how or why I was, but I was. I lay there for a few minutes listening to my surroundings, and then it hit me. I was hearing the tap drip in the bathroom, and just figured it was that awoke me. No big deal, I thought to myself. It's just the tap. I was starting to feel nervous. I put my hand back down to my dog's level so she could lick my hand. This brings me reassurance, and also I know she is there if I really need her. An hour later, I was yet again startled awake. This time I was still half asleep. I sat up in my bed and looked around the room while listening. I must have left the tap running, I thought to myself. That was however strange, as I was sure that I had turned off the tap. Then I thought to myself that maybe there was a leak with the tap. Again, I snuggled up in bed and put my hand back down to my dog's level for her to lick my hand. The next time I woke up naturally with nothing stopping me awake. I looked at the time. It read 6:25. Thinking that it was now light outside and I wouldn't be able to get any more sleep, I managed to pull myself out of bed. Drawing back the curtains and looking out the window, I could see my parents' car pull into the drive. Great, I thought. I can get my dad to look at the tap and fix that drip that I've been hearing all night. Being out of bed and somewhat cold, I needed to go to the loo. I put on my slippers, opened the door, and went to the room that was the bathroom. What I saw that day when I opened the door will forever haunt me to the day I die. I fell to my knees. My parents, hearing my curdling screams, came running into their house to be by my side. They asked me, "What's wrong?" I shakily raised my arm and pointed into the shower of the bathroom. There, our beautiful collie dog hung from a hook in its tail from the curtain rail. The dog was skinned with its skin in the bath. She seemed to be gutted with all the contents too in the bath. On the mirror, there was a message that shook me to the core, turning me white as a ghost. It read, "Humans can lick too." The thought that someone was in my room under my bed while licking my hand turned my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore and I had to own up. I pushed past my parents and ran to the toilet and let loose. I didn't want to because of the scene in the bathroom, but I couldn't help it. My parents called the police that day. They came out, took a statement from me. They said that due to every window and door being locked, the only way they could have gotten in is through the basement window. However, what startled me the most was, when did this person break into our home? As when I closed the basement window, I also deadbolted the door leading to the basement, but I didn't quite trust leaving the window closed. My parents never left me alone again. When they went out, they made sure that I either go to my friend's house for the night. If not at my friend's house, then I will go and stay at a relative's. My parents bought the house up for sale that year. We couldn't live in the house anymore, knowing that someone was there. The house sold quite quickly and we moved into a new house within 6 months of selling the house. Okay guys, that was the urban legend Humans Can Lick Too. If you enjoyed this video, then please do leave a like, don't forget to comment, and for all more videos, don't forget to subscribe. Until the next time, see you then. Bye bye!
Item hash SCP-029. Object class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-029 is to be incarcerated in a Class 5 containment cell. She is to be allowed access to nothing of a physical nature. Her containment cell is to be placed behind a triple airlock, to avoid her escape. As of Incident 029-34A, SCP-029 is no longer to be fed, as she does not appear to need sustenance to survive. There are to be three guards on duty at all times on her cell, and two guards on monitored duty. Floodlights have been installed in the walls of the containment chamber, and are to be on at all times. Once a month the chamber is to be cleaned and checked for defects. Under absolutely no circumstances are any meant to encounter SCP-029 in any manner. Any males who do encounter SCP-029 are to be held under Class 3 detention for interviewing before termination. SCP-029 has requested a bed, denied. A blanket, denied. Books, denied. Clothes, denied. This is ridiculous. The girl can't even have clothes. We are not animals, let her cover herself. Dr. Erica Bodine. Dr. Bodine, you are granted permission to deliver clothes to SCP-029. Dr. Light. As of Incident 029-53B, anyone who has potential access to SCP-029 is required to first watch surveillance tape 029 Bodine, as a reminder of threats involved when working with SCP items and SCP-029 in particular. Description: SCP-029 appears to be a pubescent female of Asiatic Indian descent. She appears to suffer from alopecia universalis. Over 80% of her pigmentation is a true black, while the rest of her skin has a complete lack of melanin, to the point of albinism. Her eyes are also a dark black in color. SCP-029 has severe homicidal tendencies and has displayed a remarkable ability to use any item as a weapon. However, she has a severe compulsion against shedding blood, preferring instead to strangle her victims. SCP-029 has demonstrated dexterity and physical reactions 4 times as fast as the average human. SCP-029 has also displayed extensive resistance to damage of all forms. Both of these extra-human abilities are greatly hampered in the presences of bright or direct light, natural or artificial. In addition, any males who come within the presence of SCP-029, an area defined by her current perception, find themselves pliant to her will. Such males become willing to kill or even die for SCP-029. SCP-029 refers to herself as Data Expunged, which roughly translates to Daughter of Darkness, Daughter of Shadows, or Daughter of Night. Interviews with SCP-029 have proven difficult to conduct, due to SCP-029's constant attempts to kill or convert all who speak with her. Over her years of captivity, the black patches on her skin have increased in size. SCP-029 was first brought to the Foundation's attention by an agent working in rural India. An attempt on his life led him to a small cult of men who claimed to be Thuggi, in service to the daughter. Several weeks of investigation proved that they believed the world to be in the last years of the Kali Yuga, and that by sacrificing 1 million lives to the Daughter of Darkness, they could raise their goddess and end the world. They also believed that only sacrifices performed through strangulation added to this tally. Events led the agent to their mountain fortress, where he discovered SCP-029. After the loss of said agent, Data Expunged, which ended in our acquisition of SCP-029. Addendum 7 years after capture, SCP-029 began showing anomalous growth in her black pigmentation. When questioned about it, she claimed her followers were on the move once more. Investigation led us to a concentration of so-called thuggy that had escaped our initial foray. After discovering that all her followers were there for one of their holy days, a tactical airstrike was called in. When the first bomb dropped, SCP-029 awoke from slumber, screaming at the top of her lungs. SCP-029 continued to scream for the next 4 hours, ranting and raving that we were killing her people. Since said event, the growth of black pigmentation has stopped completely. Also since said event, SCP-029 has redoubled her efforts to escape. SCP-2820 has been proposed as a possible method of neutralization should the situation worsen.
The Slender Man is a fictional supernatural character that originated as a creepypasta internet meme, created by Something Awful forums, by the user Eric Knudsen, also known as Victor Surge, on June 10, 2009. The thread was a Photoshop contest in which users were challenged to create paranormal images. Forum poster Eric Knudsen, also known as Victor Surge, posted 2 black and white images of groups of children, to which he added a tall, spectral figure wearing a black suit. Surge also supplemented his submission with snatches of text, supposedly from witnesses, describing the abductions of the groups of children and giving the character the name the Slender Man. The quote under the first photograph read, "We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but it's persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time." -1983, photographer unknown, presumed dead. The quote under the second photograph read, "One of 2 recovered photographs from Sterling City Library blaze. Notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished and for what is referred to as the Slender Man. Deformities cited as film defects by officials. Fire at the library occurred 1 week later. Actual photograph confiscated as evidence." 1986, photographer, Mary Thomas, missing since June 13, 1986. The Slender Man soon went viral, spawning numerous works of fan art, cosplay and online fiction known as creepypasta, horror stories told in short snatches of easily copyable text that spread from site to site. Divorced from its original creator, The Slender Man became the subject of myriad stories by multiple authors within an overarching mythos. In 2012, The Slender Man was adapted into a video game titled Slender, The 8 Pages. Within a month of release, the game was downloaded over 2 million times. Several popular variants of the game followed, including Slenderman's Shadow and Slender Man for iOS. Stories of the Slender Man commonly feature him stalking, abducting or traumatizing people, particularly children. The Slender Man is not confined to a single narrative but appears in many disparate worlds of fiction, typically composed online. Fiction relating to the Slender Man encompasses many media, including literature, art and video series such as The Operator. Outside of online fiction, the Slender Man has become an internet icon and has influenced popular culture, having been referenced in the video game Minecraft with Renderman character and generated video games of his own such as Slender, The 8 Pages and Slender, The Arrival. He also appeared in a film adaptation of Marble Hornets, where he was portrayed by Doug Jones, and an eponymous film, where he was portrayed by Javier Botnet. At the beginning of 2014, a moral panic occurred over the Slender Man after readers of his fiction were connected to several violent acts, particularly a near-fatal stabbing of a 12-year-old girl in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Because the Slender Man's fictional mythology has evolved without an official canon for reference, his appearance, motives, habits, and abilities are not fixed but change depending on the storyteller. He is most commonly described as very tall and thin with unnaturally long, tentacle-like arms, or merely tentacles, which he can extend to intimidate or capture prey. In most stories, his face is white and featureless, but occasionally his face appears differently to anyone who sees it. He appears to be wearing a dark suit and tie. The Slender Man is often associated with the forest and/or abandoned locations and has the ability to teleport. Proximity to the Slender Man is often said to trigger a slender sickness, rapid onset of paranoia, nightmares and delusions accompanied by nosebleeds. Early stories featured him targeting children or young adults. Some featured young adults driven insane or to act on his behalf, while others did not, and others claim that investigating the Slender Man will draw his attention. The web series Marble Hornets established the idea of proxies, humans who fall under the Slender Man's influence, though initially, they were simply violently insane, rather than puppets of the Slender Man. Marble Hornets also introduced the idea that the Slender Man could interfere with video and audio recordings, as well as the Slender Man symbol, which became a common trope of Slender fiction. Graphic violence and body horror are uncommon in the Slender Man mythos, with many narratives choosing to leave the fate of his victims obscure. Tenacious notes that it is important to note that few of the retellings identify exactly what kind of monster the Slender Man might be, and what his specific intentions are. These points all remain mysteriously and usefully vague.
Item, SCP-005, the Skeleton Key. Object Class, Safe. Description: in appearance, SCP-005 resembles an ornate key, displaying the characteristics of a typical mass-produced key used in the 1920s. The key was discovered when a civilian used it to infiltrate a high-security facility. SCP-005 seems to have the unique ability to open any and all forms of locks, see Appendix A, be they mechanical or digital, with relative ease. The origin of this ability has yet to be determined. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-005 poses no immediate risk in any direct sense, however this could change at any moment, but no such threat as of yet. Its unique functions require special measures to be taken to restrict access and manipulation of the object. Approval of at least one Level 4 personnel is required for the removal of the object from its containment area. Additional notes: SCP-005 may be used as a replacement for a lost security passes, but only under the supervision of at least one Level 4 personnel. SCP-005 may not be used for vending machine repairs, opening lockers, or for any personnel's spare home key. Removal of object from the compound will result in intimidate termination. Appendix A: while SCP-005 has shown to be effective in removing almost any form of locking device, further experiments has shown that efforts to disguise the purpose or identity of a lock have proven at least somewhat successful in defeating SCP-005's ability. In approximately 50% of cases where a volunteer was not able to identify a locking device as such, SCP-005 was not successful in deactivating the device. Due to these results, SCP-005 has been tentatively classified as sentient and further tests are being run to determine its cognitive abilities. However, there are no results that show any traits that prevent it from being able to identify any particular locking device, only that the aforementioned device has been heavily concealed and disguised.
Everyone knows about the legend of Bloody Mary. You stand in the mirror with all the lights off and then you call her name while looking into the mirror 3 times, more depending on which part of the world you are from. Bloody Mary then would appear in front of you and depending on how your future looks, she would either tell you your future or she would kill you and destroy your life. However, this story is not about Bloody Mary but another soul you can summon in the same way but using black candles and calling a different name. However, this soul is not a soul but a demon who will, depending on how evil it is feeling, will rip your soul from your body or buy your soul for whatever your heart desires. I was in university in the summer of 2000 and I was taking a course on the supernatural, ghosts, demons and spirits. That sort of stuff. One of the most popular urban legend that popped up in class was that of Bloody Mary. Even before I went to college or even school, I have heard of Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would tell stories of how we would look into the mirror with 2 white candles on either side and call out Mary's name. We would then make up stories of how she appeared to us and tell us how future and how rich we would be or how influential we could be. However, that was it all, just stories that kids made up to impress each other. With me now being in university and hearing about Bloody Mary, I got bored and fed up of hearing and writing about the legend. One semester, we was tasked on looking up a not so well-known legend and writing an essay about it. This got me very excited as I already known about the popular legends and it gave me a chance to seek on new and unknown legends. It was however going to be very tricky as there ain't going to be much info out there. I was scouring the internet for hours looking for the right legend to write about, but when it seems like I have found a legend, a little search on the web and it brings up more info about the legend. I was gutted to say the least. Now with the web out of the question, I sat and pondered for a while, thinking to myself, is there anywhere I could go that could point me to a legend that is not on the web and not so popular? I thought about going to the library and having a look to see what stories I could find about legends, but then I thought to myself that these books are also written by people who have done research on the net and by doing so, they would also write about the most popular legends too. This was coming to a standstill. It was really doing my head in. I thought I would forget about this for a while and have a walk around town center. Maybe something would pop into my head or maybe even I would see something. So here I am wandering around taking in the views of the town center and also window shopping. I see an old antique bookstore across the road. Maybe just maybe they have what I am looking for, I thought to myself. However, I was getting a tad hungry and thought that before I went to the bookstore, I should go and get a bite to eat and calm the pain that is hunger in my stomach. It was perfect, a cafe just across the road from the bookstore. I went into the cafe and made an order of pancakes and bacon with some maple syrup and a nice large cup of coffee. I was there for an hour eating while also looking at the bookstore. To say I was now really intrigued. I got up from my seat at the cafe and left a nice tip for the waitress who served me. After all, the service was great and the food was really good. I went across the street and into the old bookstore. Now inside, I was really impressed. The store looked like a library with shelves from top to bottom. There was also a section at the back where it seemed there was even older books. These books, however, was under lock and key with the key being kept in a safe behind the shop counter. I decided that I would take a look from the front of the shop to the back of the shop. There were some nice books in the store, I must say, a lot of first editions on sale but with a hefty price tag. Still thought, I couldn't find anything I was looking for. That was when I decided that I would go to the back of the store where all the other books was locked up. I was starting to lose the will to live. I couldn't find anything and then there, near the bottom of the bookcase, I saw it. a book that read rare and uncommon urban legends. It piqued my interest and I must have it. However, the price tag on that book was way more than I would make in a year. I stood there for a while pondering while looking at the book. That is when the storekeeper saw me and came over. "I see you like this book," he said to me. "Yes, I love urban legends and need to write an essay on an unknown legend," I replied to him. "I see," he said while I turned and looked at him. He seemed to stand there for a little while thinking about something. "I tell you what, as long as you stay in the store, then I will let you read the book and choose whatever legend you want out of it to write about it," he told me. I looked at him surprised but happy he would let me do that. The store was closing in 10 minutes, so I couldn't quite stay in the store and study. I made arrangements with the storekeeper to come back after university and look over the book. I was really hoping it had something that would hook me. I made my way back to the store after university to look the book over. When I got into the store, I can see the man had took the book out of the bookshelf and laid on the table near the till ready for me to look over. I thank the man once again for letting me have the chance to look over the book. I then take a seat at the table, take out some pen and paper to take notes. I grab the book with caution and start to turn its pages. This book was indeed magnificent. Every page I look at an urban legend that I have never heard of before. This book was indeed a needle in a haystack. I turned the pages looking for that one story. Halfway through the book, I land a page that I thought was perfect. However, I heard of a similar legend before. Having a little time to myself to think, I got it. I remember why this story sounded so familiar. This story was very near the same to the legend of Bloody Mary, only there are differences. The story was called Bloody Lucifer. Intriguing, I thought to myself. You summon Lucifer the same way you would with Bloody Mary, however you light 2 black candles instead of white candles, and then also there is his name. Reading up and taking notes on the story, I got an idea in my head. A really stupid idea that I should have not acted upon, but I needed to know. I also thought that it would be stupid and that it would never happen. After I have taken all the notes, I packed my stuff, thanks the shopkeeper, and went down the road a few yards. There was also a pagan shop on the same side of the road that sold all sorts to do with the witching hour, and so I knew they would have some black candles. I picked up 2 black candles, but also thinking about it, I also picked up a few religious items, holy water, cross and a Bible. Even thought I knew nothing would happen. I wanted to make sure that I was ready for whatever happened. After my purchase, I hurried back to my dorm room and set up in the bathroom. I knew that in the bathroom I had no window, and so it would be quite dark in there. I put the black candles on either side of the mirror and also laid the religious items on the counter behind me but under a towel. I then light the 2 candles and turned on the light. The only thing I could see was my light reflection in the mirror. The instructions in the book told me that I would have to say his name 5 times and he should appear before me. I took a stance in front of the mirror, took a deep breath and slowly said, "Bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer." After the 5th time I stopped but got gutted. I knew it. Then out of nowhere a gust of wind blew out the candles and a horrid apparition appeared in the mirror. I must have turned white as a ghost. "Who is it that summons me? What is it that you want? Speak now and sell me your soul," it spoke. I got very scared. I could think of what to do. I now had a demon in my mirror and it wanted my soul. I then remember something else in the book. So I took action. I took out the white candles and put them either side of the mirror while discarding the black candles. "What do you think you are doing? That will not work," the voice said, but I refused to listen and continued. I light the candles and proceeded to say his name backward 5 times. This made the demon go back to hell. I then turned on the light, sprayed the mirror with holy water and took it off the wall. I went into my room and looked for some twine. I knew I had some. I then proceeded to tie the cross and Bible to the mirror and hid it in the basement of our building where no one could find it. As for the black candles, they went into the bin. As for the legend, folks, always heed warnings from the books that you read. You never know when a legend can be true or not.
We have all heard the tales of the Headless Horseman. The tales differ depending on what part of the world you are from. The myth has been a motif of European folklore since at least the Middle Ages. The Headless Horseman is traditionally depicted of a man upon horseback who is missing his head. Depending on the legend, he can be seen carrying his head, riding headless, or even have a carved flaming pumpkin for a head. My story tells of a young man who hears about this myth and wanted to find out for himself on whether the legend was real or make-believe. He was a real fan of myths and legends but also believed in mass hysteria. He heard of a town where the legend was the strongest with reports from almost all of the town folks. Researching this town and making a decision, he booked a plane ticket for the small town of Sleepy Hollow. It is told that in the town of Sleepy Hollow on All Hallows Eve, when the barrier to the afterlife is at its weakest, a horse can be heard riding in the distance. Anyone that is courageous and willing enough to go looking for this sound is greeted by the foul odor of rotten death. The odor makes the people sick to their stomach. Many run home on smelling the foul odor, but the few that do fight and walk on now resides in the city's crazy house. Upon reading this on the internet, the man got all excited but also remembers that mass hysteria can be a real thing and all it takes is just one person to witness the myth come alive. After 17 hours, the man had arrived at his designated airport. While walking to the main entrance, he sees his taxi driver that he ordered before you boarded the plane. Where to, said the taxi driver, to Sleepy Hollow if you may. The man got confused as the taxi man gave us this look as to say, here we go again, another one to the nut house. The man shook it off thinking that, maybe he didn't like him somehow. 30 minutes have passed and the man is now at Sleepy Hollow. The taxi drops him off at the local hotel. He pulls off laughing, leaving the man thinking, what on earth does he find funny? As he has arrived one day before All Hallows Eve, he decided that he would walk around town and get the town folks' story of the Headless Horseman. The best place he could think about going would be the local dinner in the public records house. Now at the records house, he could not find a damn thing about this legend he wants to see. Next he went to the local dinner and asked the customers what they believed in about the Headless Horseman. To his dismay, they all answered with the same output. If you go looking for the Headless Horseman, you will lose your mind and will be a forever guest in Sleepy Hollow. But not believing the locals, he wanted to find this out for himself. The man, now back at his hotel room, decides to go on his laptop computer and research the legend a little more. After all, he wanted to see if the Headless Horseman just turned up or whether a ritual would be needed to summon him. Upon researching the legend, he came upon a piece that really caught his interest and this got him thinking. The website he visited was from the town he was now visiting. But what caught his eyes was this sentence. To whoever processed the head of the demon on his horse, shall have total domain over his soul, and so the demon will do their bidding. After reading more into the legend and visiting a few more websites, the man decides to go to bed. After all, tomorrow night is the big night the demon is supposed to show himself. At about 11 p.m. the man gets together his stuff, camera, ghost machines and set out into the woods. After all, the walk will take about an hour to get to the spot where the tale has been seen. After what seems to take forever, the man arrives at his destination. Now with his camera out and looking around, he cannot find nor can he hear anything. The man walks around for about 3 hours looking for any signs, but he now gives in and decides to walk back into town. Just as he packs up his stuff and starts walking, he can smell a foul odor that seems to make him heat. Now he hears the clacking of what appears to be a horse trotting. The man starts to get excited and again takes out his camera to gather evidence. After looking around for a short time, he can see what seems to be fire in the distance, but this does not make sense as fire does not spread in that way. After a few minutes the fire seems to get bigger and he can now hear the horse. His heart starts pounding hard. I have to get out of here, he told himself, but curiosity kept him in his place. The horse got closer and closer, but the man can still not see where the horse is. He turns around and face to face, he smells the breath of the horse upon his face. Now white as a ghost concealed in his place, his curiosity got the best of him. He just had to look up. Upon looking at the headless creature upon his horse, the demon took out his sword, which seemed to burst into flame, and the last thing the man saw was the sword cutting through his neck. The sword, however, did not cut through his neck, but instead left a burned mark seared into his flesh. His mind instantly gone. He is now the newest member of the nut house at Sleepy Hollow, and that is what he shall remain for the rest of his life.
Item, SCP-033. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-033 should be inscribed on any single sheet of irregularly shaped and handcrafted paper, papyrus, canvas or vellum when not involved in active observation or study. The dimensions of the paper-like product should have no parallel borders, no right angles, and no sides length should be equal to any other 033 safe dimensions. When contained in this manner, the paper-like product should be secured in a locked non-combination storage vault at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device. Logs for checkout or check-in of SCP-033 should be filled out at the minimum safe distance of 30 meters to avoid possible contamination of the paper product or electronic device the log is kept in. When removed for study, SCP-033 can be copied to a white chalkboard with 033 safe dimensions by Class D staff. Upon transfer to the white chalkboard, the paper-like product that had contained SCP-033 should be incinerated. Observation and study should take place in a secured conference room at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device for the maximum 2,560-second viewing window. All observations or notes should be made on 033 safe materials. Under no circumstances should any notes regarding SCP-033 leave the storage facility or be input into a computing or recording device. At precisely 2,000 seconds of viewing, research must stop and SCP-033 should be transferred to a new 033 safe paper-like product and returned to storage by Class D staff. The white chalkboard utilized in research must be incinerated as soon as possible after the transfer is complete, regardless of whether SCP-033 has faded naturally from its surface at 2,560 seconds. Whether 033 safe procedures halt or merely slow the deleterious effects of SCP-033 is unknown. It is theorized the irregular borders and handcrafting by mathematically unpredictable humans somehow disrupt the logic which allows SCP-033 to function. Description: SCP-033 appears as a field of complex mathematical symbols ranging from simple layman identifiable representations to those only interpretable by highly trained mathematicians. The sum of the symbols is equal to a previously unknown integer, designated theta prime by Professor Hutchinson, of intermediate value between and dot. As all modern mathematical calculations are performed lacking the knowledge or use of SCP-033, its introduction into any system organized without it begins eroding the numerical and eventually structural integrity of said system. This effect extends to SCP-033's transfer to any paper-like, defined as paper, vellum, papyrus, canvas, surface not possessing 033 safe dimensions or any computing or recording device it is input into. If inscribed on any other material, SCP-033 fades into unintelligibility in precisely 2,560 seconds. In addition, SCP-033 has shown an ability to leap from an 033 safe material to a manufactured or electronic material which it can destabilize in at least one instance, Incident Report 033-D, requiring the institution of a 30-meter safe distance for electronic devices and paper-like products without 033 safe dimensions. There is currently no 033 safe specification for electronic storage. Of the operational research projects involving SCP-033 are dedicated to finding such a method for electronic storage. Operational research projects are dedicated to the application of SCP-033 as a neutralizing factor for potentially hostile, machine logic-based SCP objects. Clarifying commentary from Professor Hutchinson follows for non-specialist staff in Document 033-A. Effects may be reviewed in Document 033-Q. Document 033-A, Debriefing of Professor Hutchinson after first observation. Transcript edited for clarity. Professor Hutchinson, every school child knows that 2 plus 2 is 4. The solid mathematical certainty of numerical order and value is the basis for all logic-based systems. We know that after 2 comes 3 and after 3 comes 4. What this formula proves is that we missed a number somewhere. Imagine if all our technology was based on the belief that after 4 came 6. We simply didn't know or conceive of 5. That is, in essence, what this formula proves, we missed a number. Professor Hutchinson, I can't tell you why the handcrafted vellum works best. I can only surmise that it displaces mathematical predictability in 2 ways. 1. The irregularity of the crafting process due to human error serves to eliminate any traces of regularity that would be found in a machine-created product. 2. The irregular borders seem to confuse it somehow, as if it gets locked up looking for a pattern to identify and use as an escape hatch. I'll tell you this, though, I don't think it should be left on anything longer than a few days. It will find a pattern eventually. Professor Hutchinson, I don't think it destroys anything. I think it tries integrating itself into our system and our system can't hold it. It's like trying to cram another book into a full bookshelf. If you get a hammer, you can get it in there, but the whole shelf bursts eventually. If it gets out into the internet, we will potentially experience a full IT infrastructure collapse within hours. Document 033-Q, Test Results, Trial 033 Delta 5. SCP-033 inscribed onto a single sheet of standard 8.5 by 11-inch manufactured white copy paper, hereafter X1. A second sheet of identical paper, hereafter X2, placed 30 centimeters away. 80 seconds, symbols consistent with the content of SCP-033 begin appearing on X2. X1 unchanged. 160 seconds, full content of SCP-033's formulae appear on the surface of X2. X1 unchanged. 320 seconds, X1, X2 both appear wet. Symbols still visible. 640 seconds. X1 is now roughly 1 part, apparently, water and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11-inch flat plane. Symbols become unintelligible. X2 still appears wet, symbols visible. 1280 seconds, X1 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. X2 now roughly 1 part liquid and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11-inch flat plane. Symbols unintelligible. 2560 seconds, X2 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. Item hash, SCP-024. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Due to its nature, SCP-024 cannot be moved to a secure location, so security measures must be placed on site. To conceal its location, 5 identical-looking replicas have been erected around SCP-024. A tight security perimeter must be maintained around SCP-024's compound at all times, with separate security teams guarding SCP-024 and its replicas. None of the security teams, except for team leaders, will be informed of the location of SCP-024. SCP-024 must be secured with magnetically sealed blast doors and reinforced, armored walls to prevent unauthorized entry. Under no circumstances can any security or research personnel enter SCP-024. Only D-Class personnel are allowed entry and strictly for research purposes only. All researchers are to observe and experiment with SCP-024 from the remote observation lab. Any personnel attempting to leave the remote observation lab or enter SCP-024 without prior approval from a Level 4 researcher must be immediately apprehended, with termination authorized. Should containment be breached, or SCP-024's true nature compromised, then the entire compound must be destroyed via specialized demolition charges planted throughout the compound. Description: SCP-024 is an abandoned sound stage that was once owned by Data Expunged. However, SCP-024 itself had been abandoned since Data Expunged, and it is unknown whether its special properties manifested before or after its abandonment. SCP-024 is located in the heart of Data Expunged, and was initially discovered when a group of teenage youths broke into the abandoned compound. The testimony of the lone winner when she turned herself into the police was enough to have Foundation assets mobilized to contain SCP-024. Upon entering SCP-024, visitors are immediately greeted by an anonymous announcer, who communicates via intercom and is able to hear and comprehend the voices of people within SCP-024. The announcer will inform the contestants that they are about to take part in a game show in which the winners will win fabulous prizes, but will also warn that the game will be extremely hazardous, and that the losers will never leave SCP-024. It is at this point the announcer presents the choice of whether to stay or leave SCP-024. Contestants who accept will continue to participate in the game, while those who decline are immediately expelled from SCP-024. Contestants that win the game or decline to participate may never enter SCP-024 again, as entry is denied by an impenetrable, invisible barrier. It is then that the contestants are led to the actual game. The style, composition, and appearance of the game always changes in every individual playthrough, but the game is always centered around a long, elaborate obstacle course that the contestants must navigate through. The rules also vary. Some playthroughs may only allow a single winner, while others encourage the creation of teams to win the game. More often than not, the obstacles seen in these games range from incredibly benign to extremely hazardous and life-threatening. As the contestants attempt to negotiate the course, the announcer will continuously update their status and actively participate in the game, often giving advice, conversing with contestants, and adding new rules. As the game progresses, the obstacles become significantly more dangerous and difficult to overcome, and it is not surprising to have the entire pool of contestants succumb to the rigors of the obstacle course. If such an event happens, the announcer will express sadness at the lack of a winner and SCP-024 will shut down, resetting only when a new batch of contestants enter. Any attempts to break the rules, such as assaulting other contestants and deliberately bypassing obstacles, are met by extreme violence. The announcer will call out the offending contestant, who will be quickly and forcefully ejected from the course by studio guardians. These studio guardians will immediately materialize within SCP-024 when called upon by the announcer and disappear when not needed. The contestant will never be seen again. When a winner is declared, he or she will receive a random grand prize. Any contestants that have survived the course but failed to win are immediately declared losers by the announcer. The lights will switch off, and the winner will immediately appear outside of SCP-024 with her prize while the losers completely disappear. However, the most mysterious aspect of SCP-024 is that after every game, a VHS tape or DVD will appear in the mailbox outside of SCP-024's main entrance. This recording is a complete record of the entire game that was previously played, even though winners have claimed that they had never seen any cameras or recording devices inside SCP-024. Also, more strangely, a live studio audience can be seen in the background cheering on the contestants. Again, winners have claimed not to have seen a live studio audience while inside SCP-024. Addendum 1. So far, the list of prizes awarded to winners has included, but is not limited to, cash prizes, electronics, various consumer goods, cars, collectibles, full paid vacations to various countries, data expunged. Close examination of these prizes have confirmed that they are completely genuine, and possess no unusual abilities or characteristics whatsoever. There appears to be no consistent pattern for what the prizes will be. Addendum 2. In an attempt to track where the losers are taken, GPS locator beacons were planted on subjects D-124 through D-135 when Group D-245 was sent into SCP-024. When the losers were taken away, all signals from the beacons were lost. Whether this is because the beacons were destroyed, or because the losers were taken to an area that cannot be located via GPS is currently unknown. Addendum 3. The announcer living within SCP-024 appears to be sentient and aware of events that take place outside of the compound. During the test of Group D523, which consisted only of doctored data expunged, the announcer instead engaged in a conversation with doctored data expunged. Analysis of the conversations have shown that the majority of the subjects are centered around pop culture and information distributed through television, implying that SCP-024 somehow is able to access and interpret television signals. Cutting all power and signal lines, as well as removing any potential wireless receiving equipment on SCP-024, does not affect SCP-024 in any way. When it became clear that no other contestants would participate, The announcer kindly asked Dr. Data Expunged to leave SCP-024 and suggested he return with more contestants. Addendum 4. The studio guardians that the announcer uses to enforce the rules vary in appearance every game, just like the course. If they appear, the guardians will always be dressed in a manner that matches with the theme of the obstacle course. The only common attributes all guardians share are the possession of humanoid appearance, ability to suddenly appear and disappear, superhuman strength, and face-concealing masks or headgear. However, winners have claimed that the guardians have no apparent shape or form inside SCP-024, instead appearing as huge, shadowy figures that engulf the offender.
When I became a young teenager back in the day, I was obsessed with urban legends. I was that obsessed that I would buy magazines every week from the local corner shop. I would then cut out pictures and stories and make my very own scrapbook of the legends that I thought was the best. When my mates came over, they would make so much fun of me because I used to collect the best stories of urban legends. I would even go so far as to have posters made of the ones that I thought was the best and keep them pinned to my wall. However, one legend that stuck out to me, one that I loved to read at least several times a day, was called, "Humans Can Lick Too," or the hand licker, depending on which part of the world you lived in. I even made up my own stories on my computer of this legend. I was so impressed with the story, that I made several different stories and posted them just about anywhere I could on the internet. Even on Reddit. However, this story is a story on how I survived a night of horror with every detail restraining to every detail I had written in my stories. It looked as if someone had become obsessed with my stories and wanted to make it a reality for me. This story goes back into the summer of 2005. My parents loved to take what we called date nights. They would go out one night a week for the whole night where they would romance each other. They did this as it was hard to show affection to each other when you have children. You know how things was when you have children and also your other half, if they aren't calling you for something they want, then they just want you attention for a bit. If not, then they would be driving you up the wall, so they would say. People with children out there would know what I am talking about. My parents promised each other that from the day the first child was born, they would take one night a week where they could go and have fun with just each other. You know, go for dinner, a movie, or maybe just a dance. I am now the oldest at the age of 17, so I was old enough to look after myself along with my younger siblings. They usually got in a babysitter, but they no longer did this as I was now old enough. The money they used to pay the babysitter they now gave to me instead. On this week this happened. They had planned to go out for a meal, the movies, and then for a dance. They wouldn't be back till the next morning, and my other siblings was staying at their friend's house. To be honest, I was actually looking forward to having the house to myself, as those of you with siblings will understand that you can never get any time to yourself. I had a great night planned out for myself. The time had come for them to leave the house. "Don't forget to lock all the windows and doors," my parents told me as they left through the front door. Taking the words into mind, I went through the house and started to lock all the windows and make sure the doors too was locked. Now with all the door and windows locked, there was however one window left. It would have to be in the most creepy place. I thought to myself, oh well, better get on with it. The last window was down in the basement. I hated it. I was cold, damp, and not lit very well. I grabbed a torch from the drawer, turned it on and went very cautiously down into the basement to where the window was located. I grabbed hold of the handle of the window, but it was very stiff and would not move so easily. I pulled and pulled, but it would only move about an inch. Getting fed up of the window, I looked around the basement for anything that could help me to close the window. There in the corner on the shelf I saw a small can of oil. I knew that by putting oil on the hinges, then it should loosen up if I just moved the window back and forth. I did this for what seemed like 5 minutes, but in the end, the window decided to close itself. However, it would never lock. I thought to myself that it wouldn't matter, anyone that walked past the window would think that it would be locked as it was now close. Oh, how that would come back to bite me on this night. Not thinking too much into it, I knew the basement had a deadlock built on the door, so I decided to lock the basement door instead, thinking that would be enough just in case someone decided to go through the basement window. Now with everywhere locked up, I decided that I would watch a bit of TV, had a nice dinner and go and browse the web for any new urban legends that I have never heard of before. Before I could do any of this, I would need to feed our dog. She was a border collie, black and white in color. She had beautiful colors. I went to the cupboard, got out her food and put a generous amount in her bowl. It seemed like I was on the web for hours browsing the urban legends. Oh, how time flies by when you are having a bit of fun. It was now dark outside. Looking at the time, it read 11 p.m. Wow, that is late, I thought to myself. It was time for bed. I turned off my computer, then went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. A nice hot shower, teeth brushed and my PJs on. I walked into my bedroom and was delighted to see the dog laying with her head just out of under my bed. She always seemed to sleep with me. I have no idea why. Maybe she liked me more than the other members. I started to snuggle up in my bed, put my hand down near my dog so she could lick my hand. I liked it when she does this. It makes me feel safe and also assures her that I am here and I am fine. I kept my hand there for a few minutes before deciding that enough was enough and it was time to close my eyes and go to sleep. Later that night I was startled awake. I didn't know how or why I was, but I was. I laid there for a few minutes listening to my surrounding and then it hit me. I was hearing the tap drip in the bathroom and just figured it was that awoken me. No big deal, I thought to myself, it was just the tap, but starting to feel nervous, I put my hand back down to my dog's level so he can lick my hand. This brings me reassurance and also I know he is there if I really need him. An hour later, I was yet again startled awake. This time while still half asleep, I sat up in my bed and looked around the room while listening. I must have left the tap running, I thought to myself. That was however strange as I saw sure that I had turned off the tap. Then I thought to myself that maybe there was a leak with the tap. Again I snuggled up in bed and put my hand back down to my dog's level to have him lick it. The next time I woke up naturally with nothing startling me awake. I looked at the time, it read 6:25. Thinking that it was now light outside and I won't be able to get any more sleep. I managed to pull myself out of bed. Drawing back the curtains and looking out the window, I can see my parents' car pulling into the drive. Great, I thought, I could get my dad to look at the tap and fix that drip I have been hearing all night. Being out of bed and somewhat cold, I needed to go to the loo. I put on my slippers, opened the door and went to the room that was the bathroom. What I saw that day when I opened the door will forever haunt me day and night. I fell to my knees screaming. My parents, hearing my curdling screams, came running into the house to my side. They asked me what's wrong. I shakily raised my arm and pointed into the shower of the bathroom. There are beautiful collie dog hung from the hook in its tail from the curtain rail. The dog was skinned with its skin in the bath. He seemed to be gutted with all the contents too in the bath. On the mirror, there was a message that shook me to the core. I turned white as a ghost as it read, "Humans can lick too." The thought that there was someone in my room, under my bed while licking my head turned my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore and I had to throw up. I pushed past my parents and ran to the toilet and let loose. I didn't want to because of the scene in the bathroom, but I couldn't help it. My parents called the police that day. They came and took a statement from me. They said that due to every window and door being locked, the only other way they could have gotten in was through the basement window. However, what startled me the most was, when did this person break into our home, as when I closed the basement window. I also deadbolted the door leading to the basement as I didn't quite trust just leaving the window closed. My parents never left me alone again. When they went out, they made sure that I either went to my friend's house for the night. If not at my friend's house, then I would go and stay at a relative's. My parents put the house up for sale that year. We just couldn't live in the house anymore knowing that someone was in there. The house sold quite quickly and we moved into a new house within 6 months of selling the house.
Item, SCP-030, the Homunculus. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-030 is to be held at Site-17 within a modified humanoid containment cell. Minor adaptations to accommodate its statures, such as an appropriately scaled workspace and chair, are to be included. Lighting within the cell may be altered upon request of SCP-030 to a maximum of 2000 lumens via a simple dimmer switch. Should the need to render SCP-030 inert arise, staff may extinguish the lighting from the exterior switch and draw blackout curtains as necessary. Standard night vision equipment is available for observation of SCP-030 in its inert state. SCP-030 may request materials for personal research every 90 days. All previously requested materials are to be collected and destroyed prior to the delivery of new materials. All materials are to be evaluated and screened by both research and security staff. SCP-030 is to be denied access to any modern scientific journals or texts, and fiction is to be restricted to works produced no later than 1623 CE to preserve the integrity of its innate knowledge. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in writing are to place a formal request, document number 030-RS/B, with the supervising researcher on duty. All correspondence is to be retained. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in person are to submit a formal request to Site Management, documents 030-RP/A, 17030/A, at least 30 days prior to their preferred consultation date. All consultations are to be recorded and retained. Senior research staff may request SCP-030 to be temporarily removed from its containment for a maximum of 1 hour to provide observational insight into non-restricted materials or events within Site-17. Under no circumstances is SCP-030 to leave the confines of Site-17. Requests must be presented in person to site management and security staff at least 30 days prior to their preferred observational release date. All observational release events are to be recorded and retained. SCP-030 has been equipped with a tracking device, inventory control code number 030-17-1, so its location within Site-17 may be determined precisely at any time. Description: SCP-030 appears as a hairless, genderless, gray-toned human 71 cm, 28 inches, in height and weighing 12.70 kg, 2 British stones in antiquated measure. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises or pupils and resemble small-cut sapphires. SCP-030 possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent not currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It is able to converse, read and write in ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish and Portuguese as well as two additional languages that have not yet been identified despite SCP-030's insistence that they should be common knowledge. SCP-030 has also demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics, and horticulture roughly equivalent to that of a 17th century CE academic. In addition, SCP-030 has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in the historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of SCP-030's utility and consultation. SCP-030 remains active while a 15-lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters, 5 feet. In the absence of light, SCP-030 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, SCP-030 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of a light slumber no matter how long the period of inactivity has been. SCP-030 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human would require sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. The biopsy analysis of SCP-030 remains inconclusive. While clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure, traces of mandrake, mandragora office and arum, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in each sample taken. SCP-030 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from SCP-030 do not regenerate, and sampling is currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although SCP-030 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain, and will simply remold any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation. Notably, SCP-030 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. SCP-030 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. SCP-030 refers to itself as Ariel and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how SCP-030 was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I have been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." SCP-030 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator is presented. Given its composition and location of origin, a link to the alchemists of Iligata is suspected. SCP-030 was discovered 6/12/data expunged during a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district pending construction of a car park. It was buried approximately 2.7 meters, 9 feet, below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid was shattered during the excavation, exposing SCP-030 to daylight. Upon being struck by the sun's rays, SCP-030 roused from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating, "Good afternoon" to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnesties and released. Addendum 1. Hide Document 030C, Security Logs for SCP-030. 9/14/: Tracking System installed for SCP-030. 12/21/SCP-030 reports the malfunction of its own tracking system. Repairs completed within 6 hours. SCP-030 offers to assist but is refused for security purposes. 3/13/:SCP-030 completes an 18-week seminar on Unknown Language Alpha, Zephyr, 5. Staff researchers considered fluent. Lexicography transmitted to 05.7/2/: While in consultation, the researcher inadvertently makes several remarks regarding photovoltaic technology. The consultation ended before the researcher can substantively elaborate. 8/12/: SCP-030 requests a supply of magnesium and indicates it intends to ignite samples to study the light produced. Request denied by researchers. 11/14/: Incident 0301, using only what appears to be standard potting soil, ginger, Zinniberofficinal, a 72-gram sample of rutilated quartz, and a 23 cm length of coiled copper wire. SCP-030 produces an object, device capable of emitting notable levels of directed ultraviolet light through unknown means. The device is confiscated. Effects not currently replicable without direct intervention from SCP-030. Researchers currently in consultation to determine if this line of SCP-030's research will be permitted to continue. It is speculated SCP-030 may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of the photoelectric effect after receiving only minimal information regarding its existence. All research by SCP-030 suspended and materials removed pending review.
Towards the end of the 1940s, Soviet researchers sealed 5 prison inmates into an airtight sealed room to test the prolonged effects of a gas to test the effects of prolonged sleep deprivation. Their behavior was monitored through a two-way glass mirror with their conversations being electrically recorded. They was promised freedom if they could stay awake for 3 days straight. The first few days of the experiment went off uneventfully. However, by the 5th day of the experiment, the subjects started to show signs of stress and were overheard moaning about their circumstances. They stopped talking to each other, instead starting to give information about each other over the microphones. Apparently to win the favors of their captor researchers. Paranoia set in. On the 9th day, screaming could be heard coming from the chamber, first one of the subjects, then another and then the third. They was observed running around the chamber screaming at the top of their lungs for hours on end. More disturbing was the quieter subjects, whom began ripping their books apart, smearing the pages with their feces and plastering it over the mirrors, just so their actions could not be monitored. Then just as suddenly it started, it then stopped. The subjects then ceased all communication, even with each other for 3 long days straight. The researchers, fearing the worst, tried to talk to the subjects on the intercom but to no avail. "Stand back, we are opening the chamber's door," one of the researchers said. "Step aside or you will be shot on sight," said another. "Compliance will earn you your freedom." A voice was heard from inside. "We no longer want to be freed." 2 more days went by without any communication. The researchers worried, debated on what to do. Finally at midnight on the 15th night, The researchers decided to end the experiment and flushed the gas from the chamber and was replaces with fresh air in preparation for their release. The subjects, not pleased at the idea of leaving the chamber and fearing their lives, began to scream at the researchers to turn the gas back on. Instead, the researchers unsealed the chamber's doors and sent in armed soldiers to retrieve them. Nothing could have prepared them for the carnage that they was about to look upon. One of the subjects was found dead, lying down in 6 inches of bloody water. Chunks off his flesh had been torn off and stuffed in the drain, perhaps to stop the flushing of the gas. All of the subjects were found to have been mutilated. In fact, what's worse, was that the wounds seemed to be self-inflicted. They had ripped open their own abdomens and disemboweled themselves with their own hands. Some had even eaten their own flesh. The 4 that was left alive, seemed to be terrified of falling asleep and refused to leave the chamber. Again, they plead with their captors to turn on the gas and lock them in. When the soldiers attempted to remove the inmates by force, they fought back so furiously they could not believe their eyes. One suffered a ruptured spleen and was losing that much blood. There was nothing left for his heart to pump, but yet continued to flail for 3 minutes, until his lifeless body collapsed. The remaining subjects was subdued and transported to a secret medical facility for treatment. The first to be operated on, fought so furiously against being anesthetized that he torn his muscles and broken his bones while struggling. As soon as the anesthetic took effect, his heart stopped beating and he died. The rest went under the surgery without any sedation, far from feeling any pain. However, they laughed hysterically on the operating table. The doctors, fearing that the subjects would harm them, administer a paralytic drug to stop them from moving around. After the surgery, the subjects was asked why they had mutilated themselves and why they wanted to stay in the chamber with the gas so much. Each in turn gave their answer: "I must remain awake." The researchers considering euthanizing them to cover all trace of the failed experiment, but was overruled by the commanding officer, whom ordered to resume the experiment immediately, with 3 of the researchers joining the remaining inmates in the chamber. Horrified at the prospect, the chief researcher pulled out his pistol and shot the commanding officer point blank. He then turned and shot one of the 2 remaining inmates. Pointing at the last one left alive, he asked, "What are you? I must know." "Have you forgotten so easily?" the last subject said, smiling. "We are you, we are the madness that lurks in you all, begging to be free at every moment in you animal mind. We are what you hide from your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis. When you go to the nocturnal heaven, we cannot tread." The researcher fired a bullet into his heart. The EEG monitor flatlined as the subject murmured their last words. "So nearly free."
Item, SCP-031. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-031 is to be contained in a standard containment chamber, located in Site-77's Safe SCP Wing. Personnel interacting with SCP-031 are not to view it directly, and communicate with test subjects through an intercom system installed in each chamber. The containment chamber is to be cleaned once per week by custodial staff wearing opaque goggles to mitigate SCP-031's effect. Description: SCP-031 is an amorphous organism, with a mass of 75 kilograms. SCP-031 is able to move at a pace of 3 km per hour and leaves a trail of oil when it moves. It is only capable of rudimentary physical movement. Testing of recovered tissue samples has shown that SCP-031 is at least partially composed of human muscle and epidermal tissue. SCP-031 is capable of reproducing human speech in any pitch or tone, although it is not currently known how SCP-031's biology produces them. Subjects directly perceiving SCP-031 will see it as an individual the subjects knew and had a romantic attraction to at some point in their past. When made aware that it is being observed, SCP-031 will claim to be this person, and that they have been left destitute by some event in their past. SCP-031 will use this to attempt to persuade the subject to allow it to stay with them for an extended period of time until it is able to return to a stable situation. This effect applies to all persons who view SCP-031, and research has not determined an upper limit to the number of persons who can be affected by SCP-031 at the same time. After inspecting the residence, SCP-031 may attempt to start a romantic relationship with the subject, and if successful it will begin living in their home. Several cases have been documented where SCP-031 began to actively affect more than one subject at a time, eventually having a nest containing between at least 18 different hotel rooms containing subjects with some form of relation to SCP-031. SCP-031 was recovered following contradictory police records taken after a riot in Redacted. Multiple subjects reported wildly contradictory views about SCP-031's appearance, and initial civilian units were also affected. However, the wide distribution of amnesiacs and inhaled tranquilizers pacified all affected subjects, and NTF-Psi-7 was able to recover SCP-031 from the condemned hotel it had taken residence in. As of November 16, 1958, SCP-031 has been classified as safe. Addendum: research has determined that aromantic subjects are not affected by SCP-031. However, all of these subjects will report SCP-031 as being a small, plump humanoid figure with specific features being obscured by dark smoke emanating around the entity in the shape of SCP-031's body. Further testing is required to explain this phenomenon. Further testing has shown that the perception of subjects affected by SCP-1937 is similarly affected.
Item: SCP-023. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-023 is to be contained in a walled-off inner section of 2 corridors at site data expunged, with at least 3 meters of space in each direction, and full stores at 3 of the 4 ends, in addition to the real door. Security cameras will be placed and maintained above all 4 doors. At all times, SCP-023's eye sockets are to be filled with spherical inserts made of hard rubber. Eye inserts must be replaced as they degrade. Degradation can be monitored by measuring the brightness of the burning effect as observed by security footage. Brightness greater than 12 candela requires that the inserts be replaced within 12 hours. Eye inserts are only to be replaced individually, and only after the sun has completely set. Personnel are not to look directly into eye sockets of SCP-023 at any time. Following Incident 02327, all reflective surfaces, including displays, monitors, and eyewear of any sort are not permitted within 30 meters of SCP-023's cell. This includes monitors linked to security cameras within its enclosure. Security personnel posted at checkpoints outside both corridors will enforce and adhere to this measure. Experimentation involving SCP-023 has been suspended indefinitely. Description: SCP-023 is a large, sexless shaggy canine, 1.5 meters at the shoulder, with black fur. Data expunged. See Incident Report 02326. Anytime an individual makes eye contact with SCP-023, either that person or a member of their immediate family will die exactly 1 year after eye contact is broken. Research into the method of selection is incomplete due to a moratorium on experiments, but the available data suggests that having a larger immediate family lessens the chance of the individual making eye contact themselves dying, and neither a pattern nor a preference in victim types have been found. This may indicate that SCP-023's victim is designated entirely at random, but it is unknown whether this selection occurs at the beginning or at the end of the 1-year time period. Attempts to terminate an individual who has made eye contact with SCP-023 and their entire immediate family before the 1-year time period has ended. Data expunged. Autopsies of individuals killed by SCP-023's effect show that, while outwardly appearing unharmed, their remains have been filled in with highly compacted ash, including but not limited to all organ systems and the circulatory system. Muscle tissue, bones, and brain tissue universally show signs of exposure to temperatures above. Data expunged. If not contained in a setting that at least superficially resembles a crossroads, SCP-023 will phase through walls to get to the nearest suitable location, incinerating all materials it passes through. SCP-023 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when it attacked a church in Data expunged while it was in session, killing Data expunged civilians directly and, redacted, as a result of eye contact. Following retrieval of SCP-023, Class P amnesiacs were administered to all witnesses and surviving victims. The incident was covered up as a case of arson. Addendum 023001. SCP-023 broke containment on Data expunged by passing through its cell wall. Incident 02301. SCP-023 was later discovered at the intersection of two corridors elsewhere on site. Data expunged. Agent Data expunged noted SCP-023's similarity to a redacted Special Containment Procedures for SCP-023 updated. Assistant Researcher Data expunged issued a reprimand for negligence. Addendum 023002. SCP-023 has been responsible for the deaths of Data expunged personnel and Data expunged civilians since it was first brought into containment on 10/12/Data expunged. Addendum 023003. Request for reclassification to Keter pending. Addendum 023004. Due to both anomalies focusing on specific geographic spaces, their destructive capabilities, and canine appearance, it is possible that SCP-1111-1 may be a variant of the same phenomenon observed in SCP-023, or vice versa. Investigation into the origin of both anomalies is ongoing. Due to the inability to capture SCP-1111-1 for study, investigations are currently focused on SCP-023.
If you ever lived in or around Virginia in the 1970s, you were probably exposed to the story of the Bunny Man. In the tale, an escaped mental patient takes to gutting bunnies and hanging them from a bridge underpass. Later the maniac is said to have graduated to gutting and hanging teens in a similar manner. Locals were cautioned to never be caught near the underpass, which is now known to most people as Bunny Man Bridge on Halloween night. As most young and naive teens go, we don't usually believe in these stories, thinking to ourselves that our parents tell us these stories to stop us going out at night or to keep us away from a place that our parents themselves don't like. This legend apparently seemed to come alive around Halloween night. All our parents would tell us the story of the Bunny Man and that on All Hallows Eve, he would go hunting around the tunnel. It always seemed to be around the tunnel and never like deep in the woods. If he caught anyone, then he would knock them out, take them to the tunnel, string them up and then just wait for them to awaken. When they did awake from the blackout, he would then toy with the first, making them beg for death. Only when they think the Bunny Man would let them go, he would then gut them, leaving all their insides spread all over the floor. For that reason, us teens never believed our parents of the Bunny Man legend. After all, it happened like 10 years ago and had never been a sighting of him since. We just thought they didn't like us teens going up to that bridge. The village that we lived in was fairly small with only a couple of thousand people, so as you can imagine, there is not much for us teen to do. When it came to Halloween night, we was too old to do trick-or-treating and staying in was a bore. What else could we do besides egg and loo rolling houses for fun? One night a couple of days before Halloween would start, a friend in our group suggested that we go up to Bunny Man Bridge with a recording device and do some ghost hunting as they was interested in the legend of the Bunny Man. They thought the story was real and that the Bunny Man was dead. I did tell her myself that the story was made up by our parents to keep away from the underpass, but she would have none of it and complained to us all, "What else have we got to do?" She was right about this, as there was nothing to do in our small town. So with Halloween around the corner, we all decided what we was going to do, what we was going to take with us and also who was going to take who. As with a party of about 10 teens, we would at least need 2 or 3 cars. Another problem we faced was where to park. Roll on 3 days and it's now the night of All Hallows Eve. Lucky enough we all arranged to meet at the local supermarket just so that we can all travel to Bunny Bridge together in case any of us get lost. This way it is a lot easier on all of us. At the supermarket I meet up with my mate who is really into the paranormal. He shows me to his car and I just couldn't believe my eyes. All the gadgets that he had with him. It was enough to make his own little TV show, but then again he does have a YouTube channel and loves to upload this kind of stuff. Amazing really that he has such a large fan base who all flock to his channel to watch his stuff. With all of us now here, we all gather into our designated cars and take the long hour-and-a-half journey. Lucky for me I just put a few games on my phone. Just for this occasion. The journey itself did seem short, which was a surprise to me, but I guess that is what happens when you take your mind off the journey and concentrate on something else. Hour and a half goes by and we are now at our location. We find a small area for parking just off the side of the road. We park all 3 of our cars there and start to take the small walk up to the underpass bridge. We are now at the underpass and I have to tell you now, it looked very airy. There was a translucent mist in the area. The lights that shone through had a glare making them look bigger than what they appear to be. A gust blew a chilling wind through the tunnel. It whistled as it passed several bricks sticking out of the wall. It seemed like there was also old bits of rope that hung of the side of the bridge, perhaps UNI students trying to scare people. With the ghost hunting equipment in hand, we now go into the tunnel with the recording device to try and catch any sounds there may be. We also have another device which also notifies us of any ghosts in the area by lighting up. We spend about 10 minutes walking around and recording. We got curious and wanted to see if we had catched anything on the device. My mate rewound the recorder to the beginning and played forward. What we heard gave us chills from head to toe. There was a voice on the recorder. It was a rough voice, like someone who smoked fags all day long. Kill them all, it said. We all looked at each other, our faces white as a ghost. We look around again, making sure everyone was with us. However, there was 2 girls in our group that disappeared. We called out for 10 minutes. We again looked to each other thinking that they was playing a joke on us. One of the men in the group spoke up a loud voice just so they 2 girls could overhear. Fair enough, if they want to joke around, then maybe they can make their own way home. Again, nothing could be heard from them. Now, getting worried for these girls, we decided to split up and go look for them. They couldn't be far. We split up into 3 groups. One group would take one end of the tunnel, the other end, and the last group would search the forest. We must have searched for seems like almost an hour, and there was no sight or trace of them at all. Then out of nowhere, we heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the road at the entrance of the tunnel. Thinking there was something wrong, we all ran together towards the tunnel. The other 2 groups was there gathered around the entrance like they was hiding something they didn't want us to see. When we got there, that is then we can see why the screaming. I just couldn't believe my eyes. I never thought this would happen. There hanging from the underpass was our 2 mates. Both had been gutted like a fish with their organs all over the floor. Now that recording we heard Gad come back to haunt us. We can't leave them there, one of the group members said, but with a killer hunting us like animals there was no choice. We had to get into our cars, back into town, and call the police. Another member of the group just started to scream and pointed down into the tunnel of the underpass. We all looked to where she was pointing, and there we could see it. A man dressed up in a bunny outfit suit holding what appears to be a huge meat cleaver and hook. Without any thought, we all ran towards our cars, but the figure itself started to give chase too. Now our lives was on the line and we had to get out of this area. Lucky enough we all managed to get into the cars and head back into town. We all drove over to the police station and told them everything that we seen and heard, even gave them the recording of that haunting voice we heard on the recorder. The police went up to the Bunny Man Bridge. They found our friends strung up by the neck, their innards spread all over the floor. However, when they looked around, they could find no trace of the person. They actually believed one of us did it, but with no evidence none of us got charged. I think back to that terrible day and try to figure out how our friends disappeared without any trace, with no screams, nothing. I know now that I will never return to that place again, never.
Item, SCP-026. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-026 is to remain securely locked and boarded up at all times when there is no research ongoing. Alarms are set to alert the Foundation in case of entry by civilians or other agencies. Description: SCP-026 is a 3-story public school building built in data expunged. It has two wings connected to a central foyer. It was declared condemned in data expunge after it was found the floor plan didn't match up to the building's blueprints. See interview log 02601. It came to the Foundation's attention after several disappearances in the area were linked to visits to the abandoned building. The building demonstrates spatial anomalies. The internal space is much greater than the external of the building would allow. Hallways display variable length, while stairways have differing number of steps going up or down. The number of rooms of the hallways changes each time they are counted. Attempts at trying to reach the far ends of the hallways have met with failure so far. Entrance located at fire escapes located at the end of the hallways lead to doors approximately midway down the length of the halls. Edit, see Note 026A. There is considerable graffiti on the interior walls of the school. Most appears typical, including gang signs, names, and street art. However, the graffiti fades and reappears, changing location. Writing on chalkboards and bulletin boards changes in a similar fashion. Subjects typically found range from standard school subjects, mathematics, literature, biology, to more esoteric subjects, such as quantum entanglement, data expunged, and eugenics. One researcher reported one board detailing information about SCP data expunged, but photographic evidence showed only a blank slate. See Note 026b. The phrase the children used to sing has appeared multiple times in various places throughout the building, but there is currently no explanation for its significance. A number of unconscious subjects have been found in the building, mostly of high school age, ranging from 12 to 18. They are dressed in accordance to the school's dress code, circa data expunged. Several have been identified as former students or faculty of the school who disappeared after the school shut down, in at least one case, more than 10 years after the closure. It is currently unknown how they were transported back into SCP-026. See Note 026-C. All attempts to wake the subjects while inside the building have failed. On being removed from the grounds of SCP-026, the subjects wake abruptly. They experience a period of confusion, before dying from extremely rapid dehydration, followed by advanced decomposition. No useful intelligence has been recovered from the subjects to date. The inability to wake subjects extends to those who fall asleep on the grounds of SCP-026. Though the rapid dehydration only seems to affect those who have been found on the grounds of the school. See Incident Report 02612. Note 026A. Robotic exploration and video feeds have shown that the apparent spatial anomalies are caused by changes in the perceptions of observers, rather than actual spatial phenomena. For this reason, SCP-026 does not require the expertise of Mobile Task Force Row 8 roadside picnickers at this time. Update: further exploration has shown that some spatial phenomena do occur. See the exploration logs for more details. Note 026b. The contents of notepads, books, and pieces of paper have been observed to disappear, only to reappear on surfaces within SCP-026. New writings have appeared, mostly drawn from graffiti or textbooks. Caution should be exercised in bringing documents onto the grounds of SCP-026. Note 026c. Several Class D personnel exposed to SCP-026 have disappeared from Foundation control, only to reappear inside the anomalous building. The subjects in question had previously complained of dreams identical to those experienced by Agent Malek. Update: see Interview Log 02608. Incident Report 02612. During a routine security check of SCP-026, Agent Malek was found unconscious by his partner, Agent Jones, in the main foyer. Initial attempts at rousing Agent Malek were ineffective, so he was moved for transportation to Site Data Expunged. Upon leaving the grounds of SCP-026, he woke abruptly in a state of agitation. When questioned, he revealed that he had been dreaming of a classroom setting. This dream has been consistent throughout all subjects who have fallen asleep within the grounds of SCP-026.
Item, SCP-012. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-012 is to be kept in a darkened room at all times. If the object is exposed to light or seen by personnel using a light frequency other than infrared, remove personnel for mental health screening and immediate physical. Object is to be encased in an iron shield box, suspended from the ceiling with minimum clearance of 2.5 meters from the floor, walls and any openings. Description: SCP-012 was retrieved by archaeologist K.M. Sandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score entitled O Mount Golgotha, part of a larger set of sheet music, appears to be incomplete. The red, black ink, first thought to be first form of berry or natural dyeing, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet, Site 9 Special Salvage, had 2 members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed access to the score. In every case, the subjects mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. Those subjects who managed to finish a section of the piece immediately committed suicide, declaring the piece to be impossible to complete. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, with each instrument part having no correlation or harmony with any other instrument.
We all love a good ghost story, whether it be Chinese whispers or gathered around the campfire telling stories, but have you ever wondered where these stories have come from? After all, a good story is usually based on a true event that may have actually happened. These stories then get changed with each telling of the story, and so the truth being the story changes. This is top 5 ghost stories that may or may not be true.
The mobile phone. A couple of months ago, my friend's cousin, a single mother, brought a new mobile phone. After a long day of work, she came home, placed her phone on the counter, and went to watch TV. Her son came to her and asked if he could play with her new phone. She told him not to call anyone nor mess with text messages, and he agreed. At around 11:20, she was drowsy, so decided to tuck her son in and go to bed. She walked to his room and saw that he wasn't there. She then ran over to her room to find him sleeping on her bed with phone in hand. Relieved, she picked her phone back up from his hand to inspect it. Browsing through it, she noticed only minor changes such as new background, banner, but then she opened up her saved pictures. She began deleting the pictures he had taken, until only one new picture remained. When she first saw it, she was in disbelief. It was her son sleeping on her bed, but the picture was taken by someone else above him and it showed the left half of an elderly woman's face.
I sat on the bus. On my way to school, listening to music and paying little to no attention to the other students. At one of the stops my mind snapped back to reality. I looked towards the small house, Tommy's house, I thought. A hand slipped through the drapes of the window and waved the bus driver to move on. He's sick, I thought, paying no large amount of attention to the situation. The day flew by, and after school, I watched the local news channel, and what I heard paralyzed me. Tommy's entire family was murdered that day by an unknown suspect. After hearing this news, I moved back up to my room and quietly fell asleep. The next day, I sat on the bus. We drove past Tommy's house, and the bus driver, being unaware of Tommy's family fate, stopped at his home. As I was about to get up and explain to her what had happened, something caught my eye. A pale hand slipped through the drapes of the window and waved the bus driver to move on. I sat on the bus, terrified.
The impish ghost. My neighbor Diane and I had a playful poltergeist for years, and we called it Billy. I'd come home and find something put in weird places. Milk in cupboard, toilet paper in the fridge, laundry detergent in the bathtub. Diane once called to ask if Billy had been around, because she couldn't find a gallon of milk. We finally found it outside on her back steps, and sugar. Done sugar. Every morning, my sugar bowl was empty. When I had enough, I'd point to Diane home and yell, "Go see Diane." Within 5 minutes, I'd get a call from her, and she'd say thanks a lot, because he'd gone and pulled shenanigans at her place. This occurred for the entire 2 years we lived there. No one believed us, not even our husbands. My mother thought someone was stealing from us when we were sleeping or out of the house. My sister believed something was going on but didn't know what. I still can't explain any of it. The crib shadow. I was babysitting my niece while I was staying at my brother's place, and they had the baby camera set up so I could see her on the little TV it came with. I was studying and started dozing off when I heard someone whispering and realized it was coming from the monitor. I initially thought it was some feedback or something, but when I looked at the TV there was a dark shadow near my niece's crib. I have never been more terrified in my life, but the shadow was clearly there where it had not been before. I ran to my niece's room and looked around and saw nothing, but I took her the hell out of there. I went back to the TV, and the shadow was clearly gone. I told my brother what had happened and he pulled me aside and told me not to mention it to my sister-in-law because she'll freak out, but that he had seen the same thing several times now, with the same whispering. They stayed in that house for about 4 more years, and when my niece was just learning to talk she would tell her mom about her special friend. To this day, it scares me. When they moved out, my brother told me my niece had become inconsolably sad because she would miss her friend. Her mom would tell her she could bring him along, but all she would say that he couldn't leave the house. We have never to this day told about that damn shadow, and she apparently never saw it.
The rocking horse. One night, when I was maybe 10-12, I had trouble falling asleep. My bedroom was the entire top floor of our house, with my bed and such being on the left side and storage closets and a play area being on the right. I was lying in bed when I heard noise from the other side of the room and see a rocking horse begin to rock. It was sitting just outside one of the storage closet doors. It proceeded to rock its way halfway across the room and stopped dead under the ceiling light. At this point I was freaking out and just buried my head under my blankets and never peeked out again until morning. It was all confirmed to not be a dream, as the rocking horse was still in the middle of my room when I woke up. Furthermore, I got a stern reprimand from my parents for being up out of bed playing with my toys well past my bedtime. Their bedroom was directly below the storage closet, play area, and had heard the creaking of the rocking horse shuffling across the room.
Item, SCP-038, the Everything Tree. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-038 is to be watered twice per day via overhead mister. Should the mister break for any reason, attendants should water SCP-038 by hand until it has been fixed. Lighting is provided by computer-controlled lighting arrays. Attendants watering SCP-038 by hand and maintenance personnel fixing mister or lighting should wear hazmat suits to prevent accidental cloning. Description: SCP-038 was found on an abandoned farm in Data Expunged, New York, in 1928. It was at first thought to be a common apple tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that SCP-028 was growing things other than apples and, in fact, other than fruit. SCP-038 has the ability to clone any object that touches its bark. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach maturity within a matter of minutes. A weight limit of 90.9 kilograms, 200 dib, per object has been previously recorded. Objects that SCP-038 has thus far cloned include apples, oranges, watermelons, eggplants, candy bars, snack foods, televisions, toasters, laptops, keys, chairs, DVDs, CDs, cats, dogs, and people. Human and animal cloning through SCP-038 is not recommended, as they appear to age quickly. The majority of these clones live, on average, 2 weeks. After a thorough examination of the deceased clones, it has been determined that they had begun to ferment before death. Object is currently held on Site-23 and there are currently no plans to move it. SCP-038 Partial Testing Log, Select Experiments Only. Date, Data Expunged. Intent, Confirmation of Mass Limit, and Investigation into Consequences of Exceeding the Limit. Test Results, 400-pound steel ingot made contact with the outer bark of SCP-038. Chamber vacated as a precaution. Cloned ingot grew at a typical speed, but growth halted abruptly short of completion. Examination at the end of the aborted facsimile revealed a rough texture superficially resembling miniature-scale tree bark. Item detached from SCP-038 as typical and was subsequently found to weigh 90.91 kilograms, or almost precisely 200 pounds. Date: data expunged. Intent: investigation into duplication of non-biological animate matter. Test results: SCP-0173, deemed a suitable test subject because of its lack of verifiable life process, introduced into containment chamber by Class D personnel. Contact made with outer bark of SCP-038, and SCP-173, returned immediately to containment. SCP-173 facsimile began development at a typical speed, beginning at the point of contact. As consistent with previous results, growth halted at the 200-pound threshold, in this case, termination development after replication of the head, right arm, and partial upper torso. Class D test subject was ordered to break eye contact with the clone. When the test subject eventually blinked, no movement was observed in cloned material. Extinguishing and re-establishment of containment chamber light supply revealed no apparent reaction from cloned material. Experiment concluded. During the storage of a cloned portion of SCP-173, it was observed that the partial facsimile was in fact making violent gestures, at a dramatically slower rate. The movement was shown to continue regardless of the state of observation.
Item, SCP-026. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-026 is to remain securely locked and boarded up at all times when there is no research ongoing. Alarms are set to alert the Foundation in case of entry by civilians or other agencies. Description: SCP-026 is a 3-story public school building built in data expunged. It has two wings connected to a central foyer. It was declared condemned in data expunged after it was found the floor plan didn't match up to the building's blueprints. See interview log 02601. It came to the Foundation's attention after several disappearances in the area were linked to visits to the abandoned building. The building demonstrates spatial anomalies. The internal space is much greater than the external of the building would allow. Hallways display variable length, while stairways have differing number of steps going up or down. The number of rooms of the hallways changes each time they are counted. Attempts at trying to reach the far ends of the hallways have met with failure so far. Entrance located at fire escapes located at the end of the hallways lead to doors approximately midway down the length of the halls. Edit, see Note 026A. There is considerable graffiti on the interior walls of the school. Most appears typical, including gang signs, names, and street art. However, the graffiti fades and reappears, changing location. Writing on chalkboards and bulletin boards changes in a similar fashion. Subjects typically found range from standard school subjects, mathematics, literature, biology, to more esoteric subjects, such as quantum entanglement, data expunged, and eugenics. One researcher reported one board detailing information about SCP data expunged, but photographic evidence showed only a blank slate. See Note 026b. The phrase "the children used to sing" has appeared multiple times in various places throughout the building, but there is currently no explanation for its significance. A number of unconscious subjects have been found in the building, mostly of high school age, ranging from 12 to 18. They are dressed in accordance to the school's dress code, circa data expunged. Several have been identified as former students or faculty of the school who disappeared after the school shut down, in at least one case, more than 10 years after the closure. It is currently unknown how they were transported back into SCP-026. See Note 026-C. All attempts to wake the subjects while inside the building have failed. On being removed from the grounds of SCP-026, the subjects wake abruptly. They experience a period of confusion, before dying from extremely rapid dehydration, followed by advanced decomposition. No useful intelligence has been recovered from the subjects to date. The inability to wake subjects extends to those who fall asleep on the grounds of SCP-026. Though the rapid dehydration only seems to affect those who have been found on the grounds of the school. See Incident Report 02612. Note 026A. Robotic exploration and video feeds have shown that the apparent spatial anomalies are caused by changes in the perceptions of observers, rather than actual spatial phenomena. For this reason, SCP-026 does not require the expertise of Mobile Task Force Row 8 roadside picnickers at this time. Update: further exploration has shown that some spatial phenomena do occur. See the exploration logs for more details. Note 026b. The contents of notepads, books, and pieces of paper have been observed to disappear, only to reappear on surfaces within SCP-026. New writings have appeared, mostly drawn from graffiti or textbooks. Caution should be exercised in bringing documents onto the grounds of SCP-026. Note 026c. Several Class D personnel exposed to SCP-026 have disappeared from Foundation control, only to reappear inside the anomalous building. The subjects in question had previously complained of dreams identical to those experienced by Agent Malek. Update: see Interview Log 02608. Incident Report 02612. During a routine security check of SCP-026, Agent Malek was found unconscious by his partner, Agent Jones, in the main foyer. Initial attempts at rousing Agent Malek were ineffective, so he was moved for transportation to Site Data expunged. Upon leaving the grounds of SCP-026, he woke abruptly in a state of agitation. When questioned, he revealed that he had been dreaming of a classroom setting. This dream has been consistent throughout all subjects who have fallen asleep within the grounds of SCP-026.
Person on site is Dr. Data expunged. The date today is data expunged. The current time is 1700 hours. Entering object SCP-019 code named the Monster Pot. Item, SCP-019. Object class, Getter. Special containment procedures. SCP-019 is to be kept on a wide grate in a 3 m x 3 m x 4 m reinforced concrete room, installed with an incinerator. Room is to be kept at 0 degrees Celsius when incinerator is not activated. An observation chamber separated by a plate glass window is to be used for constant observation of SCP-019, and if, when specimens of SCP-0192 are observed, the incinerator is to be activated. In the event of an outbreak of SCP-0192, ordinary firearms are successful in terminating individual specimens, although in the case of a swarm-level outbreak, flamethrowers may be more effective. SCP-019 should be kept in a vertical position at all times. Description: SCP-019 appears to be a very large ceramic vase, 1.8 m in diameter at the mouth and 2.4 m high. Style and decoration indicate it was created in classical Greece, although conclusive dating is impossible, as the surface is entirely unbreakable by any known means. If a successful method is discovered, SCP-019 is to be destroyed with prejudice. Periodically, entities emerge from SCP-019. Collectively, these are known as SCP-0192. The entities vary in many aspects, but tend to be small, vaguely humanoid, though they may have animaloid features, and extremely hostile. They often choose to attack with teeth or claws. Although fairly delicate, also, surprisingly, flammable, they are reasonably strong and pose a considerable threat in large numbers. When kept at 0 degrees Celsius and totally at rest, entities will emerge from SCP-019 at a rate of approximately 1 entity per hour. The following traits are known to affect SCP-019-2's manifestation rate. Movement of SCP-019. Threat to SCP-019. Extreme temperature highs and lows. Sudden shift in surrounding environment. Introduction of objects or organisms to the inside of SCP-019, known to cause a flood reaction. Traits that may or may not influence SCP-019-2's manifestation rate. Presence of human life near SCP-019. Current weather patterns. Specific individuals near SCP-019. Some individuals seem to affect SCP-019-2's emergence rate more drastically than others. In addition, tipping or tilting SCP-019 will create a reaction as though it was previously filled with SCP-0192 specimens, although viewers looking into SCP-019 from above will merely observe a dark hole. Due to the production rates of SCP-0192 when the object is disturbed, measurement of the internal cavity is difficult, but it is suspected to be inconsistent with outside measurements. Addendum: Document SCP-0192-A. SCP-0192 Notes, as maintained by Dr. Light and Dr. Vox. Data expunged. SCP-0192 specimen was removed from containment chamber and kept in reinforced pen, provided with water and live chickens as food. Specimen made quiet, continuous, garbled vocalizations, determined to be phonetically similar to ancient Hellenic languages. Although the reason for this is unknown, specimens are still thought to be no more intelligent than animals. The specimen lived for less than 48 hours, and a dissection revealed anatomy consistent on a cellular level with normal biology, but with an extremely unstable musculoskeletal structure. Other notable anomalies included an unstable respiratory system, nearly non-existent digestive tract, and virtually no other internal organs. All other captured specimens have followed similar patterns of behavior and demise. Note: it appears that SCP-0192 specimens were not intended to live for meaningful amounts of time outside of SCP-019. Dr. Vox. Data expunged. Containment unit was slightly damaged following prolonged exposure to SCP-0192 specimen, missed by the monitoring team because of partial transparency. This has not been noted in SCP-0192 before. Monitoring teams will continue to report further anomalies. Data expunged. Monitoring teams report some specimens of SCP-0192 now appear to be significantly more resistant to incineration than others. It is hypothesized that this is a defense mechanism on the part of SCP-019. Data expunged. Most specimens of SCP-0192 are now all but entirely resistant to the effects of the incinerator. Replacement of incinerator with an acid bath is being considered. Evolution of SCP-0192 is being studied, and may be evidence of sentience in SCP-019.
We have all heard of some type of urban legend these days. Urban legends are being told from family to family and by friends, usually around a campfire trying to scare the crap out of us, or maybe our parents would tell us these stories, maybe to make us behave or maybe to keep us away from a specific area, but we will never know why our parents scare us so. Maybe the reason why we don't believe in these stories is for the reason we don't want to, that there could be so much evil in the world. With this story I am about to tell you, this was told by my mother. Her friend had a daughter and this story happened to her. This gives me the creeps, and now because of it, I am too afraid to go down to the woods or even Lover's Lane. So here is the story my mom told to me and my friends when I was about 16 years old. I guess I told my mom that I was going down to the woods with my boyfriend later that night. As you can imagine, I was scared to death and now will never step foot there again. My mother's friend daughter and her boyfriend were on their way home from somewhere, not important. One night, the couple decided to make a detour and would spend some time alone in the woods. You know what lovers get up to these days. The couple parked off the main road, in a part of the woods, off the main track. They didn't really want it to be bothered with people passing by. As you could properly guess what they were going to get up to, the man, being brave for his sweetheart and not fearing anything, wanted to go for a leak. The guy stepped out of the car, saying comfortably to his girlfriend, "Don't worry, I'll be back. I'm just going to find somewhere to take a leak. Make sure you lock the doors and windows while I am gone." She locked the doors and sat restlessly while waiting for her boyfriend to finish up with his business. Suddenly, she sees a shadow fall across her lap. She looks up to see, not her boyfriend, but a strange, crazed-looking man. She looked deep at him as he was swinging something in his hand. The girlfriend let out a horrifying scream. The boyfriend, hearing her screams, quickly does up his zip on his trousers. "I'll be right there," he shouts as he starts running towards the car. As the boyfriend runs to the car, this crazed-looking man starts to run away from the car. A sigh of relief hits her as her boyfriend is on the way back and the other man was now gone. She kept waiting, but 5 minutes had passed. Her boyfriend never turned up. A few minutes later, she heard what she thought to be footsteps in the distance. She was both relieved but yet scared as she did not know who it was. Although she could hear the footsteps, there was still no sign of her boyfriend, but yet the footsteps continued. This continued for a few seconds until the girl realized that her boyfriend is most likely playing a joke on her. The girl decided that enough is enough and wanted to teach him a lesson and make him walk home that night. The girl now jumps into the driver's seat thinking enough is enough. Lucky the keys was still in the ignition. She turns on the car and starts to pull away until she hears what she thought to be a scream. She stops the car and looks around but doesn't see anything. Thinking that it was her boyfriend yet again playing a prank on her, this time she floors the gas pedal but imminently brakes when she hears a even worse blood-curdling scream. Now not being able to contain what is happening, she gets out of the car to look around. Looking above the car, she turns white as a ghost as she witnesses her boyfriend's head on the roof and his body dangling from a rope that was attached to the bumper of the car. While looking up at the body, her eyes set upon a figure in the tree line. She screams as the figure waves at her and starts to walk towards her. Now I don't know about you, but this story scared the pets off me. I would never be able to go into the woods again. Not even in the daytime. I am thankful that my mother's friend got her daughter back, but she is now scarred from that night and will need therapy properly for the rest of her life.
Robert is a one-of-a-kind, handmade by the Steiff Company of Germany around the turn of the century, standing 40 inches tall and stuffed with wood wool known as Excelsior. He is dressed in a sailor suit and once bore paint features, not unlike those of a jester. His unusual size indicates he may have been fashioned in the image of his constant companion, a boy named Robert Eugene Otto. The doll took Robert as his name, while the boy simply went to be known as Gene. Together they would go on to make history. Robert the doll originally belonged to Robert Eugene Otto, an artist described as eccentric who belonged to a prominent Key West family. The doll was reportedly manufactured by the Steiff Company of Germany, purchased by Otto's grandfather while on a trip to Germany in 1904, and given to young Otto as a birthday gift. The doll's sailor suit was likely an outfit that Otto wore as a child. The doll remained stored in the Otto family home at 534 Eaton Street in Key West while Otto studied art in New York and Paris. Otto married Annette Parker in Paris on May 3, 1930. The couple returned to the Otto family home in Key West to live there until Otto died in 1974. His wife died 2 years later. After their deaths, the Eaton Street home containing the doll was sold to Myrtle Reuter, who owned it for 20 years until the property was sold to the current owners, who operate it as a guest house. In 1994, the doll was donated to the East Martello Museum in Key West, where it eventually became a popular tourist attraction. It is annually rotated to the old post office custom house in October. According to legend, the doll has supernatural abilities that allow it to move, change its facial expressions, and make giggling sounds. Some versions of the legend claim that a young girl of Bahamian descent gave Otto the doll as a gift or as retaliation for wrongdoing. Other stories claim that the doll moved voodoo figurines around the room, and was aware of what went on around him. Still, other legends claim that the doll vanished after Otto's house changed ownership a number of times after his death, or that young Otto triggered the doll's supernatural powers by blaming his childhood mishaps on the doll. According to the local folklore, the doll has caused car accidents, broken bones, job loss, divorce and cornucopia of other misfortunes. This all because people took photos of Robert the doll, never asked for permission from the doll itself, or people had mocked the doll to her. The doll got revenge by cursing those for the mocking him. Robert the doll has thousands of letters sent to him every day from people who have apologized to him for either the mocking or the photos they took without his permission. People have even sent the very photo they took back to Robert in hopes that Robert would lift the curse he put on them. Museum visitors supposedly experience post-visit misfortunes for failing to respect Robert. Museum staff noticed a shift of energies at the Fortis Martello Museum. Though Robert was not initially on display, he started receiving visitors as word spread about his new residence. Once he was put on display, cameras and electronic devices malfunctioned in his presence. It was like a metal bar running down my back. At first, when we walked through the door, The look on his face was like a little boy being punished. It was as if he was asking himself, "Who are these people in my room and what are they doing to me?" said one visitor. "There was some kind of intelligence there. The doll was listening," said another visitor. The Witches of Rock Cemetery. I have always been a fan of urban legends and myths. I would spend most of my day just browsing through the internet looking for legends and myths in the area that I live in. I thought I had read most of the legends and myths, that is until my parents told me about a legend that so happened to be a true story that happens 200 to 300 years ago when witchcraft was alive and well in the city. I sat down next to the open coal fire and listened to the crackle of the flames before turning my attention to my parents, whom are now sitting in their chairs, my mum with a glass of wine and my dad with a glass of brandy. My dad asks me, "Have you heard of Rock Cemetery that lies just on the outskirts of town? I pass that place every time I go into town." "Yes," I said. "Well, this is where the story begins. About 200 to 300 years ago in this city, there was 3 well-known witches that used to live in a cave in that very same cemetery. No one ever known about them as they kept to that cave and never came out. That is until All Hallows Eve. When Halloween came, these witches came out of the cave about 3 a.m. That would be the witching hour, he told me. I asked, "What is the witching hour?" "The witching hour is where the veil between our world and the afterlife is at its weakest. It is also said that at this time you can summon the devil." The witches would come out of their cave at 3 a.m. and go hunting for any kids that may still be wandering around after they are done their trick-or-treating. If they did find a child, then they would take them back to the cave where they would sacrifice the child to the devil for everlasting life. These witches was found after too many children had disappeared. They had reports of people seeing these 3 witches luring children in the cave at Rock Cemetery. The witches was arrested, put on trial and then burned at the stake. However, anyone who visit the cemetery at the time on Halloween, the spirits of the witches will put them into a trance and lured into the cave, where the witches would sacrifice them to the Dark Lord. Now, intrigued by the story my parents told me, I just had to go and see if there was any truth to the story. I do know that when sitting on the top deck of the bus, you can see caves in that cemetery that are now barred off. After the story, I ran up to my room where I got my phone and rang my friend. I tell him about the story and ask if he would like to accompany me to the cemetery and see if there is any truth to the story. Knowing my friend is into the goth lifestyle, I knew that he wouldn't be able to resist going to a cemetery and checking out that cave. We made a plan to meet up at the cemetery gates at 3 a.m. on Hallows Eve. Walking up to the gates of the cemetery, I can see my mate who has this very excited look on his face. "Nice to see you, are you ready?" I asked. The gates themselves was locked, so we had to climb over and made sure that the gatekeeper didn't see us. We didn't know the layout of the cemetery as we have never been before, but we did know where the cave was and the route to the cave, so we made our way there. Now at the barred cave, I looked inside and it just looked like a shallow cave to me, that is until my mate pointed out a corridor